All right.
And then you have to kind of go back to the YouTube channel on the new live
All right. Might need to refresh the page.
Might take
Day 2, stream 1.
week at day 2.
There we go. Cool, we're back up.
So you got no sleep, huh?
Not yet.
Just enjoying the night.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
Yeah.
a lot of energy. It's a lot of fun
really is.
to watch. I made myself go to sleep early a little bit last night. The previous years I've been up into the wee hours in the morning. And one year, I was like, it looked like all the runners were going strong. It was like 4 in the morning or something. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go and try and get sleep. And the minute, like within 40 minutes of me leaving, the race ended up
Yes, ma'am.
almost close to ending.
Yeah, I've just been trying to crew people where I can and go up there and encourage, so
Yeah.
they're not getting sleep, so
Yeah, hey, keep going
staying
too.
up with them.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's fun. There is a drip happening right above us.
Yes, ma'am.
Thing.
Yeah, it's kind of bleeding through the canopy a little bit.
Sensation. No chats. Okay, we got people up. Viewers.
26 watching now.
It was fun to hear the live stream last night. You hear the frogs going.
Oh,
and the,
goodness, they were going crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Loving the
So
rain.
loud. I was trying to get some sleep. I kept, I'd wake up and like pull up the live stream and try to go back to sleep. What time did you leave? Or did you leave? Okay. I felt like got good sleep. I think I was in bed by like 11. Woke up at 4 and then woke up at 5 and I was like, alright, I'm gonna get up. Oh my god, that dead thing. It's still doing those whiffs. Smell. I'm so excited for Dylan. That's one thing when I popped up this morning, I was checking who. What happened to TJ?
So
I
he
left
blacked
and he-
out on the course because he was coming in with a solid 6 minutes
Yes.
every time of rest. And then apparently he blacked out on the course and fell. He comes in maybe 5 minutes after the start of the next loop and he's just covered in mud.
Electrolyte imbalance. He was
Okay.
losing it. He's definitely real bad.
Okay.
And just
Was he showing any indication beforehand of like?
no, he told us
really.
told them on like the loop before that
Yeah.
happened, and it was like I was like, okay, well it's electrolytes.
Yep.
Got some pickle juice.
Let's get
and
some
said,
stuff ready.
Here's what we're gonna start doing, and then he didn't make it back. Well, that's not gonna happen.
Does he remember?
No,
what-
he said he didn't even really know where
What
he was
happened?
on
Yeah.
the course. Like when it happened, he just
Boom.
was climbing, going, and then boom. He woke up in the mud, face down.
It's okay. That's a little I'll be a little disoriented.
Yeah,
I'd be a
sure.
little. For sure.
A little bit.
Yeah. Did he come in this way or come walking back?
No, he came in this way.
Okay.
Yeah, he finished the loop, but we were about to go out and look for him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, to see him so, on the money, coming in like 5-6 minutes to spare, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
nothing.
Yes, man.
Makes you wonder.
It really does.
Well, that's disappointing. I know he's probably pretty disappointed. I don't know who I want to root for. I mean, Nicholas is having a great race. I think he was in for upwards of 60-something miles last year.
61 last year, yes,
yeah.
man.
He was fun to watch last year. That's
Yeah, him and Jeremiah are both coming in right along with each other, so they're staying solid.
Have you done a last man standing like this before?
And this is my first one. I've done a pretty unofficial one
Okay.
close to where I live in Texas.
What
but
did you think? What do you think about this
The
race?
format's amazing. Like, it's fun. Just the
It's-
community
yeah.
aspect of it, and the course is phenomenal.
It's
but-
fun.
But yeah, the community with this really makes it more integral because you're coming around each time, seeing everyone. And then when you drop out, like creepy.
You
That's
want to
what I've
stay.
been doing.
Yep.
So yeah,
Yep. You want to stay. You want to keep watching.
exactly.
Yeah, and it's fun to see the same people come back every year.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
it's a special race.
I'll definitely be back.
That's awesome.
It'll take a few years once I get out of military academy. But
Yeah. Congratulations. That's
thank you.
That's
Yes, ma'am.
it's an exciting thing you got ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's why I had to drop out when I did. Yeah. Couldn't
That's
afford
what
to
it
get
sounds
hurt.
like. You're
before.
looking like you were strong and things were
Yes,
going
ma'am.
fine. That's
Yeah.
probably, was it hard to like pull up
It
and be like,
was.
all right,
I was so
need to-"
physically I knew I could keep pushing. Mentally I knew I could keep pushing, but had an old ankle injury start coming back up. I'm like, it's not worth it this year to sacrifice an appointment to Air Force Academies, especially the basic in 11 days.
Yeah. You got to be physically
A little
able
bit.
to
They
do.
tax you some. So.
Yeah.
And then I'm still not too recovered from cocodona last month.
Okay.
And
Man, that finish line picture of you. So, this is all up, all over the running world of like, this 17-year-old's finished. Not only did you finish, but I guess, with your nosebleeds or whatever,
Yes, ma'am.
it just, I was like, this kid, this is great. Like, just blood splattered down. Like, you look like you're having a great, experience.
Oh, it was awesome. It was incredible. Same reason that I'm saying this, just the community was something else. And cool to see people pick you up when you're feeling low and just
And
need
that's
some
the thing.
encouragement.
It's like we're all out here having these moments of not feeling great.
Exactly. Yeah, it gets
And
hard. And
That have people around you that you know or that you don't know that just walk into your life, walk into your run, and are so genuine with, wanting to help and give things. Or if someone's race is over, like, hey, I got all these supplies. Do you need any of these things?
yes, ma'am.
It's nice.
Especially in between the runners too. Like obviously they're all trying to win, but you can watch them all and they're all encouraging each other and
Yeah, I'm like,
keeping each other
pushing,
going.
Yeah, like come on, let's keep going, let's keep going. Yep. I don't know how it was through the night with how many people were going through, but in previous years, these we've had these band of runners through the night that kind of just orbit the
Yes,
the
ma'am.
trail together and have these like this group of runners that like when one starts to struggle, you can see them all rallying to be like, no, come on, keep pulling them along. It's very different than like a cutthroat like, well, best of luck to you, you're out,
Exactly.
one less person I have to compete against. It doesn't feel like that ever.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely doesn't. Yeah, because through the night there was Brian and Jeremiah and Nicholas were kind of the front three in a little pack, and then had a big group in the back with like Kale and Dylan and Matt was down there. So we kind of had these two groups going, and then people slowly started dropping off. But I know even when people were dropping, the people right in front of them were looking back and trying to get them,
like,
spur
come
them on.
come
Yeah.
come on. It was
So
funny,
it's just
last
a group
year,
effort.
Dylan and I ran the same exact amount of miles, which was not either
Okay.
one. It was not good. We did not meet
Oh.
our goals, either one of us.
Yes, ma'am.
So we were struggling, and there were people who were like, come on, you got this, blah, blah. We were in this, moment of like, this is my last lap. This is my last lap. And then we would be like, okay, we're going to run. This isn't our last lap.
One more.
We would rally ourselves. But it was funny, like, even in our struggle, like, we knew we weren't going to be meeting our goals we wanted, which was very the heat last year took me out personally. I think it was affecting him really bad too. But it was fun, even as the two, us two runners running together for like so many hours, still trying to rally ourselves. Like, this is it. This is for real my last lap. I'm quitting, I'm throwing in the hat, throwing in the towel. And then, okay, we're one, and then we'd be like, hey, I thought this was your last lap. I thought this was your last lap. So,
What's going on here?
yeah.
awesome.
We rallied ourselves for a while, but both of our races did not end the way we wanted. So I loved waking up this morning and like checking to see who was still in, and seeing Dylan out there doing his thing. He has trained really. He's put in a lot of serious training this past year.
And there he comes
Yeah,
to that
and he's
Ruby Ridge
looking
camera
so
right now.
steady. I hope they're in there for the long haul. No more rain, I don't think. So at least maybe they have some time to have this course dry up a little bit. I'm looking at as people are slopping past. We'll have to get the camera and show
Definitely.
The ruts and disgust. I mean, it's really nasty out there.
Especially
They're coming
starting
in
the loop.
covered in mud.
Yeah, starting the loop and then ending the loop. Worst little spots.
Oh, and it takes so much energy to work through those muck puddles.
Yeah, you're having to step where you wouldn't normally.
I wonder how their feet are, because you can't keep them dry, and then if you get a little bit of mud and a little bit of muck in there, like you're just rubbing grit into like wet feet that's been wet for 12 hours.
Yes, ma'am. There's Nicholas and Jeremiah.
Yep.
A little over 4 minutes to spare.
Oh, I see.
And Kale's not far behind.
I'm gonna have to grab Doug and see how his race went.
Yeah.
Did it end into the night too? Do you remember when his?
Doug ended it.
In the night,
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. He had an incredible race too, though.
Yeah. He's been fun to watch for the past couple of years for sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Kale's coming in with a
Yeah,
smile on
there's
his
Kale.
face. I love it.
I got donuts.
Yes, there is donuts. We'll have as many donuts as you want.
Dude, I couldn't help it.
And there's Dylan coming in. Solid group of runners right here.
Todd is asking, good morning, how many more are left? We are down to the final 4. We've got Cale Jackson, we've got Dylan Ledbetter, we've got Jeremiah Cohen, and Nicholas Leo still in this thing. And all of them are looking really steady, really strong, physically moving well through all of this mud and muck, which is not easy. Not only do you have to do this, 340 feet of elevation per loop, now you're doing it on a slip and slide.
Yes.
Coming in on hour 24.
With like 20 minutes of sleep. So.
Yeah.
And they're covered in
If
mud.
you're lucky at 20 minutes
Exactly.
of sleep.
If
Yeah.
yeah. The break was.
Covered in mud, and now the elevation is at 23,120 feet. These are that's big elevation. Almost 75 miles. And for, the ultra runners, when you think 75 miles, you think to yourself, well, it's not even 100. This isn't really all that many. I mean, it is a lot of miles, but in the ultra running community, you're thinking, oh, okay, it's not terrible.
Just a little over 100K.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This is a lot of elevation. This is a very, 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 very difficult course.
Yeah, over such a relatively short period of time. That's the grade is just pretty crazy.
And what's interesting to me when these last man standing events, the loop in a lot of the courses is longer. It's about 4 miles. This is a 1.1 mile loop, and you're forced to stop every 15 to 20 minutes. So that lurching effect, I don't know how you felt, if you noticed
Yes,
it. Did you
ma'am.
notice this where you would run, you cannot get in a groove, and then you stop,
Yes,
and then
ma'am.
you stop, and then you stop, and you have to speak, and you have to... That's hard in itself. You can never get into your own zone for any particular... Did you feel like you noticed that?
Definitely a little bit. That
Lurch?
start-stop was... It definitely makes you have to take a whole other strategy to it. Because you can't negate that break. Like, it's there so you can get your heart rate down and refuel and get some hydration in you. But that start and stop, like, your legs lock up pretty quick. And
It's
getting
like
back
the
out there.
break is like a blessing, but also it's not. It can be. It's not helpful for a lot of runners. If a runner can continue to do the loops just without stopping, without having to expand energy to stop and speak to crew people, to engage in people cheering and yelling every 20 minutes, that energy, it takes a lot out of the runners.
And it's also a mental drain too, because you're coming back and it's not easy to quit. Like say you're on a 4 mile, you got whatever 2 miles each way before you get back to your aid. And so every mile you're faced with that opportunity. Like,
hey,
do I want to keep going? Do I want to hit that hill again?
That's
So
exactly right.
It's
Do I
that much
want to
easier.
get out of my seat this time and suffer a little more?
It's that much easier just to say no. Like I'm right here. Why would I leave again? So
Yeah.
it really shows to the mental fortitude of these last 4 runners here. They're keeping on.
And there
and
they
getting up.
go. They're off
Yeah, they're off
again.
on loop 70.
Looking just all kind of pacing together. No one seems to be just like shooting off.
and that angle doesn't do the mud justice in there. Stuff
Sloppy,
is
sloppy.
ankle deep in spots. Got a fine little pass through it.
Yeah. It's so funny, in previous years, going up Myers when it's muddy, people have stomped like little steps up Myers. I don't know how it looks this year, but John in past years have been like, I'm gonna go out there and, basically like rake off the mud steps.
Wow.
See little tiny, from just
Yes,
finding
ma'am.
your line over so many laps.
And everyone just kind of repeats it, finds something that works.
Jared asked how many more until break, how many more laps?
They've got 2 more laps.
Yeah, so the next break will be at 7 a.m. So they'll finish.
Or 8 a.m.
Yes, yeah, 8 a.m. Thank you.
So yeah, 70 after loop 70.
Yeah.
One, I suppose.
So they're gonna have a nap time here in not too long.
And I bet
Whether
they're
they
all gonna
like it
utilize
or not,
Yeah, I don't
I
know
hope-
if they'll like
I
it.
hope so. One year, Eric straight up was snoring. He laid down after his nap time, his intermission, and I tell you, every runner was like side-eyeing him jealously. He was dead asleep within like a minute.
Wow.
And I myself as a runner can never really sleep, but I can put earplugs in and like try to relax
Rest
and rest. Yeah,
Reset.
I've never been to that point of actually being able to sleep. But I was like, man, I'm so jealous. You can just conk out. He's also really good at being able to eat giant meals deep into a race.
Okay.
I feel like one of the race he ended up winning, it was like mile 120 or something. It's late into the race. Someone's like, do you want some pasta? And he's like, yeah, I want some pasta. They brought over like this big old honking bowl of pasta. He's just chowing down.
Shoving it down. Wow.
Shoving it down. Like, how are you? Which that can make or break, your race if you can get the calories and keep eating it. Like
That
he was successfully fueling himself.
Yeah, that's one of my major problems at races. I always get nauseous. And my first 100 mile, I had no clue what I was doing. I got nauseous at mile 40 and then was throwing up, didn't eat or drink for the last 60. And I did it, but it wasn't smart and it wasn't the way to go about it. And so since learned I gotta consume. So that was one of the main things at Cocodona that I really had to stay on top of, was trying to get just the quick burning energy in between aid stations and then eat some sort of small meal during.
Yeah, it's quite an individual science trying to figure out what your body needs and how your body can absorb it. And what was your first 100?
First 100 was Rocky Raccoon down in Huntsville, Texas.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. Did you like it?
Yes,
Other than being nauseous and throwing up. For a lot of
Exactly.
it?
Yeah, and so I did that in 2023, and that was a muddy year. It had rained the entire night before, and it looked like this the whole course, ankle deep mud, and it was rough. It took me a while, 27 or 29, I don't really remember, somewhere up in that range.
Being 17 now, right?
Yes,
So you're
ma'am.
telling me you ran this in 2023, what as a, there are teens who go out and run. What pulled you towards these longer distances?
Yes, ma'am. So I kind of have the stereotypical story. I read David Goggins' book, Can't Hurt Me.
Yep,
And
great.
I wasn't a runner by any means. Read that when I was 15 or something, and ended up running a marathon within a week. And not a smart idea at all. I got stress fractures in my feet. Again, didn't know I had them because I was inexperienced, and I just kept running and figured I was sore or something.
Yeah.
But I kind of realized if I can do a marathon without training, surely I can work up to something more if I train a little harder. So signed up for a 50 miler, and that was my first race. Did that. Kind of thought I was invincible after that.
So what was the time frame that you said your training? So from doing
Yes,
that first
ma'am.
marathon to doing the 50 miler, what was the time frame of?
So I did that one April of, I guess, 23. Yeah,
Okay.
April 23, and then October was the 50 mile.
Okay.
So I had a few months, but yeah, I thought
a few months.
well,
That's not a
I signed up
long
for
time.
100 right after the 50, less than a month after, and
okay.
I was like, I'm invincible. I can just did a 50 miler. Surely I can
Yeah.
do this. And that didn't
Yeah.
go so well. I DNF'd at 42 due to a knee injury, and so took a few months off, and then got that Rocky Raccoon one. And that was the first 100, and then did a few more 50s, some 100Ks, and then I've done one other 100 that it's another one near the Houston area, Brazos
Okay.
Bend 100, and that's a fun race. It's flat, and so I was
yeah.
able to get a podium finish and sub 18 hour in the
Oh my
100,
gosh.
which
That
it was
is
just
so
the perfect
impressive.
day for it.
You said
So-
sub 18 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's
It,
That's really cool.
It was a fun race, but yeah, then that's where I got the ankle injury that was starting to flare back up today, and so just held off on things, did some longer hikes for training for Cocodona, and got that done. So
You have so many years ahead, though, to hone the craft that you like and to practice. You know, I think everyone as a runner, whether you're 15 or 35, you know, when you get this desire to push your distances, I think in a way we all sometimes want to be like, oh, I've got this before we're physically ready.
yes, ma'am.
But I think it's so cool, like at your age, to know, like, hey, I want to try this thing, and not only try a thing, but something that's it's emotionally grueling, it's physically grueling, and just have that desire to go out and see like what's possible here. That a lot of just anyone in general in life sometimes doesn't have. This isn't a comfort sport.
Definitely not.
So it's cool.
Quite the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. It's really cool to hear, your story of, just wanting to be like, hey, what can I do? And be successful. Like, of course, we're all learning as we go, and we're all continuing to learn as we, do this sport. But
Yeah, that's one of the awesome things about it. You learn something from every race, and you take it and apply it to the next one.
yeah. Man, I wish when I was like 15 and 17, I had in my, I was always a sport, I grew up playing, I was playing soccer, I ran track, but it was all very traditional things, I don't think I ever really heard of trail running or long distance running. I mean, really well into my adult life. I didn't even really know it was possible to come out. I don't know if I've ever heard of like anything above a marathon.
Yes, ma'am.
To me, when I hear of a marathon, I was like, oh my gosh, that's the ultimate distance.
Exactly, yeah.
So yeah, I wish I had, because I've always been driven to do, to be curious in nature.
Yes,
I'd love, to go run around, and if you're given the option to like road run somewhere or trail run somewhere, like I will always pick a trail run through the woods.
Same here.
But yeah, I wish that at your age I even knew that it was something that you could do. Like, hey, just go run through the woods for a day and 2 days,
Yes,
whatever
ma'am.
it was. We went to Cocodona. How many days was that?
That was 5 days
Okay,
for me.
go through this incredible area, 5 days. That's way cool.
Yes, ma'am. But yeah, I've really stuck with it just because going back to the community aspect. Like my first race, my first 50, I had no clue what I was doing. And the community just welcomed and like gave tips and offered advice and gear and everything. So and that's just been a constant throughout. And like my parents have kind of got into it. My dad did a 50K last year, and my mom signed up for the same one this year. I'll be off at the academy, but she's planning on doing that.
That's so great.
And then I met my now girlfriend at one of my races, and her dad runs these 100-milers, and he's doing Leadville this year.
Oh,
And
is this his first Leadville?
so he's attempted it before,
Uh-huh.
but he's gonna get it this
It's
year.
elevation. It's elevation.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and then my
That's
friend
what we're
runs
talking about.
marathons. She likes the road races a lot, so she runs the Houston Marathon. Doing that this January.
That's so cool.
But it's just cool. People
Do you have
meet.
siblings that are also interested, or do you have?
No, I do have a younger sister,
Uh-huh.
but she's not interested in
Yeah.
it. She thinks I'm crazy. Which,
Yep.
to be fair, I am.
Yeah,
but
well, we are a little
yeah,
bit
exactly.
crazy, yeah.
Some wires crossed.
Yep.
No, she's got her own thing. She does competitive dance, and so she gets busy with that.
Yeah, that's cool. Like, I have 3 kids, and people are asking, like, do your kids run too? I'm like, not right now. They think I'm crazy.
Yes, ma'am.
But as they get older, and maybe, who knows, they have their own things too. I'm like, I want to support whatever their desire, whatever they're passionate about. We'll chase that with them. It would be awesome if, one day they were like, hey,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think I want to get into this. Yeah, but it's a niche sport, so.
It really is, yeah. And it's starting to become less and less of that. Like people are starting to get opened up to it.
Yep, and hearing about it, and
Yeah,
like
exactly.
showing up to
There's
watch the
exposure
race.
and-
Yep.
And that's the thing, like so many people, more than people think could do it. It's just because it's mostly mental. Like, obviously, there's a physical aspect to it, but the majority of it is the mental game.
Yep.
And that's what makes or break races for me. It's just whether I keep the mental game locked in or not.
Yeah. Because when you get to the point, if you can run 50 miles, in my opinion, you can train, you can run 100 miles.
Yes, ma'am.
But that mental dance that we play with ourselves, whatever that's, for me, it's always right around like mile 60, 70. You're kind of numbed out of a lot of things, but then you're in this hole of like there's some place, there's a lot to go. Or in your case, did you have time in your long in Cocodona? Did you have a period that you were like, oh, this is unmanageable?
Yes,
and how did you deal with it?
Yeah, well, so most of the time I was pretty optimistic, had a pretty good attitude about it, because I was just so grateful to be out there. But there was one time where my watch was telling me to go the wrong way. Over the course, I ended up adding like 10 miles to my race. But this one added a lot of time and distance, and then my nose started bleeding again. I kind of got spiraling and thinking I was going to miss the cutoff, and that's when I really let the bad attitude creep in and just kind of got frustrated at myself. But I got in. My dad was crewing me at that race, so I got into the aid station. We took a longer break, slept a little bit because I hadn't had too much sleep, and so then that was able to turn me around and get back going. And we were in the middle of the night, which also made it hard going into that. And so I was able to find some people and hike with them, and
Good. Yeah.
that was helping me get through it. Just talking with people. So.
Because 10 miles doesn't seem like a lot in a long race, but like you said, it's mental. You could have gotten off course for like 3 miles, and sometimes our brains want to just grab on to that one thing that's like, oh, this could end it, this could mess this up, and to turn, to mentally just lock that out when you're exhausted beyond exhausted, is incredibly difficult to do. And that's another thing, you at 17, you're learning so many mental things that, grown adults sometimes never master their entire lives, that we're all out here practicing life out here.
Exactly.
But I'd say you're well ahead of the game. That's
well,
exciting.
yeah, my thought behind it was I haven't had a terribly challenging life, so might as well put some challenges in my way on my own terms, and then start working from there, so that when life throws whatever it throws at me, like, I can fall back on that.
Yeah. That's good insight. And we all have our things, wherever we come from. We all have our struggles.
And that's the other awesome thing about this. It's like so many people from so many different backgrounds, and it's just everyone has their own story, and everyone can push themselves to whatever degree they want to push themselves, and it's like nothing's better than the other. Like, there's not really levels to ultraman because everyone's growing and everyone's pushing themselves.
Yeah.
So.
It was funny last night, someone had posted on YouTube like, hey, what's the win? What do you win? And in a lot of cases, you don't win anything. Or you win something very small. You win like a homemade trophy. You win like, in this case, John's mother, one of the race directors, John's mother, made a homemade quilt. So after you're pushing yourself to your physical limit, a lot of times it's just for the act of doing, and the act of saying, like, going home and saying, I gave it everything I could possibly give. And you give yourself your own high five and go home with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's no giant prize money in a lot of these, races. There's not even, sometimes you don't even really get a finisher's award. Not in this race, you don't get a finisher's award. You get your you get your bracelet cut off of you with a big knife and send you on your way. Maybe see you next year.
But yeah, like you're saying, we're all practicing life out here. Like, these races are so like analogous to life. So
Yeah. Yep.
pretty awesome.
I'm gonna send these boys over here in just a minute and let them
Yes, ma'am.
y'all know.
Oh, come talk? Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy says, Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through him who strengthens me. Dylan, you're doing amazing. Amy, Dylan is doing amazing.
Incredible.
The final four look like we're going to be here for a while. I'm curious to see what Monday will bring. Actually, on the camera, you can see Dylan coming down. His gait is looking great.
5 minutes spare. He'll get in.
We're going to turn this over to Eric and Matthew now, who are probably going to sit down and have a convo.
But then after that, if y'all want to have a phone, feel free.
Cool. Let's see if we have any more questions before they jump on. Jeremiah's looking.
Jeremiah.
Coming in, man, and again, this is like 4 minutes to spare. They're coming. Their pace is staying pretty speedy. For the way the course is, as sloppy as it is, they're moving out there still.
They really are.
Yep.
They're just adjusting to it. They know what they need to do to keep it, because they've been keeping it right on the money every time.
We got Steve Holcomb, mailman Steve. He was here yesterday. Ran another great year out here. Y'all are amazing, he says. They are amazing. Let's see there. This is not a touch screen. I have to The sun is officially up. It is 7:40. Sunrise was a little after 5. Yep. They're probably looking forward to some intermission. Another interesting thing is not everyone's using poles. Jeremiah's not using poles.
Yeah, Jeremiah's not.
Nicholas has poles. Dylan has.
Kale is.
Kale is not.
So we got half and half, 2 different approaches.
Yeah. Poles, no poles. Team poles or team no poles. I'm personally team 1 pole because I don't like when I have 2 poles. I tend to hunch when I get
I was hearing
fatigued.
a lot of these
I
people
hunch
talk
down
about that yesterday.
instead of being able to like stay up. So I'll use 1 pole and then to make myself stay up. But I can't get maybe I need lighter poles. But I feel like when I have poles, they mess up my gait a little bit and my heart rate slightly goes up. So in this race, it's enough to affect my runs. I was like, okay, I'm gonna drop a pole, but then again, you can't just plan with it. So if someone can master the poles and work well with them and run well with them, this is the race to use them.
Definitely.
But yeah, it's interesting. It seems like, yep, Kale's coming in, doing great. Not
2.5
no
minutes
poles.
spare.
Yep. Let me see if they're waiting to come talk. Eric, you guys want to come talk? Okay. All right, we're going to turn it over.
Turn it over.
Y'all are awesome.
Chatting away.
No, I love it. Sounds like the team on it.
Yeah, it was fun. It's fun.
All right, we're here with Matthew Johnson.
What's up, guys?
Second year here at Midstate, and his day just ended. But man, incredible day out there. And want to tell us about it?
Yeah, no, it was awesome, just as awesome as last year. I can't say enough about this race, man. I've been doing this for a long time, and this is the absolute most incredible event I've ever been a part of. It's just so unique, man. Just the opportunity out there, just to hour after hour, just witness people to your left and your right, just bumping up against the outer edge of their physical, mental, and emotional potential, and just to get to witness that firsthand, man, it's just inspiring. And it's a, I mean, you know just as good as anybody, it's like a conflicting feeling out there when it gets laid into it like this, man, because obviously everybody wants to be the last man standing or whatever and do well, but you build such a bond and a connection with everybody out there, such an intimate experience with the runners that are out there, that you're really just trying to will each other on and pull each other on, and let's go, guys. And as much as you want to succeed, you want the guys and girls, around you to succeed as well, and you just don't want to let each other down, man. The best way I can describe it is, when your body starts to go physically, the mind takes over, and when the mind starts to fade, just the love you have for the people out there with you is what wills you forward.
Right.
And man, there's just no other event I've been a part of that gives you that. It's just the John and Becca opened up their home to us, man, and just the people out here. It's just such a community. And yeah, I mean, obviously I would love to still be in it with those guys, but kind of the standard I hold myself to is to go out on the course, and so go till you can't, and I did that, so I'm proud of it. Every year is different, every race is different, no two races are the same. Everyone presents you with different challenges that you haven't faced before, and you troubleshoot and problem solve on the fly, and that's what ultra running is, man. It's like life, life's not easy, and you just got to keep moving forward no matter what. So, man, I just hope, I know I'm leaving inspired and just by everybody out here, man. I just hope that people following along, man, are can hopefully be inspired by this too, what's going on out here. And if you haven't been a part of it, I highly encourage you to come out, man. I mean, there's just so much. I'm such a big believer. There's so much value in just doing hard things in life, man, and intentionally putting yourself in situations where you're going to face adversity, because that's where the most growth happens. And like John said before the race started yesterday, man, he's like, out here, this is chosen suffering. Like, we're choosing to put ourselves, and I don't even like to use the word suffering, but this is preparing us for life, man. It's just adding those tools to the tool belt so when life gets hard, man, and real life hits, that we're much more well equipped to handle it. And at this stage of my running career, I know this is something we've talked about a lot, but at this stage, man, like, my driving force for doing this is just a deep-rooted curiosity, just to find out what my body's physically capable of, but more so just to kind of find out what my mind's capable of, and that's kind of the driving force. And I just hope, man, that people can be inspired and know that they can do hard things too. And hopefully, maybe if you haven't been a part of this event, you can come out and be a part of it.
Yeah. And yeah, it's amazing to watch you out there, man, because I feel like, a lot of people, when we're talking about that mental strength fading or that physical strength fading, a lot of people, try to, purposely time themselves out, like, it does happen, it's not everybody, but I think the point of this race is to really give everything you have to give on that day.
Yeah.
And if you do that, like, that is a win. And I think your last two performances out here have been absolutely remarkable, because you do leave it all out on the course.
Yeah.
Like, you're an example of what you should strive for when you come out here. Like, that should be your goal. And some days that will make you the last man standing. Some days it's not your day, but like, you have to leave here fulfilled and satisfied with your performance, because you're gonna know what you did out there. Like, when the cameras can't see, or you're not in the corral, and you got to be okay with what you left out there. Nothing feels worse than knowing you should have done something different.
That's it, man. That's it, and that's kind of the standard I hold myself to, man. It's just, all the work that John and Becca put into this. I feel like I owe it to them. And my wife and my dad coming out here for 2 years and crewing me, and you being out here this year, man. Traveling with your family out here to crew me and be a part of it, man. It's like, I just, there's so much invested into this event, and I feel like, there's no other option other than to put your best foot forward and give your best effort out there, and that's the standard I hold myself to. And some days the stars align, and you get the result, the result and the ultimate prize you're looking for. But man, what I've learned is a lot of times it's not what over the years it's not what place you cross the finish line, but kind of the person you become on the journey to get there, man. And this race is perfectly designed to help you, find out who you are and what you're made of, man. Like the saying goes, before adversity can build character, it reveals it. And this is an incredible event. I can't say enough about it, man. I just hope people that are watching along, and are inspired by what all the men and women are able to, all the participants are able to do out here, and whatever those curiosities are they have in their own life, hopefully, they can be inspired to have the courage to tackle those and go after those goals and do hard things, man. There's so much value in it.
Yeah. Now, like, the last 2 years you ran this race, like, last year was the hottest record or hottest race on record.
That was
this
rough.
Year's by far the most amount of rain.
Yeah.
And coolest. Like, did you find one more difficult than the other?
Dude, you know what? I mean, it's like you're trading one for the other. I mean, every year brings its own challenges, and this year was a perfect example of that. Last year, I mean, just the heat was brutal all day, all night, all the next day. I think we're in triple digits with the heat index, you know,
Yeah.
humidity through the roof. I mean, there was just no reprieve from it last year, and so that was the big challenge. This year was much cooler, but we were just dealing with like monsoon type rains and storms. You know, we had a crazy bad thunderstorm in the middle of the night, and the trail went from you know, from no water to shin deep within like 2 laps, and which is nuts. I mean, the whole trail like turned into a river, and it just went to like shin deep, and you're just taking steps through like wading through water, like not knowing where your foot's gonna land. And then of course the mud was just a constant from the start. And so, you know, it's not really something you know, while you're out there, you know, you just deal with the cards you're dealt, and you make the most of it. And but you know, the mud, I think that the course conditions in terms of the you know, what the water's done to it, and the mud, you know, was, you know, just as soon as he's off the start line, you're just sinking like 6 inches, you know, 8 inches deep. You're out there a little bit, and so the mud was definitely a factor. I mean, it just sucks the life out of your legs. You know, it's just like it takes all the energy from you. You know, it takes a lot of energy to try to get through the mud. And just kind of gives you dead legs after a while. But I mean, again, that's the beauty of ultra running. You know, you never know the cards you're gonna get, man. You just gotta troubleshoot and problem solve, and just like life, man. You just, when things get hard, you just gotta keep moving forward and deal with the cards you're dealt, and that's what everybody did out there. I mean, I don't think I heard a single person the entire time complain about the mud, the storms, the torrential downpours.
None of you guys all took it. And,
you took it in stride. And so, yeah, I mean, you know, different challenges. Both years very unique, but both of them presented, you know, tough challenges for all the runners to deal with out there for sure.
Yeah. All right, Racing Rose, can we meet your crew? So I'm one of the crew people.
Yeah.
For Matt out here. Other was his wife and his dad.
I think they might be kind of packing up all the gear at the tent. But if they come by, I'll pull them over here. Yeah, my wife is a rock star, man. She's traveled. She's a runner herself, but she's traveled with me all over the place, and pretty much been my, you know, number one crew person since day one of me starting this wild sport of ultra running. And then my dad has been out here the last 2 years, and this has been a really special thing for him to be a part of too, because he hasn't got to crew me as much over the years. And this is just a really cool event for my dad to get to be a part of. Just, you know, by nature of the format, you know, the crew can kind of just stay put and be stationary. And so, you know, it was kind of a rotation throughout the day of my wife, Tia, crewing me, and then my dad would step in. You know, my dad would come and fill in while she rested, and then when my dad rested, Eric would step in. So to have them out there, I mean, it's incredible, and the help, you know, I don't think, you know, I definitely couldn't do this without them out there for sure. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's been special, my dad out here, because he's kind of the one who kind of started my love for the outdoors and being in the mountains, and you know, he's been taking me to the mountains to start hiking with me in the mountains when I was probably 7 or 8 years old, and that's just, I don't think probably ever imagined it turning into this. But it's really special to have him out here too, especially on Father's Day weekend. To get to spend this time with my dad is pretty special.
We had another question there. It was, how do you handle the post-race blues, and do you have another big race identified to help him look forward to, or do you have any other ritual that helps him through?
You know, that's a good question. I mean, I think the post-race blues, that's a very real thing, and I think we probably all experienced it at some point or another. You know, I obviously have a wife and 2 wonderful kids at home, so I just try to spend a lot of time and put a lot of energy and focus on spending time with my family. Obviously, you know, there's usually another race on the horizon you can kind of look forward to. But I think for me, you know, I've been involved in the sport for 20 years, the sport of running for 20 years, ultra running for about 10. And, you know, my reasons for why I do it, my relationship with the sport's evolved over the years. And I think one of the things that, you know, I've kind of a mindset that I've come to is, As much as I love to run, it's not my whole identity. It's not who I am, but it's something I love to do. So I think just kind of getting to a point in my life where I've been able to keep that balance in my life and that really healthy perspective has helped me with that in terms of kind of the post-race blues kind of thing. But no, I mean, I'm just like anybody else. It's definitely a real thing. It's something I've dealt with. I remember last year after mid-state, I was just, I think, unpacking it for like a week. I feel like I just sat in my house for like 3 days, unable to, obviously I was like crippled, couldn't walk anywhere. I was just like, I feel like I just sat there and just like reflected and just, kind of try to process everything. And so I'm sure there'll be a bit of that this week. But yeah, I just try to, look forward to the next race on the horizon, and then just spend a lot of time with my kids and my loved ones and my wife, and try to, fill my time with other things that bring me joy.
Yeah. Well, you do have the SCAR coming up.
Yeah, so that's something that
But that's a little different.
Yeah,
it's not like a record setting.
It's not a sanctioned race. It's not something. It's not like an FKT. I'm not doing it for the purpose of trying to set a FKT or anything. But the Smoky Mountains are a really special place for me. That's where my dad started taking me hiking. When I was a kid, and specifically, Mount LeConte. So, Mount LeConte's one of those places that is near and dear to my heart. It's my favorite mountain in the world. But I did the Tour of LeConte with a friend a few years ago. And then another kind of route that's been on my bucket list is the SCAR route, which is the Smoky Challenge Adventure Run. It's the entire Appalachian Trail through the Smokies. So we'll start at Fontana Dam. We'll go northbound. So we'll start at Fontana Dam and go all the way to Davenport Gap. So it'll be about 72 miles, about 18,000 feet of vert. So definitely a pretty big day in the mountains for sure. It's not a race, not trying to do it for any specific time, but that's definitely just one of those just epic mountain adventures that has been on my bucket list for a long time, and something that I'm looking forward to finally hopefully being able to check off that bucket list. So that's kind of the next thing on the horizon, I think. As long as I can bounce back and recover from this okay, that'll probably be the next thing that I look to tackle later on this fall.
You got another question. Your favorite race food?
Oh, it's funny that you ask, because one of the things I'm considering a big positive walking away from this year's mid-state is 10 years of running ultras, I've never eaten as well as I have and taken in so much food as I have in any other race until this year. I mean, so honestly, favorite race food, it honestly can, I don't know if it's came for you, but for me, it can almost change race to race what works for me. Kind of a run through of what I did this race. I usually like to start off pretty light in the mornings when the race starts. So I think I started off this race with just bananas and honey, and ate that for a few hours, and then transitioned to, and I mixed in, some cashews and pretzels, just some salty snacks. And then I transitioned to eating some avocado wraps with a salt on it. I like to salt most of my food. And those were good. Ate those for a while, and then spent a large part of yesterday afternoon eating, believe it or not, cheeseburgers and salted watermelon. I ate that for a long time. Mixed in some quesadillas. It got to a point where they were in the middle of the night. They were handing me food. I don't even know what it was. It was quesadillas.
Yeah.
There was a time in the middle of the night where I was probably eating a piece of pizza in between every lap. So the pizza was hitting the spot for a while. And then I was also drinking a lot of like the Boost protein drinks, like chocolate protein drinks. I was drinking a lot of chocolate protein drinks in between laps. And then caffeine, I just was drinking Coke. In terms of like what works for me race fuel wise, like I keep it pretty simple. I just drink water and take salt pills for my salt, and electrolytes, and then water and straight water and salt pills, and then I just eat real food, and has seemed to work well for me. Pretty simple approach, just water, salt, and real food, but it worked well. And so yeah, I ate a little bit of everything. I think you even handed me some pancakes and bacon
Yeah.
this morning at some point, and those are pretty good. I just ate a sausage biscuit. So yeah, I pretty much, I think, covered every imaginable food you can hope to have in an ultra over the course of the last day and a half or however long it's been. So
Yeah, and
good job, guys.
And Brian, yeah, Nicholas is 17 years old. This is right now for the ages. This is the farthest anyone that young has gone, which is pretty impressive. Oh, and we got Dylan Ledbetter.
Dylan.
Yeah.
Dylan hitting the handstand and the running, man. I love it.
All right, guys, so we're going to kind of go to radio silence for a little bit. We've got some runners coming in early for that intermission, so their extra time, we're going to respect that, and we'll be back on after the 20-minute intermission. But they got extra 4 minutes, so 24 for them, but we'll be back. And
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing, Matt.
Yeah, appreciate y'all. Thanks for the questions, and if y'all haven't experienced it, y'all come out and check out Mid-State sometime. It's an incredible event.
Yeah, even if you're just volunteering or crewing, like somebody always needs help out here. If running's not your forte, but just to be a part of this, it's a profound experience.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll be back.
To answer Raising Romeo's question, Nicholas is still in. You can see him now resting. The people being interviewed this morning was Matthew, who just went out Matthew Johnson, who just went out on one of the last laps. He was being interviewed by Eric. To answer Brian's question, Nicholas is 17 this year. He also ran last year at 16 and did upwards of 60-something miles. The person who went out before Matthew, do you know who that was? We can check on that.
Levi.
Oh, Levi went out right before Matthew. Levi Ray. Yes, thank you, Daryl. We were answering at the same time. The person talking on the live stream before Matt was Tug. I have to look at what his last name is, but he was Boren, who ran the Cocodona 250. He is a great interview. Hardwin Adventures asks how many left, and there is 4 left. We have Nicholas Leo, Dylan Ledbetter, Cale Jackson, and Jeremiah Cohen in this thing. And they're all looking really steady. Jeremiah Cohen did race last year. Let's see what he did. He was in the
63.
final. He did 63 miles last year. Let's see if he did any other.
Got 10th.
Yep, 10th overall. So
Hold
yes.
on, he did the Conqueror. He got 4th at the Conqueror, which is at Almacoa Falls, 139 miles.
okay.
That's a tough race.
Yeah.
And he did again, but didn't make it.
He's
Yeah.
got Georgia Death Race. That's coming up. Yeah, so he has run on this course last year. Ferris asked, any rain in the forecast? There is no rain in the forecast for this morning. A small blurb around 3 p.m. right now. It is really great weather right now. It is overcast and the humidity is low. It could be lower, but it's pretty low. So if the course can dry out this morning to give these runners some respite, that'd be great. You can see Dylan actually on camera right now, and his feet look like they have been wet for a while.
Yeah, so
All
did,
these runners have been wet for a
Nicholas's
long,
feet.
long while. Ferris commented, these power naps are amazing for the body after 24 hours. I feel like this is a make or break thing for a lot of runners. If you can have the art of going to sleep and resting your body for 10 minutes, for 5 minutes, for any little bit, it's going to make a big difference in the longevity of someone's race. Yes, going after 24 hours. We see Nicholas getting his shoes on.
You just see in
They've
his
got
face
about-
how tired.
Yeah.
And
They got about 3 more minutes.
I don't know if he really got any sleep.
It didn't look like he was resting and he was being still, but it did not look like Nicholas got sleep.
I mean, even a minute of sleep will do wonders, though.
Yeah.
Like, it really will.
Because you can click off deep sleep.
What, Courtney DeWalter?
She talked about that minute nap.
The minute nap?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was
She
that?
felt-
Badwater? No, let's say
I can't remember what
Moab.
that race
It's
was.
Moab.
Okay. She says she's never recreated it since that one
A
experience.
1 minute nap.
That she woke up and was like, I've never been more refreshed. Like it
But
felt like
you've
she
had that
slept.
before, right? Where you sleep for 5-10 minutes and you're like, okay, I'm good now.
Yeah.
Like,
It,
I'm
it's
ready to roll.
it's not that often that I can go to sleep, but when in life, when it's happened where I've gotten a short little nap, it's amazing how just that little reset.
I guess we need to probably talk a little bit louder now
Yeah,
because
they're starting to move around.
they got a little over 2 minutes just to.
I can see Dylan starting to move over there. The camera might pan to him here in a little bit, but.
And one good thing that a lot
I
of
don't see
runners
Kaylee yet over there.
do is, they come in and they lay down immediately. They'll close their eyes, do whatever, take the shoes off, and then at the end here, you start putting everything back on and all that. So, try to really rest for the first little bit of intermission.
I'd like to know what's going through their minds right now in these final moments of like, here I am sitting in my chair, not comfortable, but having to get up and move those muscles again. Nicholas is shaking his legs out.
This is kind of where it really.
He's judging his feet right now. His crew person, his dad, is massaging his legs, waking him up again.
Well, your body's just kind of like, all right, we're done. We're resting.
Yeah.
And now it's
And
like, you're not.
Yeah, what's his brain doing? His brain was like, we're resting.
Now's the time to get back up. It'll probably take them a loop or two to get their legs back under them.
In the camera, you can see Dylan's crew starting to move around, and which means Dylan's going to be popping out from his tent here shortly. Jeremiah's moving around. Look at him. He's fist bumping.
He's still looking good.
No poles.
He's smiling.
Yep.
He looks good.
He's drinking. What is he drinking? Protein, maybe?
Nicholas is smiling. He's just laughing, so at least they're in good spirits.
Yep.
We know Dylan's in good spirits.
Oh, that's Darren. He just arrived. Darren Jansen just came in. Whose daughter is 8 years old, did 15 laps yesterday. And Darren was pacing her, ran with her.
Speaking of, here she comes.
There's the Jansen family. Yeah, there's Emerson. Okay, here we go. Dylan's moving. You see them on the camera. We're about 20 seconds behind. So. They're off. Ooh-wee. That felt short. Did that feel short to you, that 20 minutes? It felt
always
short to
feels
me.
short.
It felt short to me. I don't know how it feels for the
Even when you're
for
out
the
there, it
runners.
feels short.
Oh, man.
That's the problem with this race.
Whoa, there's not
20
enough
minutes
time. There's
sounds
not
like a
enough
lot of time, but it's really not a lot of time.
No.
It's really not. Aaron, do the 20-minute intermissions feel short to you? Feel long? Feel like 20 minutes? They go by fast.
And mentally, we were asking the question, like, these final moments of, like, 30 seconds to a minute left of, like, your rest is done. Do you feel like are you struggling mentally to are you thinking about anything? Were you thinking about anything? Like, oh, God, I got it. Here we go. We have to do this some more. Or were you just kind of in a zone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just keep moving. Yeah.
If people didn't hear, I was asking Aaron Dana if he, when he's run in the past, he won the race last year. If he was psychologically, it was hard for him. He said he
And
was just in his
the
zone.
year
and just
before,
was-
so.
Yeah, yes, it's just 2 years ago. So for him, he was just in his zone and was just moving.
Knows what it takes to get to this point.
The less your brain is thinking about anything at this point, the better.
Yeah. And I think I've heard, Aaron say that a lot. It's like you really got to just zone out, just, stay in the moment and just keep moving, do what you got to do out there. And then when you come in, let your crew do what they got to do. And because you can't really think ahead too much.
Anna Dana just commented, Aaron's wife, she says 20 minutes feels more like 2 in that crowd.
It does.
Absolutely right. It's crazy how fast that time goes. We miss you this year, Anna.
Definitely.
That's another thing. Yeah, the crew. Aaron has come out with Anna and his family every year, and man, it's got to be fast for the runner. But seeing the crew and what they're doing, and the stuff the organization needed, it flies. It flies for the crew, just as fast as with the runners.
Yeah, there's a lot that the crew
And sometimes
has to do.
more, right?
Yeah.
You know, Aaron's job is to run and
That's
not,
all he
not
has
think.
to do. Yeah, just run.
His crew,
It's
Anna
kind of
and
easy
family,
for the runners because
they're like, okay, what can we feed him?
But yeah, like
does
Anna
he
would
need?
be,
She's
cleaning up
moving.
as
She's
soon
moving
as
nonstop.
he's out of the
Yes.
corral and on that loop. She's
Yeah,
cleaning
they're both
for
moving nonstop.
2 to 5 minutes,
Yeah.
depending on how crazy it
And
got.
prepping for the next,
Taking
the next
care
thing.
of her, the kids,
And
then you got to
in
prep
the
for the
previous
next one.
years,
So
Aaron,
it's
she's
like,
crewed you around the clock, right? Or your dad would
His dad
pop
was here
in
some.
too. Yeah,
Yeah, we had help on the first night.
yeah.
I mean, it's a team effort when it gets to, especially here.
You have to plan for 2 nights.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do have to plan for it, yeah.
So she would sleep in us the first night.
Yeah, because you ain't really even getting started in that first night.
No,
so
that first
that's,
24 hours, you're waiting. If you're here for the
Yeah.
long game, this is you're patiently waiting.
I mean,
This
you could
is
probably
really
handle it by yourself for the first night if you really had to you know. It'd be kind of hard with the cooling down. I think that'd be
Yeah.
like where, but coming in and grabbing salt pills, grabbing some
There's always
calories.
somebody on the help.
Exactly, yeah.
Speaking of salt, has anyone noticed these salt and pepper shakers
Yeah.
that are sitting here? You have your turkey roast and your pan, your frying pan, and you have an acorn and a squirrel.
We showed them off about 4 o'clock
Where did
this
these?
morning.
Okay, where did these
Someone
go?
brought them to Becca as
This
she
is-
collects them.
Really? These are
Yeah.
adorable.
So we showed them
Look
off.
at this squirrel. It's like the happiest faced squirrel.
And then she went and got us a plate of food from all the runners and brought it over here for me and Tony to try. It was like an apple from yesterday at 8 a.m., one piece of banana that was probably from Tuesday, a half-eaten Uncrustable, like a chicken biscuit cracker, some Tic Tacs, and then she gave us some Pepto-Bismol. And so Pepto-Bismol won the challenge as the best food that we've gotten. And then there's also a cup with, it was like oatmeal, bananas, honey, but it was like brown mush. I don't know what was in it. Yeah. And Tony was like eating half the stuff too. Like
Wait, this was runner food? Like, what was it? What
no,
was being
it was
brought?
yeah. Just
From
go
where?
over there and grab a plate
Okay.
of whatever they have.
Whatever they have. Okay.
So
okay.
again, it
To
was-
bring. Okay.
It was like a half-eaten Uncrustable.
Yeah.
Like one of the runners took some bites out and,
And then
she
it's
just
like,
took it
yeah.
and brought it over here
Yeah.
for us to eat it.
Yeah.
And Tony was over here actually eating some of it.
Tony.
I was like, I
Gross.
was like, I ain't touching that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been sitting out since yesterday.
Yeah.
morning.
You don't know.
I'll take a little bit. Thank you.
I was gonna say, where is it? I don't know where it is.
It's up there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I've got some. Thank you.
Yeah, it was not the prettiest food.
Yeah. You know, some of the stuff that the runners come through and eat, yeah, I'm sure they have their own, blended concoctions of. I would blend up sushi rice and like some rice vinegar and some things like that,
No.
but it looks really disgusting. But actually, it's like you add some rice vinegar to it, and it has like a tiny sweet kick, and you can add salt to it. Blend it up, put it, and then it gets the consistency of mashed potatoes, and then you
Yeah.
freeze it. Oh my gosh, it's like a creamsicle, a carb
That's
creamsicle.
too much work. Just give me a honey bun. Send me on my way.
I mean, and I'm right there with you with the honey bun, but the problem with the honey bun is you have to work to chew it after mile, whatever, 50.
You just let that
You
sucker-
have enough saliva in your mouth to chew a honey bun at high miles.
I mean, you take a swig of water and then just let that
And
sucker
then it's
melt.
like, this is true.
You
If
just
it's
let it
nice,
melt in your mouth.
okay, if it's been warmed up in the sun or like shoved into a sports bra or pants or waist belt, then yes. But
And fruit-
sometimes if it's like, it can be too hard sometimes.
I've been training a lot with fruit snacks too. just because they're, they give you that little bit of juice. Anyways, they're gummies, so they're easy.
Yep.
And then certain ones you can get some good macros from it.
Macros, but not high calories though.
No.
I feel like that's some work.
But it's like
too.
5 gummies for 60, 70 calories.
That's true.
So you're not
It's
doing
not
a
overly
lot.
sweet to you. Okay.
And now, I mean, I don't.
Maybe my palate gets finicky when I get higher miles. Need to eat like cardboard or something. Can't taste anything.
Yeah. Again, I try to do more liquid than anything. I'll do a lot of scratch. I'll do a lot of Gator or body armors. I like body armors more now than Gatorades. Even though Gatorade has a new mashup flavor. I saw this on the way up here, and it was lemon, lime, and orange together.
Oh, that sounds good. That
Yeah.
sounds really good.
Thank you, buddy.
I can hop on at any point too if you guys want to break. Show my family my face on Father's Day.
Yeah.
Well, we're not on camera
Yeah.
yet.
No, we're not.
And it did say it's weird not being stressed out for 48 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anna said, she commented, it's weird not being stressed out for 48 hours straight. I bet it's...
Good morning,
yeah.
Punisher.
Well, because even she doesn't sleep, even though she tries to.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah, what's it been like for you? Just you're on the other end now. Is it? Do you have any moments where you're thinking, I wish I was in this right now?
Not this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not this
A
round.
little.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is extra.
I mean, if you're out running in it though, like you wouldn't even be thinking twice about it. But when you're on this side, you're like, I'm glad I'm not out there in this mess. Like,
You're like, ew, mud.
yeah. You're like I made a good decision this year. Like, you think you're running next year though?
We'll see.
Yeah. See what else pops up and what's going on with life. I feel like you do Starburst or fruit roll-ups. Fruit roll-ups would be good. Starburst is like too chewy
That
though.
would be really. You'd really have to work to
Yeah.
chew that.
Anything that you have to like actually chew is kind of a no-no for me. I needed to just basically be able to just swallow it
Yeah.
sometimes,
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless I'm like trying to get like a good meal in me. So like, any like 48-hour race or something, if like I'm gonna lay down for a little bit, I'll try to do like an actual meal. And then take that 30-minute break or whatever, let that food digest, and then you can just go back to liquid calories until the next meal, or a couple snacks here and there.
I was thinking about adding mashed avocado to my sushi rice combo because then you can smash that in, freeze it,
Yeah.
and you're not working to like have to chew it, and then you got some good fats in the avocado. Need to tweak some things. I might experiment with that. Put some chia seeds in there, maybe. I don't know, something. Get that extra energy pop.
Yeah.
There's Jeremiah.
This is making me need to get back into training though. Like, I heard get this remodel done.
Yeah, life gets in the way of our training.
Stupid responsibilities.
Ridiculous.
So let me run.
Yeah, or I go through the phases of like, oh, I'm stressed out, running will fix that. And then I just keep running and running and running, waiting for, why do I still feel stressed? I thought running was supposed to fix all of this. Now I'm physically exhausted and still stressed.
Like the running doesn't like the day-to-day running. You'll have like maybe a run here and there that will do that for me, but it's like the races that kind of get me calm and back centered again. Yeah. Like just being out in the woods at like 3 a.m. by yourself or something, like that's where it's,
See,
But
for
just
me,
going out on a
races
Tuesday
stress
for,
me.
a 4 or 5 mile run, it's like, just doing this to train and,
Oh, I'm like the exact opposite. Races, I'm thinking about racing. It's the day-to-day that I'm like, oh, this is what calms my brain.
Yeah.
This is like what is needed to get me, just needing movement. Yeah.
I'll tell you, when you stop though, it's hard to get back going.
Yeah, it can be. Yep. I get that jittery feeling of like I need to move, I need to run,
Yeah.
You know, and then you have other things going on in life where you can't sometimes. And
Yeah.
I don't like that feeling.
I'm curious though, because like last time I took the time off and started back up, I was actually faster. Like, the
your
runs,
muscles are
the
you
muscles were like it's just easier, moving at a better clip, but you know,
body's rested up.
curious how it's gonna be this time.
Well, depending on the time of year, you know, you're gonna start back running in here
July.
in the heat in June,
Mississippi.
July.
Yeah. I'm actually happy about being down there now because of that. Because it's like, it is hotter than here. You know? So the heat training down there will be awesome.
Yeah, that'll be good. Man, but it's thick. Mississippi thick heat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just laughing. 2 days ago, what is this? So Friday I did a road run Friday morning before the rain started. It was supposed to be like a 6-mile easy run, and the humidity was so high that my heart rate, I kept checking my watch like, certainly this is not correct. Like, why is this feeling like I'm exerting so much energy doing this road run? But the heat, it was just so... And of course, once it started raining, the humidity went down. But it was right before, it was thundering while I was running. So it was like that ultimate humidity high. I'm like, this is... In my brain, I'm like, this has got to be doing something for me training-wise, because this is way too much work for just another regular old 6-mile road run. And I thought I was getting up early in the morning. You know, it wasn't crazy early, but I thought I was getting up early enough to like, okay, I'm beating the heat. And I was.
So I can't run
like,
before 9 a.m. unless it's a race.
Why?
I just need my mornings.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
kind of ease into your day.
Yeah.
If I need to like check in with work and do some things, and then it's just kind of like my body's kind of awake then enough to where I feel like I could go out there and do better. Yeah.
You've done your routine, your morning routine. Yeah.
Yeah. And I wake up so stiff, so it's kind of like I gotta loosen up for a while. Mm-hmm. But
Unlock those joints.
yeah. But in the summertime, like I either do it like then around like 10 in the morning, or I'll do it like 5. You know, like right after I get done for the day, and then it's just kind of depends on the time of year. Mm-hmm. So like winter's more like 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning, and then summertime I'll get out there at 5. That way you get some heat. You know,
Yeah.
because to me it's kind of pointless to run to beat the heat in the summer.
Shoot.
If
I do that
you're-
all the time.
No,
You're still getting the heat.
No,
you're
you're
never
not-
gonna fully beat the heat
yeah, but
in the summer.
when you're 10 degrees difference or more
Yeah.
sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Like today's going to be a 15-degree difference
Now, let's see what the temp is. Let's look. It's 8:30.
because it got
Good
down
morning,
to
everyone.
70, right?
It did, it did cool down. When
I
I,
mean, I had
left,
to
it
put
was
a hoodie.
75. All right, 74 degrees now. Let's see what the humidity is. This is like the breeze right now feels good.
So it's going to get up to
cool.
84, 85 today. So a 10-degree difference.
Where's the humidity?
We are surviving on coffee over here.
Yes, we are.
I don't know how many cups of coffee I've had this weekend, but more than I've had in a long time.
Well, the weather app has changed their
Thank God it's actually
format again.
good coffee
Can't-
too.
Where does it even say where the? It used to be listed right here where the. Oh, look at this. Thank you.
Button says humidity.
Push it. Hey, to be fair, you had to scroll over to see it.
So
Oh.
97%.
97% humidity at
Dang,
8 a.m.
that's not-
93.
Look, that's not bad.
You're not about to say that's not bad. Basically, it's as close as you can get to raining before raining. Or the dew point, I guess that's what that is. All right, 80.
You don't have to breathe to run.
So the
okay?
humidity will go down, not down a whole lot, but after 11 a.m. it's going to be dropping into the 70%. So yeah, these runners just have to just keep going through noon and it'll be just fine.
See, so in theory, it's better to run later.
I guess you're,
According
yeah,
to that,
this is
so-
true because yeah, in my mind I'm like, oh, let's get up and run early.
No.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm about to die Friday morning. I'm like, this is
Start running in the
ridiculous.
afternoon.
I feel like I was running in a hot shower. Probably was running in a hot shower.
You know,
Got Dylan coming in. He's looking steady with his.
if I ever get a new sauna, I'm gonna get one that I can put a treadmill in and just be able to run inside the sauna.
Oh, that would be really good training.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Yeah.
Good job, bud.
Why not?
Especially like incline training, where you're not like, you just go in there and just hike up, you know? So all 4 made it back. With a good 2 minutes to spare.
They're smiling. Kale is. He's just. Yeah. Doing great. They're gonna be here for a while.
So
Oops.
last intermission, it took about 2 or 3 loops to people to start feeling it. So I'm wondering if, you know, how their legs are holding up right now from the intermission. I mean, that loop was good. So
Yeah.
I think if
I
they
was
could
just
handle it
talking- I
back,
didn't
I think
see
they're going to be
Nicholas come
good.
in. How's he doing?
He's over there. He's good. He came in early.
He's drinking water.
I'd try running faster. That's what I would do.
He's got a team around him. Becca's talking to him right now. Probably giving
It's gotta
him
be
a
really
little.
rewarding as his parents, like being able to help him in that way and
Yeah.
see him hang in this arena.
Not just hang in the arena though, be like as
Leading
poised
in the
as he
arena.
is too.
Yeah.
Like,
That's yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
he's not showing any emotions. I mean, he's tired. His face says he's tired, which, you know, our faces probably say we're tired. You know, and we've gotten sleep and we're not running 78 miles and climbing Everest. But yeah, he's been very poised throughout this entire race. Like, every loop has almost looked the same. You know, body language and all that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jeremiah's looking really good right now.
He's looking very determined. He's like
Keep it up,
his
Nicholas.
face looks very focused.
Let's go, boys.
Nicholas just rolling. So he jumps out to an early lead, and then somewhere coming down Widows, Jeremiah's been passing him every loop. So I don't
Yeah, I
know.
wonder where that if it's their it's one climbing faster.
No, it's coming down Widows. So Nicholas will be like up Machete, coming down, and then as soon as he's coming down Widows, which is the last descent before you come back to the start, like he's
Oh, you're right because on that camera on the
Yeah.
before Machete, he has been coming in. The first
so
one to cross.
I'm wondering, you know, with the time, if he's just walking that downhill and saving a little bit of energy,
Yeah.
and then just running the flat a little bit, you know.
Look
So
at him. He's okay. He's
he runs up that hill
yeah.
every time.
Yep. Okay,
And
that
we
hill
always
that's the
walk it.
That hill grows.
Yes.
Okay. This hill that it's on the camera right now,
It's
that
not-
thing morphs as the race goes on.
Look, it's really 5 to 10 steps you're taking up it. Like, it's not crazy long or
It's-
anything, but it's one that we always walk
Yeah.
because it adds up.
I called it something in the previous years, Mount something, because I can't remember what Mount Mohill or something. Because yes,
I
you could
remember.
walk. You could look at that little blurb
Yeah.
of a. It's not even a hill. You can't even call it a hill.
No,
It is a molehill.
yeah.
But as the race continues, that little sucker grows.
But that, just that little bit of elevation on that, and just the way it is, it's like you want to walk that just to save whatever,
any bit of energy.
whatever you can.
Yep. So for the first two, for Jeremiah and
And Jeremiah's been
Nicholas to be running it.
Nicholas has been running that hill the entire time. And then you only have maybe a minute after that hill until you're climbing Myers, if you're actually running from that hill all the way in.
Yeah, you're right.
So
no, because that hill was before the creek crossing, the first creek crossing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you can
cross
walk back
the creek,
there in like
you go
a minute
up
and a
to
half.
Crossroad. Well, maybe. Well, I'm
Yeah.
thinking of my pace.
Yeah.
That'd give me a good 2 minutes
Chet's
to
prepared
Myers.
Father's Day message.
Okay, you guys, we're gonna turn it over to John Cox and Chet. They're gonna come and have a Father's Day message for all the fathers out there listening.
And
Happy Father's Day,
Or the
everyone.
people that came from fathers.
Came from fathers. Four fathers from fathers.
And again, Chet is the aid station, the chef for the weekend, who is preparing
Most
wonderful
excellent.
food.
Yeah.
Just amazing food for all these
We are
runners,
so
keeping them
grateful for
going.
him every year.
That aid station's been stocked nonstop since we started the race. So everyone give up props for Chet for being out here doing this as well. So
All right, we'll turn it
all right,
over.
we'll let y'all talk to them.
I'm planning on coming the day before and helping. So day one crewing
So I got wear my hat like Brandon, so I can be like Brandon when I grow up. You'll see. This is
I feel like I remember him mentioning
okay.
spoken to you about how they have a
Okay.
Yeah, either like kind of split it the same way or
Oh my goodness gracious.
in that first stretch by myself. Like I think that would
And we don't necessarily need to do the interview. I think I can, but I would like it to be a conversation.
Yeah. No, I'm used to it.
not on my watch, but no, I'm already planning on that.
All right. Well, it is Father's Day here on the Murder Mile, and something kind of unique to this race is we do host it every Father's Day weekend. I'm of course John. I'm here with Chet. Chet is, I don't know, aid station captain just isn't quite enough of a title for what you do here at Mid-State each year. But it is Father's Day. We want to take a minute to celebrate fatherhood and fathers. What is the connection, Chet, between Father's Day and Mid-State, other than it just being Father's Day?
Yeah. Well, I think several things come to my mind, and that's one of the reasons why I'm out here on Father's Day, is because even the venue itself, I think Becca has talked about it being 11 generations.
Yeah.
And that is 11 generations of fathers preparing a venue for their kids. And so just in the venue itself, it has been done because of the hard work of fathers. And we could even look and see in my life, although I don't have a physical venue, I know that my dad has prepared a race venue for me and has made our generation better than his generation so that we could run further and stronger. So I think the venue is a good example. Also, I don't think anybody would be here if they didn't have the drive that we had gotten from our parents. If we didn't have supportive parents, if they didn't push us into that growth zone, if they didn't let us leave that comfort zone, none of us would be out here doing tough things. And let's see here. So another thing is just the fathers and mothers crewing their kids, and then the kids crewing their fathers and mothers. And Darren's daughter, when she came across the finish line yesterday, I had to go check on Darren because I thought he had dislocated his jaw because just the pride and the smiling. And it's like, there's a proud dad. A proud dad, not because he ran the race for his daughter, not because his daughter ran won the mid-state mile, but because they accomplished something and he supported her in accomplishing something. And which kind of just leads me to, I think crewing in general provides us an example of what fatherhood should be.
Yeah.
And I think there's several elements. Unfortunately, I did not learn these until I started crewing. So to my kids, I apologize. I wish I would have incorporated some of these concepts earlier. But to my dad, thank you. You got it right. And when I tried to figure out how you got it right, and I didn't, I started looking back at your history and realized that my dad was on a pit crew at the Concord dirt tracks back in
Concord, North Carolina.
Concord, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe Ralph Earnhardt even
Yes, sir.
stole their race car one time so that he could win one of their many races that they had talked about. So I think that my dad understood the concept of being a crew person early on. And so he understood that as a crew person, running the race, it's that person's race. And just like out here, everybody has to run their own race. It's not the crew chief's race. We can't take either the wins or we can't take the losses. And so we don't ever run the exact same race under the same conditions that our kids are going to be running those races. And so I think being supportive, but understanding that it is not our race and our objectives and our goals and our strategy, but it really has to be our kids. And my son has helped me see that because he has become successful. I was concerned because he was running a different race than what I thought I had laid out. But as soon as he went for his own objectives, he's doing quite well. Totally different race, but it can't be our race or the crew's race. It's got to be that runner's race.
Yeah, and it's a lot of, I think, if you break it down into a crew aspect, there's a lot of fatherly attributes that go into crewing. And certainly there's a lot of fathers here this week supporting their sons, or sons supporting fathers. And I think that's really neat to see it come full circle and bring those attributes of fatherhood out. You know, it's a tough yet tender balance. I'm providing for your needs. I want you to keep going. I'm doing everything I can. You have to make those decisions. You have to be willing to put that effort out there on both sides of it.
Yeah, and one of the things that we talk a lot about is, and the importance of a crew is problem solving.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you hit the nail on the head there, where it's the decisions that the runners need to make. We can be supportive. Sometimes, often as dads, we don't like the problem solving. We may go back a little bit too much and try to wish away the problem, or perhaps get flustered because there's a problem there, or we may try to think that the problem is a result of something other than just conditions and that sort of stuff. Whoever thought that when they were coming to Mid-State Mile that they'd be running in a mud bath?
Oh, goodness gracious!
You know, the conditions
if you
can
looked
always.
at the weather report this year, you might have gotten there.
But it's all about problem solving, and as dads, we need to help solve the problem. I remember, as a matter of fact, you were with me when I was crewing Nathan Hicks on the Georgia Jewel. I thought I was not well equipped to be the crew chief, and luckily I had people like yourself and Becca and a whole lot of smart people around me. I got to enjoy the fact that I didn't have to make the decision. I was just responsible to make sure that we implemented a solution. And so it's all about problem solving, not taking ownership of the problem, but just helping them through it.
Yeah, doing what you can do to facilitate a solution.
Absolutely.
And understand some things are just out of your control, and but being there and being supportive, saying this is what I can do, this is what we can do now. What's the next step forward? It's just there's so many overlays between ultra running and life you see here every 20 minutes at Mid-State, and sometimes that's you face regret or wish you could have done something different 20 minutes ago or an hour ago or 10 years ago. But all we can do now is take the information we have, look at where we're at today, look at where we're at in this loop, and say this is the best path forward.
And absolutely, and you can't be a father without being present, and you can't be a crew chief without being present.
Exactly.
And one of the things that I have learned is it's not just saying how you're doing, but it is how are your feet, asking specific questions and that sort of stuff. And I went back to how I thought that I was present with my kids, and I wasn't specific. I would accept the how was your day and go, oh, no problem here, let's move on. Or homeschool was tough today. Oh, well, okay, let's avoid that question. And that sort of thing. So just being present, we can ask specific questions and know what's going on and know how to feel.
Yeah, and sometimes you get close enough where you know how they're doing, and you're looking for them to acknowledge how they're doing, because they might say they're doing great, but you know as their father that they're not, that there's something else there. As a crew person, as a runner, you say you're doing fine, but this is what I'm seeing, and this is something we should probably address.
Yeah, absolutely. So just the so many parallels, but I think one of the biggest ones is that we don't have to have all of the answers. As a matter of fact, my first crewing event was crewing Becca across Tennessee, and I didn't know the answers, but I knew that people would, and I knew that there was a community around that run, so I could call and ask questions. There were other people coming out. There were pacers who helped keep me on track. And so I think that as fathers, we think that we have, it's our
sole responsibility.
It's our sole responsibility. But what we've learned, and especially with ultra running, is that it's a team sport. And regardless of the circumstance, there are people there to support you to do the right thing.
Yeah, it's easier in a community.
Yeah.
The community with the same goals, the same purpose, same value set, moving towards the goal. And it's Father's Day special for Mid-State. I think Father's Day is a special day, but it's nice to have it here and continue that fatherly legacy of this farm. This is how we can continue to grow and provide an avenue, a resource, and keep that 11th generation family farm going into the 12th or 13th generation.
And let's make our generations better as well by striving to improve the venues for our own folks.
Exactly. You got a couple questions here. We got Aid Station Papa Bear, Ginger Noodles getting another shout out on the live stream from
All right.
And if you need a pacer for Southern States 200.
Oh, the Southern States 200, I'm not quite ready to do that. We are definitely working on marking trails as me getting the mileage in. That could be a good correlation to fatherhood and setting up the venues as well, is that I marked 38 miles of trails this year, and it took me 44 miles to do it. That's because I realized I would take a wrong turn, and then I would have to go back and undo that, and then I would figure out where I made the mistake. And then for all you Southern States 200 runners out there, yes, when you saw a big pile of flags pointing in one direction, that's just because I would mark the crap out of the mistake that I made so the people behind me wouldn't make the same mistake.
That's fatherhood, isn't it?
Yep.
All right, Chet, we got to go back to work. Thank you so much for bringing the Father's Day message. We appreciate it. Thank you for being here and your contribution to Mid-State. We couldn't do it without you.
Well, that's what we do. We're a community, and we support each other.
Thank you,
Thanks
Chet.
much.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate your opportunity for me to do that.
No, it's awesome. I love it.
Come on, Dylan.
Adequate.
Good job, Dylan. You are a rabbit. Perfect. Way to go, Kale. Right on point, buddy.
Alright, I'm at step 283. There's the pond.
This is fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I did need any of these. Some of you. No, none of them do.
I'd run faster. I would do. Especially if you're tired, that means you need more rest. So you run faster, you rest more recovery.
Dylan, you over there talking mess?
He's throwing shade.
All right, y'all. Back with Aaliyah and Brandon here. So we are finishing up loop 73. All four have made it back in, I think.
Yes.
Pretty sure.
They have.
Yeah.
Yep. Quick refuel and out again.
Oh,
Yep.
it's like the camera. That's weird. You were just on the delay. You were on there messing with the camera and came back.
Oh yeah, we have Timothy saying let's hear from Doug. That would be great to have Doug over. I was just talking with Doug Moore.
Is he still
It
here?
was a
Oh, there
second
he
ago.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, he was going through his
There he is right there.
day and evening. We'll have to ask him if he. I don't think he's. Has he talked? Has he come over and talked to us?
No. I thought he
He's
was
on a mission right now. It looks like.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought he was
I
on
would
the urgent
definitely
care.
love to hear. Oh, wait.
I think
You
he's
know,
on the
he got
urgent
a
care.
spider bite.
Yeah, he has a
Wait,
big
is he-
spider bite.
Oh, is he leaving? Okay, so when I was over there talking to him, he got bit by a spider on Friday when he was camping before the race.
Yeah.
And the spot looks
It's bad.
I was wondering if it was like a brown recluse because the way
Yeah,
it is
it's-
kind of looking
that's what I thought.
mushy and like purplish. It's not like your average spider
No,
bite, you know.
no.
It looks like it could have some like skin necropsy or something, you know. So
It's one that, yeah, you definitely want to go get checked
Yeah.
out. And then on the flip side of that, you know, he has that bite, and then he's coming out here, and all that stuff is getting in it.
muck, yeah,
And you don't know what's in that water and that muck, and, you know?
yeah, that's very true.
And so,
And then he had some sort of rash that was sort of spreading. I don't know if it's hives or what, but
could have
Yeah.
been like poison ivy or something.
he may be
too,
on his
you
way to
know?
urgent care. If
Yeah.
he comes back and he wants to,
We'll see if
tell
we can get
all
him if he
this,
comes back, yeah.
yeah.
We'll let him tell all about it. Old Timber Hayes joining us. Happy Father's Day. Yeah, it's going to be a tough call on these last four. Everyone's looking strong. I think everybody has kind of like their game face on, but they're still having fun out there. So no signs of weakness yet between any of them.
No.
So I think we might be buckling in for a good day.
It's hard to say. In previous years, I've had like some favorites that I'm sort of rooting for.
Yeah.
This year, it feels like I'm gonna have a hard time trying to, figure out who I'd love to win. They're all looking like.
Larry says rub some dirt in it, Doug. Look, Doug
Hey,
came
he's
in.
been rubbing some dirt in it.
He's got the dirt in it.
Plenty of dirt.
He
Isn't it
just
the way?
laid down in the corral when he dropped. He did a mud angel.
That's what he was telling me. He's like, "Did you hear about the mud angel?" I was like,
Like he just
"No,
came
tell
and
me
just
about the mud
laid
angel."
right in that little pit. Like you could have laid on that hill and got just as much out of it, but yeah, I wouldn't have done that.
Full mud. Hey, at the end of the race, though, he doesn't care. He's
No.
like, I'm ready to.
And the funny thing is,
done.
like me and Tony were sitting here talking, and it was like he looks the cleanest out of everybody. Like his shirt was clean, his legs were clean, and then he just we're like, well, not anymore.
I thought so. Dylan fell last night.
Everybody
what time
fell.
Was that? Around,
Everybody
okay.
fell.
He
Yeah.
came in completely covered, his
Yeah.
back covered in mud, but both arms were slimed in a way that I was like, did he just give up and start rolling around? And one of the other runners was like, no, he just spun. The way he spun, he couldn't catch himself, and then just absolutely slimed himself, both
Yeah.
sides. Completely.
I think every loop people were coming in and be like, so and so just fell.
Just fell.
There was one time they're like, this person fell, and I turned around and looked at him, and then I fell just trying to look at him.
Are you okay?
So there was a lot of that going on.
God.
But I mean, it's just so slick out there. Like when it gets to a point, even if you have poles or whatever, you still slide. Like I've fallen out there with poles before, and I've caught myself a lot with them. So
The amount of energy it takes.
yeah, the slipping and sliding.
Micro muscle. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. A lot of people don't realize what it entails when
Stabilize
you're
your body.
stabilizing. Like you're working muscles that you normally don't work, and you're just slipping and sliding
And that
everywhere.
fatigue rate
Big time.
just slams.
Yeah. I mean, I've had it take me out of races before. Like Blacktail this past year, half the field dropped due to back issues
Oh, sure.
because it was all
that
slipping and
yes.
slipping
The
and sliding.
core-
Your hips in the
and
back were just
the weight
trashed.
of the water on your feet, the
Yeah.
weight of the mud if it's sticking on your shoes,
Yeah.
all of those things just adding little bits of weight to you. It's all a big build. So to see these four out here, looking as they are on the course that they're running, none of this is no small feat.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Dylan's definitely been putting in the work this year. Like, you can definitely tell that, he's taking his training up a notch.
From
He's
last year to this year,
gotten more serious about
that's
it.
a different man running.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what it takes, though. You need to learn from your mistakes out here, right? I love this race because it brings out every weakness, or this course, essentially. Because no matter what race you do, it will bring out your
it's
weaknesses.
Gonna pull out. It's
yeah.
gonna pull out what you have been neglecting,
Yep.
emotionally or physically,
Yep.
or both. And you're right, Candace. She says when the group gets this small, you're just so proud and blown away that you don't care who wins.
Exactly. You just want them out there as long as they
We're out
can.
here,
Yeah.
trumpeting each runner like, oh, you want so much for each of these runners because you've seen since 24 hours ago, since 8 o'clock yesterday, them putting in the work, and you know how hard they're working for this.
Well, some of it you've seen it for years.
Oh,
Like,
right,
That's
exactly.
the thing too. Like with
Good
Dylan,
point.
for example, like this is what his third or fourth year. I don't know.
Third, I think it's
Yeah.
his third year.
So you've seen the progression, and you've seen how much it actually takes to come out here and do well. We've seen it with Eric and Aaron, where it's just
Yes.
year after year, you're coming out and you have to learn another lesson before you could actually take that next step
Right.
and actually do something. So,
Yep.
they're all putting in the work. They all have learned from their previous experiences. Everyone here's not a rookie, So they've done it before.
Yep. And it's not all linear these years.
Yeah,
Some come
yeah.
out here, do great, and then have a crap, a year that like takes them back.
And what's another crazy that we haven't mentioned at all, I think, on this live stream is the sophomore slump.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah.
usually you'll have someone come in and do well their first year or do decent, and then that second year, they just fall back.
Yes.
Something goes off.
Yes.
And it's happened to a lot of great runners, but there's some second-year runners in here that didn't have that.
Yeah. Murder
And so,
Mile
yeah.
hands some things to them.
Yep.
They see some things out there. And then it takes that third or fourth year sometimes to come back and,
Yep.
and rally in a way, or to put put the puzzle pieces together. Dial in their race just so.
Yeah, they know all know what it takes to get to this point.
Yeah.
Or close to it. Because I know, like, some of them, like, tapped out at, like, in the 60-mile-ish range before. But same thing, right? I mean, even though they're at 80, I mean, getting to 60 is not that much more different than 80. You're talking about, a handful of people, maybe like 15 last night around the 60, maybe even less than that. So it's still, like, if you can get to those top, I mean, what you did to get to 60 will get you to 80, will get you to 100. You just got to keep doing
Turn
what
out
you've
that
been
brain and
doing. Yep,
move.
yep.
Yeah.
So they all know what they need to do at this point. So now it's just executing. So Kel also has the ability to grind. I mean, all of them have the ability to grind. That's proven at this point. Like going through the different weather, the heat, all the stomach issues, the falls. Like I said, everybody's taken a fall. I don't think anybody is not. So, I mean, all that adds up. So, yeah, they can all grind it out. So it's just more of whose body and mind is going to hold up, the longest out here.
Who's in sync?
Yep.
Yeah.
Who's got all the
Brain
puzzle
and
pieces
body.
put
Yeah.
together,
Yeah.
But if they come out and do better than, their previous years, that's already a win. So now it's just see how much more we can get out of them. So we got just a few more loops till they hit Everest elevation.
What's that, Everest? 29?
29029.
Yep. 29029.
That's trash.
I was like 29 something. My math is always the number and then something.
Hey, can you throw this away too? There's a little bit left. Thank you. No, it's coffee. It just has all the grinds and stuff in it. I stole a Coke, by the way.
Jason says, especially impressive for a 17-year-old to have the mental capacity
Yeah.
to do what Nick is doing.
Yeah, we were
Nicholas
talking
is
about,
doing.
yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I was talking about this with Tug earlier when we were talking together. Here you have people of a variety of years who have come into the sport at a variety of times in their lives, but to have a 17-year-old who is in here honing his game, perfecting his race at 17. Doing the hard work at his age is especially impressive. It's a special thing to observe. And man, he's doing it now. I'm so excited to see as his running career progresses, as he moves through in his 20s and 30s and what he chooses to do. These moments right now are setting quite an amazing foundation for him.
I'll tell you this: at 17 years old, I was not even thinking about doing this. Now, I was like,
I want to know what I was doing at 17.
That's what I'm saying. I was playing sports, so I was like in good shape and running a lot because of like soccer and stuff like that. But
soccer too. Yep.
yeah, I was not.
It was not in
No.
this realm of
I was nowhere near this mature. The mental strength, the poise that he's been carrying the whole way through, like no. Like, it's so impressive how it is, And I don't hardly know any 17-year-olds that, would have been doing stuff like that. Or
they
8.
have this on their radar.
There's been a bunch of teens and, all the way down to an 8-year-old that has done this, and like that's no, I would have been at home playing video games or GI Joes or something that
Yeah.
not coming out and trying to run ultras.
Yeah,
and-
you have an 8-year-old yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
Emerson Jansen, who ran 15 laps over a half marathon. A half marathon is a long enough. That's a long distance.
But with the elevation,
And then
I mean that's more like 20-something
People,
miles.
if you haven't been on this course, there is no understanding when we say an 8-year-old girl ran 15 laps out here. There's no way to say how hard this is unless you are on this. One lap out there, to me, is hard.
Yeah.
It's all variations of hard. Every time I come back out here and I go do a lap, I'm like, oh my god, are you kidding? You know, my
I'm so
body
out of
is like,
shape.
oh.
Like,
Of course, once I get
Yeah,
running,
yeah.
my body's like, oh, okay, I remember you. But, yes, I mean, it's amazing you have these kids out here doing some amazing things.
yeah, Mark, his dad actually ran with him, and his dad tapped out already. So, the son beat the dad on Father's Day. I don't know how good that is.
When?
Uh,
Did Nicholas's dad run again this year?
yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I love that.
I'm
I know for
pretty-
sure
hold
last
on.
year they ran together, but
Hey,
I don't
let
know.
me double
He might have just
check.
been crewing this year.
I
Unless
thought
was
he
just
went
saying.
out early, but
They ran together again?
yeah, right there.
Cool.
He went out on 16th.
Nice.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah, they didn't run together. Son was beating on Daddy this weekend.
Another really fun father-son combo was Levi and Bentley.
Yeah.
His son Bentley.
Bentley had a good head on his shoulders.
Man,
and
he
yeah,
was Bentley's 13.
13 years old,
And yeah, what was his mileage? He
it
ended
was up there in the 30s, 32 or 33.
So
I
he
think.
got 30 loops. So he
30
got
loops,
an
yeah.
ultra.
Yeah. I mean, David Compton
really
went out
great.
right after. Like,
Yes.
if that,
Yes.
David Compton's a
Well,
crazy good
yes,
runner.
Excellent.
Nathan Hicks before you. I mean, you're in there with some like crazy names,
Uh-huh.
and you start thinking about it. Matt Williams, not too much further out. So, yeah, it's definitely another level of maturity with all this. So,
Kendall says, I ran with Emerson yesterday. She was so composed and so strong. She beat me on most laps. She carried herself so well with her and her father. They were such a good duo.
Yeah,
They were
she looked strong until she tapped down. She looked strong then too.
Yeah.
Like it just, yeah.
She's like, oh, and yeah.
And Kendall, you had
I've
a
reached my
great
goals on
race as well. So congrats on your loops out here.
this. Yes.
21 loops, which is awesome out here. Awesome. So good job, Kendall. She had some trouble with her little foot, but her dad would tape it. That's awesome. That is
And
awesome.
they're having to be swift then too. If they're coming in, I don't know what time they had left to be able to come in, take your
Yeah.
foot up, get back out, do it. And for her to stay calm and not be frazzled if she was having some, if her foot was hurting.
And just what a cool moment to share, with your dad and with your daughter, just doing something like
Yeah,
that.
let's
So,
come do this thing together.
yeah.
And I think
And she's ran to like the
Darren,
5K every.
He
yeah.
stopped when she stopped, right?
Yeah.
He was like out with her, which
Yeah.
is so cool because Darren came in. He was the
yeah.
assist last year.
Yeah.
So, it was so cool to say this year is your race.
Yep.
And I'm running with you. What
And
you
15,
run, I run.
that's a great race. And Nicholas is just coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Still looking good. Still going straight to the bathroom.
We got Keith Overbay who has arrived. Where has he been? Is he even running anymore, guys?
He's starting to pick up. So Nicholas is definitely hydrated. He is definitely going into the Porta Johns
Hitting the
every
potties?
loop
Hitting the potties?
for a
He's not having
good.
gut issues.
No, he's
Stomach stuff.
number one. You can see him standing out the urinal when he goes in,
Oh.
and so he's already out.
Oh, well, look at my clothes. Okay.
I mean, the door is wide. We're at an angle.
Yeah.
So he's proper.
It's proper. He has his back to us.
All right, Jeremiah.
Jeremiah, same thing. He'll usually go in, but he's not this time. I mean, it's good to see, though, that they're actually hydrated and it's moving through, though. Yeah, I did too. Like, yeah. I don't know why you come in here. No.
Oof.
Just go off into... I used to, like, around Widows, somewhere around there. I just,
Must be nice.
I mean, you could drop a squat.
Could. You could.
You could.
Could.
There's
Yeah.
enough tree cover out there.
I don't want to. You're right. If I have to go off trail enough to be able to like get behind a tree and squat, that's taking too much time. I can't just like turn again.
Oh, there's a good tree at the bottom of Widows right there at that
Well,
corner. You can
that's
just
wide open to the field, isn't it?
No one's paying attention to you. They can't see none that far.
They be like, look at that girl squatting over there peeing. And I'll be like, walk away. Come, Dylan. Steady, steady. He's got a different hat on again. This is a different hat from the last
That's awesome,
hour.
Mark. 7-year-old yesterday ran a 5K while the brothers run a mid-state mile. So that is awesome. 38 miles yesterday. That is awesome. That's a great race. I mean, 38 miles is tough out here. Do we have all 4 in now? Kale.
Kale. We're waiting on Kale still.
We got plenty of time, though. 2 minutes remaining.
If you're just waking up on this beautiful Sunday morning, 9:20, we've got Kale Jackson, Dylan Ledbetter, Jeremiah Cohen, and Nicholas Leo. Final 4
I should be okay.
mid-state this year.
It's been about them 4 for about
Just use the other lane.
hour and a half now.
Yes.
Somewhere around there.
Shortly after 6 o'clock,
So,
6:30ish, we had Matthew drop.
There's a ditch there, though.
Yeah, so it might be a little bit. Yeah, maybe like 2 hours or so, 2 to 3. So they did have a break about an hour ago. So they're now just still basically getting warmed up again. You know, getting their legs back under them from that break and stuff like that. So
Looks
Usually
like
after
Jeremiah's
some-
eating well over there.
yeah,
Shooting
usually
something.
after intermission you see some people starting to struggle, but yeah, he's got about a minute.
Got the worried look on her face.
Let's go, go!
Has the worried
Look on her face. So we've got Kale. I don't
He's
know
coming.
We're on the
Kale's
last
having to push it in.
minute. We're probably down to 40 seconds.
He's got it. He's got it.
Okay.
He's got plenty of time. He just won't have a lot of time to rest, but that's not the end of the world. You know, we've watched countless runners come in with seconds to spare and
Yep.
go for hours.
And bounce back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Evan
Yep.
Farrell's, who I always think of for
You're right.
8 hours.
hours.
Yeah.
He was on
6
the
to 8
clock.
hours just doing that. Non-stop.
He's in.
Dig deep, buddy.
Yep.
Dig deep.
where it needs to be, Bob.
You
He's
got this,
looking
man.
Very focused.
1 lap can change it.
10 seconds.
So he does not have any time. He just walked past where I can see, but
But he had time to get a drink if someone's up there.
someone would
yeah.
hand him. Yeah, he didn't have time to sit down.
And this is what this race is about. Like, when you get to this point, like, this is where you really do have to dig deep. You have to find that strength mentally. Like, physically, you already know you have it to push another mile.
Yeah.
It's-
So yeah,
yeah.
as you can see on the cameras, he was handed his looked like some fuel, and then there he went. He stood to the line and started.
See, he's running good.
Yeah,
Like, he's not
moving.
limping.
No,
They're
he's
just,
moving.
yeah. I mean, he's tired. All right, he's hurting. But he might have just had one bad lap. And if he can come in and, you know, get that fuel, feel a little bit better. I mean, he could come in at 17 minutes this one, and it just changes everything.
Sometimes too, interestingly, like I'll be low on sodium and take some salt pills, and within 20 minutes,
Yeah.
my body, you can just feel that rejuvenation. Oh, okay, my body's awake again.
What's going on?
So we
That's
were
a year.
admiring these when
That's
this-
yours now.
Yeah,
Why?
you'll be
That's
having
going to
this
your
at your
house.
house.
Why?
This was a gift from someone
To
to Becca.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've already kind of commented on it. I
Oh,
wish we had.
that's it.
I have a picture of this. Hang
It's a
on.
little turkey.
Yeah, you have
Well,
the
you've
pot,
got-
salt and pepper shakers.
Oh,
They're
this
all
is a salt and pepper combo.
Yes.
That's what this is.
I'm gonna
That's
get a picture of this.
fantastic. And then this is like
For
our
everyone that
and
wants to
this is
see,
Thanksgiving.
we got a turkey and a little frying pan that go together.
That's
And then we have
just darling.
a squirrel and a big nut. Which,
We call that an acorn.
That's an acorn.
yeah,
Unless
well,
you just
an
want to say
acorn.
big nut.
yeah, I don't want to say big nut
Big
because that's
nut
what it
brand.
is.
It's a big nut. Yeah.
But that's kind of weird. Like, to dump
Well,
the.
I don't think you would go.
This.
Yeah,
You're doing
I mean,
this.
or
You're
you
not
would-
gonna like come over the.
You don't want to
top
go over
here.
the head.
Yeah, you're
that
gonna-
you could go tail first.
Tail
Yeah,
first,
you're gonna
yeah.
do tail first, and you're gonna really do it by the side.
And this one you're just
And
kind
that's
Take
of.
it to the
pepper.
side. Yeah.
How do you know that's pepper?
Because it's
Because
larger
it's got 3
holes.
Oh yeah.
Oh right, yes, the 3 holes versus the 2 holes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna get a picture.
Little salt and pepper shaker 101.
Yeah.
We're providing real value now.
Yeah.
For those that
How
don't
to
know.
3 holes is for the pepper.
The
2
more you
holes
know.
is for the salt.
Ooh. You're getting into it now.
Flies are getting crazy.
I'm gonna sit on this shirt.
A lot of flies.
You guys are doing.
Adequate.
It's adequate.
You are doing adequate. Thank you, John.
What can we do to make it a little bit
Yeah,
worse?
what can we do to spice this thing
No, what
up?
can we make it a little bit worse?
Yeah.
I don't know who is this.
You're like, who's massaging me?
He's like, I don't
Oh,
care.
it's Aaron. Yeah.
Feels good.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm not a tense person.
Like if mine would be like rocks right
That's
now.
fine. Yeah.
You know, if you want to switch seats, like I wouldn't argue.
You get a little massage train going.
I love how you start that. You start the massage, you're like, okay, let's switch. 20 seconds
My turn.
in.
That's how it works at home.
Who's making the choo-choo?
I'm guessing you and I have a much different relationship than you.
You and him can have that same relationship, though.
Yeah.
Hit no word.
We can keep it. Keep it at the shoulder level.
Yes, we're laughing. Beardy, yes, you noticed Dylan changed his hat again. His crew, I'd like to know how many hats they've got in a bin
I've
somewhere.
been told he only has 3 hats.
Okay, well, I've seen 2 of the 3 in the past hour, so he's
Yeah.
got to have more than that. And they looked fresh and clean.
Maybe he's got a quick laundry service over there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got a whole thing over there.
Little hand wash tub.
Maybe, because it looked like it was just gotten pulled out of a bin.
Yellow does not stay clean.
We were
No.
admiring how dry it stayed under the arena, so the drainage is excellent. There's not a lot of there was an opportunity for a lot of water to be running and standing. Obviously,
It was a good
too, in
test
the
for it
arena.
this
so
weekend.
this is
It stayed right here.
it did right in
Yeah.
the middle, right where the runners are slopping through. But the arena is
Like
great.
everyone's stuff is dry,
Yeah.
which is
Which is
not what
great.
happens
Yeah,
any other year.
yeah.
No.
Get some French drains in there, and you'll be good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Write me a check for $200,000.
Well, you could do it way cheaper.
I'm gonna put French drains over there. I'm gonna do a lot more up here than just French drains.
The lights were great last night. They go down into the ground and then pop up a distance away. Yeah.
It's a perforated pipe that absorbs water and then channels it away. What's it seep in? For those that don't know,
For those that don't know, we're explaining French drainage. French drains.
What else you want to know? We got salt, pepper shakers.
Yeah, exactly. We
French
learned
drains.
that the pepper shakers have 3 holes. The salt shakers have 2 holes.
Yeah, if anybody has any questions or anything, feel free to ask.
salt and pepper shakers,
Yeah.
drainage.
Yeah, drainage, plumbing. I've been learning a lot about plumbing lately. If you have any plumbing questions, yeah.
Any questions?
Just
really?
any questions, we got you.
Yeah.
We got you. We know a lot around here.
If we don't,
And if
we'll
we
make it up.
exactly.
Hey, I've got some answers, but they might not be correct. I can give you a lot of information.
We'll answer any
Now,
question
don't
you ask.
fact check me.
I'm pretty good at BSing, so we could figure this out pretty easy. We could make up something.
That's right. Man, the amount of coffee that I've had in
I know.
24 hours. It's getting dangerous levels.
Yeah.
Oof.
I've had a lot of water, as much as I thought
You
I
have
would
not
be.
had a lot of water?
Not as much as I thought I'd be drinking.
Yeah. I have been good.
I've needed a
bringing
lot
my-
of caffeine though.
Bringing my my dingy smart water bottle. This is disgusting.
Is
All
that
of my
from
mudding and my
2020?
caving. Well, I
Like,
take it
just use the same
underground
one?
and then it because they're indestructible, and I don't want to have to go buy a new water bottle.
Indestructible.
They are. You know how many caves I brought this into?
I can-
Like at least
I can
4.
Do you know how much plastic you've probably drank from all that just seeping in?
That's the least of my issues. All of
For
my
now.
bottles are plastic. Got Nalgene bottles. You think I'm bringing glass underground?
No.
If you cared about the environment, you would.
But when you're using the same bottle, all that's just, deteriorating and just leaking into it over time.
The same bottle you pee in, is it?
Probably.
Yeah, dual purpose.
Yeah.
Drink it, then pee in it. And then,
I don't know how you do that cave stuff.
all right, this hole would not. Yeah, the mechanics of that would be tricky. Yeah, it's kind of
They got little funnels.
It's very gross. Yeah,
I've seen them.
I've got some funnels. That would be a little bit small. That would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it
Practice.
looks really. The bottle does
Just
look
gotta
very
get-
gross.
I would definitely go buy another one. They're $1.50.
I
Or
don't want to have to.
$2.
Yeah, but I.
And it comes with water.
It's strange
Yeah.
the things that I like to reuse. The things that I
Look at-
like to
look at
reuse
this,
are
though.
unusual.
It's like
I
dirt.
know
It's
it's
caked
gross.
on.
I know, but that's
Like your water looks brown.
my water's not brown. The outside of it's brown. The water is fine.
Do you need the $2 to get a
Like
new
I said,
bottle?
it's a little weird the
We
things
need
I like to reuse.
Anybody that wants to donate,
to my
so Aaliyah can
so I
actually
can go
drink
buy some water, the new water bottle.
yeah, good water. Could you get some information on the Trail Club? You joined and got an email, but just want to find out more info. So, do you want to take that because you do a lot more with
Yeah,
that?
so
since-
you can go on. Is it
Well,
MF
so they already
and Trail
joined, yeah.
Club? Right. Okay, so you joined and got the email. Okay, so Becca sends out announcements. On certain weekends, she does trail runs out here at Murder Mile. Now, there's some times that you can come in and volunteer to do like trail maintenance and then run, or just
Yeah.
come out and run, whatever you feel like, whatever's going on that weekend. So once you have signed up and you get that email, there should be a calendar of events that you can go on and just basically RSVP to any of the weekends. Sometimes it's Saturday and Sunday. Sometimes it's just it's
and
random
sometimes
for-
it's last minute too. If
Yep,
like
like-
she knows she's gonna be out here doing some work, she'll open up the Trail Club, and anyone that wants to come out and get some training in, get some miles, they can do that while
come
she's out
and-
here.
Yep. Do a
Uh,
couple
yeah.
couple laps, do 10 laps, do what, sometimes she's out here for most of the day, so
Mm-hmm.
it's just like whatever your goals are.
And the closer it gets to a race out here, the more opportunities around then, because they're out here prepping, so it's like almost every weekend.
Yeah.
You could come out here and get something.
And it's fun to meet. There are people who are training to run Mid-State or training to run Tennessee Mile, and you can meet them and get to know them, which is, just adds to that sense of community when you do come out and do your
Trail
miles.
Club days are fun.
Really
like,
fun.
They're really fun.
Yeah.
You come out here and you just get with a group, or you could run by yourself if you, whatever you're trying to do. But, it's just a good time to come out here all day and get some good miles in, get good conversation in, and just have fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Come out. That's
Trail
awesome
Club is,
you signed
yeah.
up. I'll look forward to seeing you out here some weekend, Saturday or Sunday. There's been a lot of fun people I've met out here doing some miles. Man, and what great training!
Yeah.
Like, if you're local, and you need a course, obviously with elevation, this
Well,
is the
there's no
Trail
public out
Club
here.
to-
You don't have to deal with off-leash dogs and bikers and just a ton of people. You don't, I was about to say you don't have to drive too far, but even it's still a little bit of the way for us. But yeah, it's one of those, you just come out here and you're on private property. So it's very calm. You can just focus on what you need to focus on, and
running with friends,
And then,
doing
yeah.
some trail work
Yep.
with friends.
and then you get one of the toughest courses to knock out miles, and you're gonna get a little bit better out here.
And
you know?
here's what's fun too, you get this sense of, it's not a sense of ownership, but it's a sense of, say you come out and you rake this section of Mid-State
Yeah,
Mile.
yeah.
Then you come out later and you run it. It's so fun to be like, okay, this spot, guys, I smoothed this section for y'all. It's so fun to be like, hey, this is my patch of trail, and you're not gonna have any bit of rocks on this section. So it's fun to come out and right.
Writes it out.
And then you're psychologically ruined when a storm comes a week after you've done all the hard
even
work
like Big
and wrecks
Al's,
your area.
right? We all were cutting the trails for Big
Yes,
Al's and
building
working on
the
that.
trails.
And yeah.
And then
Naming
and then you get your
sections.
200 on it.
Yeah.
Like this, that's cool.
Yeah.
It feels really cool to be able to have that. There's no other trail that I personally have had that investment of help build the trail, come out, run the trail, see friends, do conquer their first 200 miles on the trail. It feels very relationshipy.
It really does. You know, it turns into a second home out here, like for sure, for everybody that, puts in the work.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, fun fact, in Europe, they often use one hole for salt, as they know it's not healthy. Ah.
Okay. Well,
The more you know.
hold on, Mark. It's not that sodium is not healthy. We could fall down the rabbit hole of the benefits of sodium.
You tell
and
your
salt.
doctor that you put 20,000 milligrams
Well,
of sodium
right,
over a
you're right.
weekend.
Okay,
He's going to
yes,
be like,
yes.
you're dead. You're
Oh
dying
my gosh!
tomorrow.
Well, the person I was crewing, he was a heavy sweater, and he was saying he was using 1,000 milligrams of salt per
I was
hour.
doing 2,000
And I had to
last year.
double check. I was like, okay,
And
are we sure
when I
this
started
is what we're
cramping,
doing?
I got down, no, not last year, 2 years ago. And I started doing 3,000. Because it was like almost triple digits, and I was cramping, and I was like,
Yeah.
just pounding
yeah.
it.
It goes to
So,
show what you
yeah.
need in this heat, and then.
I mean, I start my
it's-
day with 1,000 milligrams every day. I do the Redmond's Relight,
Okay.
and it's, the drink's amazing. Cause it's,
Redmond's Relay.
yeah, because so they have salt that you buy. It's the best salt. It's the only salt that's mined in America. It's in Utah, and it's supposed to be like the only natural salt out there. And so when we do like steaks and burgers, like we don't put any other seasonings on it but that salt, and it's just perfection every time. So they take that salt and put it in their salt pills.
Okay.
So they have a couple of different salt pills. They have like your regular. They have a plus one that has like coconut powder and has your iodine, magnesium, all that. They have a recovery one with turmeric and stuff in it,
Oh, I
and
love
some
turmeric.
BCAAs and
Yep.
stuff like that. So that's what I was using all during the 200
I need
instead
to
of
write
normal.
down. You were telling me another spice last night.
Yeah.
get
Oh yeah,
some
the
of
garlic butter.
Yes.
And then they also take that salt and put it in a powdered drink mix. And so with like Element and stuff, you know how it's like the salty levels, like maybe like a 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. This is like a 4 out of 10 on the taste.
Okay.
So you get just a little bit of salt and a lot of flavor, but you're getting 1,000 milligrams for that. And so you get a lot of, and it has
That
other
is helpful because
stuff.
Element, you're
Yeah.
ingesting the salt. It's like
Yeah.
it is.
But this
it's
has more salt
yeah, but so
and more stuff in it.
So
but it's
for all the
l-
chemists out there, how
Yeah.
are they doing that? You're not
Yeah.
tasting the salt, but you have.
or
is
it's
it
like
too
right
sweet?
level. No,
Okay.
like to me,
Just,
like
they have it dialed in just enough.
it's almost more like on the liquid IV side of it. Like if you had
That
that,
is yes, that's mild.
Right,
That does
so-
not taste salty at all.
but with Element,
Levels. Salt. Yep.
and so it's and you're getting really good salt in there. So like I love it.
Mark
Love
says,
it.
read the rest of my note. They are not ultra cool runners. This is
Ah.
true. He says, my guess, they don't run ultras as much too.
Nicholas coming
Yes.
in.
Yes,
Great.
salt for your everyday
Yeah.
man, and salt for your runners, long distance runners. Two different.
And if you're
Two
not
different things.
waking up and doing electrolytes first thing in the morning, try it. Like before you get your
It
coffee,
makes sense to get some
you-
pop of electrolytes.
dude,
Start your
it's
day.
you get the energy boost,
Especially
the clarity
if you are
that you get out of it
in a training cycle,
Even if you're
where
not.
you are
every day.
even without even at high.
Because you got to think overnight you're dehydrating yourself,
This is true.
right?
Because I'm not drinking
So-
water I should be in the night.
Yeah. So in the morning when you're dehydrated and all that, like you're hitting it, and like I try to do 24 to 30 ounces. So you're getting a good chunk of water, and you're getting your electrolytes for the day, and you just boom, you're off to the races.
Did Nicholas came in? Okay,
Yeah,
I
he's
see
sitting down.
Jeremiah too. Okay,
Jeremiah.
I was thinking he came in way earlier, but okay, they're both on. Right, it looks like Nicholas is getting his legs pretty heavily massaged.
Chafe.
This
No,
is
it's salty
the-
britches.
Oh, is it salty britches? Okay.
Salty brit-
Okay, good. Because I was like, this was the second lap that they were messing with his legs.
No,
Okay, they were
yeah.
just chafing. I didn't know if he was having cramping.
It might not even be chafing. It might
Or
just be
yeah,
getting off a
maintenance,
little bit.
maintenance. Yeah.
There's times where you just need to throw a little bit on and feel a little bit better.
And Jeremiah is eating. Look look at him now. He's
Eating a
eating
biscuit?
like a full McDonald's biscuit, or
Sausage
something.
biscuit or something.
And the last time he came through, he was chowing down on something. That's
That's
great.
honestly-
that's a full. That's
To me, that's a better sign than the other
doing well.
racers right now.
yeah.
When you could actually take in some real food like that, you're not eating, peanut butter and bananas and all this other stuff that you've been eating for the past, 25 hours.
He's eating a very meaty biscuit.
Yeah.
Ooh, Eric's over there eating, but it makes me hungry. I want some food.
There's some Bojangles right there. Aaron, is there any more biscuits in there?
Oh my goodness, I have never
Just
tried.
potatoes?
Oh, it's all good. No, it's okay.
Just for
Thank
now.
you though. I love biscuits.
Bojangles has some
had
good
them-
biscuits
You know,
too.
I had a friend who was talking about Bojangles biscuits, and I was like, I don't know how I've never tried a Bojangles biscuit. And I was pacing back at Cruel Jewel, and they had Bojangles biscuits at one of the aid stations.
Wow.
So I got a half a biscuit and ran with it. It was really good.
Yeah.
I was kind of like mile 20 something.
Yeah.
So I wasn't able to taste it much, but
Dylan coming in. Good 17.5-minute pace there. So
Good work, Dylan. All right.
You like that one?
hey, did you do another cartwheel?
No, I did a golf swing.
Golf swing.
The cameras must not have been on you at that. So we have Dylan over here messing around. Yeah, you got to do a whole redo.
don't hurt yourself.
Do not.
I will punch you if you hurt yourself.
That was a joke.
I'll be so mad.
Apparently he's out there golf swinging at the
I
cameras.
was doing a handstand earlier.
Yes.
80 miles into
Which
a
we
race.
love, but we're
Yeah.
like, settle yourself. Settle yourself.
Have fun out there, but be smart about it.
That's right.
Yeah. Especially, if we were at the beginning of the race, whatever. You're going to last. Nice face right there.
Just having to turn the camera a little bit towards the start.
What's that?
Towards the start line so we can see someone's.
All right, looks like Kel is still out on the course.
Were you surprised to hear it, or did you have a
Is that him? No.
No.
No. I saw a white shirt. I was like, hold on. Yeah, it looks like Kel is still at the top of the hill from Machete.
Come on, Kale.
So
He came in.
less than a minute
Yeah,
now. It's
yeah,
not.
it's not-
You
well,
have
he's
to
not
be
up.
on the grass down Widows
Right.
to make it in now.
They
So
say he's not up. He's
not even up
Machete.
Widows. Yeah, he's not even on Widows yet. Let's go, Jeremiah. Let's go, Nicholas. Keep your head in it.
Okay.
Go on your race, fellas.
So we are now down to the final three. We are down to the final three. We are going to be left with Dylan Ledbetter, Jeremiah Cohen, and Nicholas Leo. All three great runners who look really strong right now. And you put, make me choose who's going to come out of that, I wouldn't have no clue. Because they all look really, really good right now.
You're right.
There's no weaknesses that are showing on any of them.
I thought that with Kale too.
And
I'd
same
be
with
curious
Kale.
to see.
Well, Kale
what
came in
he's
on the
feeling.
last one
Well,
late,
but before
right?
that, he wasn't showing any.
No.
We're able to see right here as
Yeah.
they come through the finish line.
But
at the finish line.
more than anyway, that one loop out here can take you out. Like, it's really, you just get to a point, it could just, something happens out there where it's like, it's just done. And it could have been like he just needs to take a breather climbing up Myers for a second. And that 30 seconds or a minute that he needed to stop and catch his breath could you know, really hinder
Be
the
that
whole
kind,
race. Yeah.
Or one leg cramp.
Yeah.
Like won't loosen
Yeah.
up.
IT-band issue where you can't climb as fast or descend as fast. There's so many little issues like that that can just jeopardize your race out there.
Yeah, Ferris, we're discussing what we think happened with Kale. Before his last lap, no one had any indication, maybe outside of his crew, that he was he was looking strong, steady, focused. So at this point, we don't know. But
he did come in with about 15, 20 seconds to spare
on the last
and
lap.
had to walk straight through the crowd.
Got no break.
No break, but his crew did handle a little bit of fuel, and then he immediately had to keep going out there.
And he was running when he was leaving, so he
and
was
looked good. Like he wasn't looking like he was like limping,
He's not
hobbling,
physically doing anything.
Yeah, so who knows? And it's starting to drizzle again, so just a little bit of rain. Nothing crazy.
I'm gonna hit the porta potty for it's really, really raining. I'll be right back.
Yeah, definitely strong work with Kel. Like you hate to see him get like all the way out here, and then something just take him out. So hopefully we can get some more information soon of what it is. But from a lot of people overnight, it's been a lot of falls and stuff like that have taken them out. And so if you fall on course and have again that 30 seconds to a minute where you're getting up, trying to like dust yourself off and keep going again, right? Like that could really impact. So here he comes.
Yeah, have a seat.
Always gets so quiet when
You can see it on his face.
Yeah.
What an amazing race. Yes, Ferris. We will grab Kale as soon as he gets settled and see if he can come over. And
Let him rest up for a minute, get some food in him because
day and night and day.
I think they've been going for 25 hours, a little over 25 hours, with only 2 little breaks, and you're not really getting the rest and all that. So let him get some food in, kind of decompress.
You can see he's feeling some things.
He's got some emotions going through too, so they need a little bit of time though. You can see he was really trying to give it his all.
Oh,
really.
Yeah.
I bet you it was just something little, and that's the worst too.
Yeah,
Like when you know your body,
feel
your mind's still good.
physically
Yep.
is still dialed in.
Yep.
Or it's it's a lot.
Yeah.
Sitting there, probably processing a lot of things.
Oh yeah. We've been in those shoes. We know exactly the emotions and.
Yes.
I mean, not this particular scenario, Mid-State Mile being this late into it, but, every runner out here has had a race where they have felt exactly.
We haven't been 25 and a half hours in, no, but we have been in our race, in our field, and has brought out some huge feelings.
Yeah, you always feel like you can go more. Like that's the thing about it, and it's like
this universal thing. We all, every runner here who, I don't know that are people ever 100% happy with their experience, their run out here.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's always this thing of I could have done if I had tweaked this or if this had changed. It feels like, that's what's so interesting about this course.
Yeah. I can see, you just need to sit there and process it. Just kind of take it all in. And you never know what anyone's going through. Like a lot of people just come out here and this might be their last race for a long time. And so they're really trying to get out there and leave it all out there. And he's smiling though, so you got to be happy. I mean, 75 loops is insane. 1,000 feet.
25,000 feet of elevation gain. Huge. 82.5 miles.
82 and a half, yeah.
Now, yeah.
And think about it, people, yeah.
We're in the thick of it.
24 hours, 25, almost 26 hours. That's an easy cutoff on a lot of races to even like get 100. And, not with this kind of elevation,
No.
but it's like you're not that far off. But it's like you're moving out here, even though it's slow. But
how did Steve Pinkick do? We can go back and see him.
good morning, Charles. Let's see, Steve Pinkick. Okay. I've missed so many names multiple times.
I'm looking, but
62. He got out on 62. I knew he's.
So he did really well.
Yep.
What's that, like 59 miles?
Yeah, 14 loops to go. So.
Yeah. He had a great night.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you, I love that feeling though when you do get done and you're just sitting there kind of taking it all in,
Well, sometimes I'm just
just zoned out.
no, I'm irritated.
Oh yeah.
Most of at the end of my races, I'm upset that I wasn't still running.
I think this race is the one that I've gotten the most upset with more than anything. Because like other ones, it's kind of like, like kind of cool tapping out if I need to or chill. But like this one, it's like you always want more out of it. Like unless you're that last person standing, you always want at least one more loop out there. And so it's like you can never be satisfied here until you get it all.
Yeah, it's that ratio swing of like there is like 20% of me that wants to be done. The rest,
you want to go one more.
The remaining 80% wants to go. But for whatever reason, that 20% monster can rear its head at just the right time, where it swings so wildly, it ends your race before you can remember that the other 80% is like, dang it, I wanted to keep, my goal, wasn't this, to keep going.
It's almost best to have just a blank head out here. It's
just,
hard to do, right? Because we all have, all these thoughts. But if you can just be like zoned out,
think about nothing.
Yeah, and just
but moving and eating.
Yep. You can, you can take out that 20% a little bit better, but it all adds up.
You can get a camera, or I guess let's see, get a mic over there.
Yeah, we can't get a mic over there. The remote mic won't work. We've had more technical issues this weekend, but we are getting it done.
It's all good. He'll come over and get some thoughts, I'm sure, after a little while.
Yeah. You always get a crowd around you. They all want to hear. I mean, it looks good though. Like that's the thing about it.
What did he run last year? Let's see.
He got pretty far last year. Oh, there's a kid that's still in the race. He is 17. 17. He ran it last year as at 16 and got 62.8 miles, something like that, 62.1. So definitely crushed what he did last year. Like this is a massive improvement. Especially top 3. I mean, you take out just 3 runners left and just look at his mileage, going up and another 20 miles out here is awesome. So, and he's still looking good. Still looks like he, can do another 20. So, hopefully he can. So again, y'all, we are down to 3 now. Jeremiah Cohen, Dylan Ledbetter, and Nicholas Leo. And Nicholas Leo is the 17-year-old kid that we were just talking about. 50.
Okay, so last year, Kale did 50. These are laps, right? Or miles? Those laps?
Those are miles.
Came in and got 50 miles. So
50 miles, 16th overall.
So he is.
So 16th to
improved,
4th.
really. Yep.
Is,
He had a
yeah.
great year. This is.
Is that his first year doing this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's only been running ultra sign up
He's
since
done a
2023
Georgia Jewel, he had
though.
a 50 miler
But
and
look,
50K.
2023.
Right, yeah. He's.
Hot to try. Nice. Yeah.
So,
So,
yeah, he's put together a great race.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
made some definite gains and improvements.
yeah. That's a massive
great to
jump.
watch him.
Yeah. So we should have some runners coming back in about 3 minutes.
I'm feeling the humidity.
Starting to pick up a little
yeah,
bit,
and
yeah.
the sun is starting to get a little. We can feel it slightly through these clouds. I don't know if that will affect runners this early. Still, it's 10. It's getting there. Or it can start getting warm.
Yeah. I think around lunch it will probably start having an impact more. I think they're still kind of, in good spirits from the morning. Because it kind of like, I know for me it usually takes around lunch, like 12-1, and then it's like, because you still got another 6, 7, 8 hours in the daylight. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, something about that dawn.
Yep.
If I've been running over 24 hours, I'll initially feel a little pop of energy, like as the sun, you first see it. Then it almost feels like, oh, I'm more tired. And then there's a swing of like, okay, no, our body's back in it,
Yeah.
After that 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock a.m. time frame of when your body would be normally waking up anyway. And it's like you can reset. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as it gets into noon and later. Yeah, but I am impressed. They are fueling with real food still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's what you want. A lot of the past, champions have all taken in a lot of real food.
Mm-hmm.
I know Eric was taking in a whole pan of lasagna at one point.
He was
doing cold
lasagna,
hot dogs
that's
and
right.
mayonnaise. Remember that?
I remember that. He had
Cold
very
hot dogs
interesting-
and mayonnaise.
Hey, it was
Just
that
raw
was
dogging it.
giving him wings.
I'm like, that's the year I was screwing on. I looked at him. I was like, you were nasty. I was like, this is nasty.
Now the sun is out for a second.
Jeremiah coming in. That's a 14-minute loop. Straight to the aid station. Nope, straight to the sponge.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells you the heat is starting to, straight to the cooling off.
Get cooling off his face.
So you definitely can feel it.
Yes, and now the sun is
So
out.
Aaron Dana just came over and said the sun
I'm like, now I
you
need
can feel it.
sunglasses.
He was just standing in the corral. So I think that heat might actually start playing in
When it
a little bit.
shifts, it shifts.
Here comes
Yeah.
Nicholas. I think Nicholas is doing a different strategy now, coming from down Widows.
So him hitting the porta potties, I wonder if his electrolytes are on point or if they're sometimes
He's
a
been
little off if he's peeing.
he's been like that since last night.
Okay, can I tell you what just about happened to me? Speaking of him going in the porta potty, I about had a traumatic experience in the porta potty a second ago. I will tell you about it. So I'm in the
wanna-
porta potty. No,
Okay.
I can
Well,
it's
Mike,
not
okay.
that horrible.
Just making
So
sure.
I'm in the porta potty and I realize that there's no
Toilet
tissue
paper.
paper right there on the side. So I lean down like this to see like where's the toilet paper? Urinal. I about dunked my hair in the urinal. Okay? Ladies with long hair, please do not repeat what I almost repeated. Could you imagine? There would have been right. So I didn't. It was fine. But I was like, oh, that was real close. And there was toilet paper over here on the other side. But yeah, just that tip and look, I was like, oh, I about really wrecked my day.
I don't understand why there's urinals in porta potties because
It's
the pee
right
just sits-
there.
But the pee just sits right there. just pee into the thing.
There's a
has
hole
the
that goes
smell
down,
good.
though.
Yeah, but then it's just the pee is just going down the hole. Like it's just you're peeing on it. Like if you were to pee on it,
Well, you'll have a bunch of guys peeing all over the seats and
they do anyway.
hair all over there,
And
everything
women
else.
pee all over the seat
That's
because
true.
they try to not sit down. Everybody's
Squat
peeing
over
on
it.
the seat.
Yeah. Well, did
So-
you hear? I about dumped my
what I
hair
heard.
in the urn. Yeah. I was like, oh, this morning could have gotten really bad real quick. It didn't. It was fine. Disaster averted. Ladies, don't lean down with long hair and check the situation of the toilet paper rolls. Just do a little
yeah, I
shimmy.
got a little
do a
scared.
little shake.
Let's do away
Do a
with
little
the
shake.
urinals.
The breakfast this morning was some eggs, bacon, a lot of spectators,
Got some
and
donuts.
we've brought donuts. Aaliyah brought donuts for everybody. We've had
Nick brought in Bojangles. or
Bojangle
McDonald's,
biscuits.
too.
We've had McDonald's breakfast for everybody. A lot of people come Sunday morning and bring breakfast for everybody that's left. A lot of good people, a lot of good community people around here. So everybody kind of takes care of everybody with food, even though we do have the aid station rocking. But
Yeah. It's fun to have
Yeah.
people bring in.
and all the competitors, they get first dibs on the biscuits and stuff like that. So
And people will bring in certain things for the runners. I remember
Yep.
one year Eric was wanting some pancakes.
yeah,
Was it you who texted? Somebody texted me and said
yeah.
he wants pancakes, and it was timing was fine. Burger King was open early enough time.
Job, Dylan.
Dylan's doing really great.
So consistent.
I remember my 200. You brought me stuff.
Yeah, just come out. Like, what do you need? Like,
Yeah.
just bring.
It's one of the things
Sometimes
you're on
these
their way,
runners,
just
they
stop.
have a particular thing they have in their mind that hour.
Just
that
craving something,
They're like,
yeah.
I need this. So it's really cool to have people come in and like, what do you need? I will
Yeah.
special deliver it. When Jill ran, she was having a hankering for pierogies when
Yeah,
she ran 2
pierogies,
years
yeah,
ago, 3 years ago. So we got the grill fired up and got her some pierogies.
I always crave like something like fruity drink or something different that I might not get.
Yeah. Like outside of your normal,
Yeah.
what you want.
Yeah, like there'll be something like that usually gets me. It just needs some sort of like flavored drink or something to get through.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what I've. Oh, of course, my high protein Ensure. That's always my like.
I can't
whenever.
see. I can't do
Oh,
that.
God, I love it. My body's like, give me. And I don't. Of course, who drinks Ensure when they're? I don't ever drink Ensure outside of a
Well, to
race
me, like
scenario.
anything milky, like if you get
Yeah,
sick,
doesn't that
is
sound
the
disgusting?
worst.
But I don't know what it is that I'm like.
Worst.
I want it.
I've done protein shakes.
Oh. Yeah, and it doesn't
Get
sound like.
tired of sweet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
Yes.
you need protein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My body must need a lot more protein than I
pH
think.
is
Yeah.
different. Everybody different pH.
Yeah.
You know,
That makes
it's
sense.
less acidic.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But like the Ensures, I can't do. Like,
Oh.
give me a protein shake, I can already knock that down a lot easier. But Ensure, something about it's like,
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I love, and it's the strawberry too. If you give me a chocolate or a vanilla, get
No.
out of my face with that.
Yeah.
Something about the strawberry.
it's like it's gritty.
It is.
Like the-
yeah,
yeah,
it kind of
yeah.
is. I don't know what it is that I like about it. I
Yeah.
don't know. It doesn't make any sense. We've got mailman Steve Holcomb arriving, or maybe he's been arriving. And look at how fresh his socks are. He's just
wearing
arriving because
sandals
he's wearing
and
white socks.
white socks.
Yep, he's approaching with some pristine socks. We're admiring
Where are your
socks.
shoes?
Bold move.
They're about, yeah. Hey, your feet are gonna look like mine in about 2 seconds. They're gonna be
That's a
trash.
bold. That's a bold.
Bold move.
Matt, we will definitely send Dylan some love. He's doing some excellent things.
Come on, let's go.
Go.
There's an aid station in a mile.
Three runners remain.
When I left last night, it was like 10ish. To when I arrived back this morning, the field just was decimated in the night.
Yeah.
It went from the largest number of people at intermission
Yep.
to this is 24 hours and having three. We've had more. We've had more than that in previous years, right?
Yeah.
We've had 4, 5, 6 at
We've
this
had
time.
7. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the Magnificent 7 went for a while.
Maybe a bit of
Like in the morning, right?
Did it rain in the night?
I think so, yeah.
So, yeah, sometime in the night, people said no thank you to running in circles.
Well, you're tired, you know. If you don't like sleep well the night before too. Like for me, like if I'm starting a race on Saturday, Thursday nights where I really try to get
Try
the
and
most
get good
sleep.
Yep.
Like I'll go get in bed at 7 o'clock, even if I don't fall asleep, you know, and I try to sleep in on Friday if possible, even an extra 30 minutes if I can.
Yeah, the night
Like-
before, it's like your body knows.
And then the
we're
night
about to do
before,
some things.
yeah.
We're about to see some things.
And if you're traveling to the race, you know, getting set up, like just all that, and then having to get up early and get to the race and get prepared, like you don't get a lot of sleep the night before. And then when you come out here, and then you have to push through the night and push on to the second day, you know, it kind of gets there.
I'm just noticing, is this the Matt Williams that's commenting who ran earlier? Who ran 38 laps earlier?
East Coast Adventures.
Yeah, holy moly, you're not even sleeping, Matt. That's awesome. You're not even resting.
Matt had a great,
he had a great
yeah,
race too.
38 loops.
Yes.
Looked strong all the way through.
Yep. And apparently still awake watching it on the live
Yeah.
feed. Come on back, Matt. Just come
He
back.
might be in the field over there. Just
Yeah, where are you? Are you? Yeah, he's in his tent. Like
But he was right.
we did. We were as he was approaching. We were commenting.
We
We
were
were
like,
talking
yeah.
about his white. His. I said, wait, did he just get here? Of
Not
course
the
he just got
smartest
here
move.
because he has completely white socks that he's clomping around in.
in sandals, and
Yeah.
you have to walk through mud. There's standing water puddles. Like the mud's deep.
Yeah, my
Aaliyah's
toes right
feet
now.
are nasty.
Y'all don't even. Well, they're nasty usually anyway, but y'all don't even want to see what my feet look like. I decided to wear my normal Luna sandals out here, which was a bad mistake.
Huh?
Yeah.
Talking about feet, man.
Tell my feet. My feet.
People pay good money for that.
Yeah.
Who had the biggest improvement from last year to this year in the field? So the field remaining, I would probably say Nicholas, maybe. I don't know, because what did Jeremiah get? He got 50.
Jeremiah got
So
50?
Jeremiah
Did
definitely.
we? No, Kale got 50.
No, Kale got
we
50.
didn't look up Jeremiah. Did we?
We did earlier.
I've already forgotten. He got 50 as well?
I don't know.
Let's look.
I think-
It's catching up with us, these.
Yeah.
Jeremiah. C-O-W-E-N.
I'm on like 3.5 hours of sleep
C-O-W-A.
all weekend. The wife's driving you home. That's awesome. Well, again, congrats, Matt. Congrats. But yeah,
So, yeah, they both 50 miles.
so
as well.
50 miles.
Yes.
So Jeremiah, Kale, both were at 50 and got
Huge
80.
improvements, yeah.
Jeremiah is still going, so his number is still going to climb.
Dylan dropped at 40 something because he's dropped the same lap I did last year, and it
Yeah.
was like, I don't remember. I have to go back and look. 40 something miles.
But the year before,
So
he did good.
he's Yep,
So
this is true. So he's doubled.
yeah,
Dylan's doubled.
honestly, I would say
So if we're at
if Dylan's PR is a 40, then Dylan's definitely the biggest improvement here.
Yeah. Mileage wise, he's doubled.
But that's just the remaining people. We've had people that
Could
were
do 20 to 40. Could do like 20 to
who've come out here and have never ran a 5K and they threw down 30 loops.
Yeah.
You know, like that's a massive improvement. There's people that might have come and done like 1 or 2 loops in the past and come out here and throw
Done
some more.
15,
So
right.
a lot of the previous competitors in the race this weekend, you know, a lot of them set PRs, the longest distances they've ever ran. A lot of them I heard doubled more than they've ever ran.
Which
So
is
yeah,
crazy impressive.
crazy impressive.
Like, oh, I've done my first 50K out here. Well, okay, so we'll bet SAR your next 50K will not be as hard as this one. So
No. And that's the
Congratulations.
beauty about coming out here and doing something hard. It's like, well, if I can accomplish this, then everything else is pretty easy.
right, yeah,
know?
and it does feel easy.
Like for the 200,
Sure.
having 60,000 feet of elevation, as long as nothing's past that, it's
Yep.
going to be like, well, you can handle that
Yep.
because you've done it before. So same thing here, 26,000 feet, that could be a massive improvement. But when they go into the next race, they can hold this as, a little trophy in the back of their mind. Like,
oh, it's not this hard. Yeah,
it ain't this hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
I made it through mid-state in these conditions, this, vert, this amount of miles. I can go knock out this 100.
Right. That's how I felt too when
yeah.
I ran Georgia Jewel.
Yeah.
People were talking about the elevation.
You're like, this
Which
ain't
to me, it's
nothing.
average. It's an average elevation. It's not flat at all, but in my mind, I'm like, oh no, it's not that. It's the elevation was fine, and it was fine because I'm training out here.
Yeah. And I have a habit of comparing every race elevation to here.
To here.
So
Right.
when I
So
break
it's
it down
all
the
gonna be
mile,
like, it's
it's 200 a mile.
Right.
Is it even any vert?
Yeah.
Like,
That sounds flat.
I know it. We got one hill to climb. Okay. Like that ain't nothing. You don't, so it's fun, and I do that with my training too. Like if I'm training for a vert, that's why I try to break it down for the race I'm doing. But more times than not, I'm training based on here.
Yeah. Right.
Even on the treadmill, I'm trying to go for like 400 to 500 a mile, just because I know that
This is
right. It'll at least get me, trained for here. Mm-hmm. And to me, if I can do this, and you can do anything else. So
the first year I ran mid-state, I thought that I was training for elevation. I didn't have I didn't preview this course out here back in 2020 was the first year of the race, I think. So, I heard about the course and that it was difficult and it was high elevation, and I went out and did my local hills that I knew that was elevation, and it is elevation, but
At
I'm
the
saying
park?
bunny ears elevation.
Yeah.
At Preservation Park,
Yeah.
doing the blues. Doing the long hill repeats, which, it's elevation out there. But then to come out here and then have my butt handed to me
yeah,
and be like, oh, it totally changed what elevation and definitely real elevation I needed to train. So I was glad that I had that experience to be like, oh, well, what I was doing, I thought it was elevation, but I needed to definitely up it and definitely find things that were. I still don't find a sustained steep hill like Myers.
Yeah. That's a good point, because that park, there's 3 hills. We used to train at the same park, and there's 3 hills that you could kind of make a little loop, just like this, and you get about 350 feet of elevation per mile, just like you would out here. And so you're climbing a lot, but the hills are
Not the same.
They're not like Machete and the
sustained
Water
in the
Tower
same
Hill
way.
are kind of
Related. Yep.
related,
Yep.
but you cannot replicate Myers.
No.
And it's no matter how much you train out there, it doesn't correlate to out here,
'Cause it
even though
doesn't
you're
have
hitting the vert.
sustained,
Yeah.
Yes. So it was not the same.
Yep.
And
So
I'm still out there searching for that mystery magic hill.
treadmill, get that treadmill. NordiTrack incline
How do
trainer.
you do it though? Do you not? Are you not bored? Like, does it not hurt your soul to be on the treadmill for
not
that
at all.
long?
Not at all. Because if I have to drive an hour to training, and then go train for a couple hours, and then drive an hour home, you're taking all day, and I can just hop on the treadmill, knock out a ton of elevation.
Yeah.
I can put on Netflix if I want. One thing that I do, so I, for those that don't know, the NordiTrack incline trainer, it goes up to 40% incline, and it goes down to -6 decline. And I learned this from Aaron Dana, because he has one as well. Put a 2x4 underneath the back of it, and then we get -12% decline.
Ooh, okay.
So you can raise it up.
Yeah.
So one thing that I like to do when I was training for this is on YouTube, and I think it's on the Mid-State Mile YouTube here. There's a video of a course walkthrough. And so I'd put that on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then enough out here, so when you get to the little hill, I'd knock it to like
crank it up.
10%.
That is
right?
smart.
And then you're walking up the little hill, and then you flatten it out, and you could run a little bit.
Yeah.
And then when you get to Myers, I crank it up to
So
25,
you are in real life
30%.
training for exactly
Yeah,
what
and also
you
I'd knock
want.
that to 25, 30%, sometimes a little higher. 40, you're like holding on for dear life, and I'm about to fall back. And then when it goes on the decline, I could only do the -6. I'll train
what you can
decline
do.
separate because it throws off the numbers on the treadmill because it doesn't know you're raising the back up. And then same thing, do the decline, and then when I get to Machete, crank it back up, maybe 20% instead of 25, or 25 instead of 30, and then come down and just run it in. And I would just repeat that, and I can do that for just hours. Because the same thing, you're
very
out
smart.
here doing it for hours and hours.
Yeah,
You don't
sure.
have phone. right? So I just put the course up, and you just knocking out the course. Yeah. And so you can, I mean, for the 200, I mean, I trained most of the vert on that treadmill, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. 60,000 feet of vert, and it was mainly treadmill and road running.
Yeah.
Big Happy
Like-
Life 72 came on and said, race still going. Indeed.
Yep.
It is still going.
At some point, whenever I would love to get you to talk to the income people, Nate and Jen, about their last man standing golden ticket race.
Okay. Yeah.
Whenever, yeah.
Just whenever they want to come on over.
I'll hop up. I'll let you do all the
Yeah.
speaking to people.
So yeah, that you know, I bought mine for like $1,000 on Facebook Marketplace. And it's like a 3,000.
That sounds what you're describing sounds expensive.
But
yeah.
it is. I mean, this thing is so heavy. It's
I
the
thought I
heaviest
was-
thing we have to move in the whole house.
I thought my gym having a treadmill that goes up to 18% incline was. I was like, oh, well, that's good. No,
The
40%.
40. You are this. Legit.
Great.
40% is insane. Now, Charles says he loves the Nordic track. That's seriously my favorite piece. Like once I got that, it's like that's 90% of my vert training.
Yeah. I
The
can
rest
see.
was out here
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah.
Like I quit going to the park because I can get more vert.
Yes.
And that's another
Yes.
thing too. Like I'd wake up sometimes in the morning and like instead of going out, like I just hop on the treadmill and knock out like 1,000, 2,000 feet of vert. Just really quick. Just jack it up to 25, 30. Just hike it
Convenience
out.
wise, I see it. But
Yeah.
yeah, if you want to get out and get the birds chirping and you're in nature, that's
Well, you still get
awesome.
that, like that, the long runs, you know, speed work, all that.
That's
like,
true.
I would kind of go outside and run around the neighborhood and do stuff like that, or my long runs, I would go further, you know. But when I'm really just focusing on vert, it was mainly that treadmill.
Yeah.
Like it was for Big Al's. I either
Makes sense
came
though.
out
You're
here or
driving
the,
to
yeah.
you're driving to the park. You're
Yeah.
dealing with it. Yeah, it does wait. Yeah.
And then when you know
Yeah,
you're
work
working
smart.
full time and you have other stuff, responsibilities, it's like taking 4 hours of my day to go do hill repeats
Yeah.
when I can knock it out in an hour and a half at home.
Oh my gosh! And so
Like-
funny, like whenever I would go down there, like whatever the timing is, that the mowers would be down there mowing
Yes.
the pastures, and
Yes.
here I am trying to do hill repeats away from them. And if I know they're coming this way, I try and go around that. I'll do a woods loop and then come back and see if they're done. No, they're doing a whole other section of things where it's like, okay, I've just wasted my afternoon trying
Yeah.
to run away from the mowers. Oh,
And where we were, like traffic was insane. Like the town's only 7 miles from one end to the other, and it would sometimes take me an hour to get those 7 miles just to go to the park and drive, you know. And so it's like that. It just adds up in your training. And when you're putting in just hours upon hours upon hours every day to train for something like this, like you know,
you need
the
to get it in.
convenience, yeah.
Who is
And-
that? Is that Dylan right there? It's gotta be Dylan. I thought I saw a yellow hat.
No, that's that looks like Jeremiah with the long gate. I don't know. But yeah, I've knocked out like 10, 15,000, stuff like that in an afternoon on the treadmill. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
no, that's
Like football season,
can't beat that.
I'll put on a football game
and just climb.
and just climb. Just climb.
Then you can kick it up, put a weight vest on or something.
Yeah, you could ruck
Oh,
with
man.
it. Ankle rates. Another good one is two things on that. One, it has a sled feature, so you can turn it off in a sled and just do sled pushes. But going backwards, downhill and stuff too, it'll work those quads. But like Aaron Dana would do a lot of his on the treadmill. I mean that treadmill's it's worth the money if you're serious about elevation.
About it, right?
If you're not, if you don't need the vert, a regular treadmill will work. You know, hands down. But if you're trying to focus on vert and want a treadmill for it, that's the best thing you could ever do. So
Nicholas is coming in.
be doing that
Straight
every
to the
day.
porta
Yeah,
potty again?
yeah.
Who's right behind him? Jeremiah. Becca's changed her footwear to higher boots. She had low muck boots. Now she's got her high muck boots. She must be wading through some stuffs.
Well, probably this is the time walking out a little bit to the
Yeah.
course.
Becca, that's one thing I love about Becca. You know, here we are on her family farm. Her 11th generation. You know, she's the 11th generation out on this farm. Becca is fully invested in this race, where you will see her run,
Yeah.
sprint to
Motivate
the
you.
crossroads,
Yeah.
to scream at
Yeah.
runners
Yep.
in a motivating way.
She'll go get people on the
She
course
moves.
and kind of like run with them in.
Yes.
Not pacing them,
No,
you know.
but just going out there,
going
and,
out there.
and saying, "Move it," we know,
Yeah.
and it's in their ear. Encouraging any runner.
And she knows what you need for encouragement. You know, she's going to talk to you different than me, different
Right.
to Aaron,
Absolutely
different,
right.
yeah.
Right.
And she knows when to be mean about it and be like, you know, you're being
Move your
yeah,
ass. Yeah.
you're doing this to yourself.
Yeah.
Get up, get moving.
Get out of your head.
Yeah.
Stop being a baby.
Yep. So,
Yeah. So she's got her
and
boots
that's
on,
and
ready for
sometimes
running.
that's all it needs is, hey, you're being a baby.
Yeah.
Suck it up.
Yeah.
You signed up for this. You wanted this.
This is the misery that you knew you were
Yeah.
going to be in,
Yep.
and that you trained to be in. Now you're in it. Move your ass. The end.
10 you're on the way home to Florida watching and routing. Hey, that's awesome. Be a safe. I can't even talk. Drive safe. Be safe.
Watching and rooting everyone on.
Yeah.
All right, pork roll. Keep
I love
watching.
the name Pork Roll.
Pork roll.
I love that name. Best name we have seen in the chat yet. Oh, Pork Roll.
All we need now is like a Cootie Wallace. We got pork roll.
Ice in the knee.
David Compton chimed in a little bit earlier with a "Let's go, Dylan."
Well, no.
I hope he's got his feet up resting. He ran a great race. A week after running
Damn Yeti.
the Damn Yeti 50 and
6 hours.
winning, in 6 hours, which I have to say
With
is
a messed
not
up
his-
hamstring.
It's not his PR. That's not the fastest he's run a 50 miler, which is pretty insane. And so he came a week later and put down some great miles here.
And also got it in his mind that this is his A race next year.
He said it on
Yeah.
camera. We've heard it come
Yeah.
out of his
We
mouth
got the
directly.
recording.
We can go back.
Yeah.
That
You hear that, David?
David Compton will have the Mid-State Mile as his #1 A race next year. That he is going to be here, trained up, but also not exhausted after running other
Yeah.
races. You got to stop winning other races. So
Stop being a badass. Just stop being a badass.
so fast.
Be a badass out here.
And so podium-ishy, and focus on Mid-State.
Which would be fun to watch.
It will be really.
Yeah.
He's a very talented runner.
And the way this race is kind of played out, how people are going further and further every year, we know we're going to have some people that are going to push him, and he's going to push them. So it's like,
Yep.
it's going to be a great, great race as it just continues.
I would be interested is TJ back from getting some sleep. I would be interested in having him. I know the income people are going to be coming over and talking, which I look forward
Yeah.
to hearing from them. TJ being as quick as he was, all of his leaps yesterday and into the night. How he feels about it this morning? Was his pace? Did he like what he was coming in? Who's
30
coming in?
seconds.
All right, we have Nicholas coming in with less than 30 seconds to spare.
No, Nick's out. This is Dylan. This is Dylan.
Wait.
Is it? This is Dylan. This is Dylan. We are down to our final two, everybody. We are down to our final two. We have Jeremiah Cohen and 17-year-old phenom Nicholas Leo.
Yes. Oh my God. That happened quick.
Here, we could let this play out.
doing these loops.
There's always something to change, like top 10, top 5, 24 hours. And then top 3, right? And then after that, I'm like,
17 hours play, 51 weeks. Pretty happy with that.
like top 3 is only their goal, right? And they'll fall off one, and then I'm at 2, and then it's
Oh, I'm sorry.
but I don't know. That was where we're at. So I've been fighting that thing for like 6 hours. Yeah. PR like 45. You said it, man. I thought about it a lot. Yeah, and that's the thing. And I never knew all this work. Good.
I'm like, I know you.
Dude, I owe you big time, man. The honors.
I'm being serious though. I was like,
Give it up, Dylan, ladies and gentlemen! I was like, I would have.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, me too. So, oh yeah, that's lovely. That's lovely. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 podcasts on the way here.
Really wrong. I said my day about ended. Yeah, I tried to turn it on because we were trying to figure out how many people were in, like, all the way here. So you're like, oh shit.
Hey.
Ready for us?
Yeah, we could
Any ladies with long hair?
another chair. Yeah.
Oh yeah, just grab one of those chairs.
You better take that. You want to do this?
Way to tear.
Too long.
I'm like 3 hours. Like, your knee will start to hurt, right? And you're like, it's long eventually. You know what I mean? Because it does. Like, for real, it does. And then this is 6 hours. Yeah, whatever.
So we're not live yet.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. Like, I wasn't, like, we were putting some stuff on it. But
Jen, if you want to get us in the bottom corner.
I didn't want to change my time.
How you feeling?
Good. It wouldn't help.
Okay, we'll wait till the remote comes off.
Yeah, just like the what happened.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know how you're when I call.
Well, it got hotter
Okay.
after I changed and then put on these shoes because I needed to have my feet like sitting a different way after being in those other shoes. So I changed rain boots to the hotter ones. I'm just out here making great decisions. That's what I'm doing. I'm training to be like
Somebody had to pick up for Mason, you know?
yeah, like all day, every day. How can I make this harder on myself? I know.
Especially like when you start to get painful, it's like the time like I need to have fun right now. Because if I focus on this, like I'm gonna get yeah, dude, I just did that like 2 weeks ago.
Do what? Hey, we tell Forrest we're off of. We're done with him.
Who?
Forrest.
You done with Forrest?
With the remote camera.
Hey, Forrest. They're not filming that anymore. It's over here. They switched off the remote camera. Just really.
So there's the camera right now. So you're in there, so we don't have to put the rest on there. So, well, that's what they're on. All right, everybody. We are here with Nate and Jen from the Inkom Last Man Standing race in Idaho. And that is this race's first golden ticket race. Nate actually ran this race as well. I believe you had like 30-something loops, right?
31 loops.
31 loops, which is very impressive for here. So before we jump into your race and all about that, what'd you think of Mid-State Mile coming out here and throwing down?
It was amazing.
Yeah.
The hills are brutal. The humidity was something we've never dealt with. We're a lot of dry climbing up there, so lots of sweat, a lot of cramping, the hills were just torture.
Did you expect the hills to be what they were? Like, did you?
So I kind of listened to Becca. Becca come up to our race, and she said, run your course backwards and kind of mimic
that.
mine. So I've been doing that, but I just think the humidity, I cramped like on lap 3. The first, I'm like,
that's impressive
3.
to go through, yeah.
So, but yeah, it was tough.
Yeah.
It was eye-opener for sure. Lots of training to do for next year.
And you got lucky too, because this has been the best weather we've ever had. Even with the rain.
That's what we heard.
I mean, triple digits last year, and the humidity will be like 100%.
Yeah.
And it's been in like the 70s here, so it's been, you couldn't ask for better weather.
Yeah.
But you still, the heat, the humidity, it still plays a massive impact.
Yeah.
We see every time people come in, they be going straight to the coolers and just cooling off. Same with the pavilion, just drenching themselves to stay cool. So
yeah, that was a struggle. I mean, I was red. Like people were commenting to my wife that I looked sunburnt.
Yeah.
But I was so overheated that I was just
same with TJ. Like
yeah.
it was, I thought he was sunburned the whole time.
Yeah.
I was like, but apparently that was just from all of this. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Amazing race though.
Yeah.
And still some beasts going at it right now.
Yeah. We're glad you got to check it out and see what it's about and all that. So, well, tell people about your race because I know that's kind of a different format up there that not a lot of people have as well.
Yep.
And so again, it's a golden ticket, so you can go run their race, and if you win it, you get free entry into here, just like TJ did this year, and he threw down and had an amazing race as well. So yeah, we'd love to hear about it.
Cool. Yeah. Just started a couple years ago. We bought some ground and I just kind of made a loop up around my house, my property, and I was just doing 1.1 miles and 1.1 miles. And my brother-in-law and a couple friends are like, "Dude, have you heard of the Mid-State Mile?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Dude, it's 1.1 miles."
It happened to be 1.1.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. And they're like, our elevation's like 250,
okay,
and I think you guys are 340 here.
Yeah.
So it's close. And I was like, it's like 250, and I'm like, well, there's like 340. So my wife's reached out to Becca and started chit-chatting with her, and it just magically worked out. Like Becca's like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
It'll be the golden ticket, and she brought Phil and Jeremy and Zach come up and ran it, and it was amazing. So yeah, I mean, we're in Inkom, Idaho. We run it in August. We ran it in September. We backed it up a couple weeks into August, so ours is not like this. We don't have trees. We have wide open, so the sun just beats on you all day long.
So what's the temperature like around in August in Idaho?
It's 80 to 90.
Yeah, you'll be 80, 90. We might hit 100.
Yeah, just
so you really have to watch the heat and still heat train for it
dry,
and all that.
Dry beating sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's not the humidity, the sweating. I mean, you're still sweating, but it's different, right?
Yeah. Like here, you're swimming after one lap compared to
Yep. So yeah, that's just how it started, and we had our first race. We'll have another one here in August 15th. Our race this year.
You got a lot of people signed up for it already,
we got 35 right now.
35.
So there's still we're over 40.
Oh, over 40 now.
So there's still plenty of room to get in.
All that for me.
Yeah.
Still plenty of room to get in.
Yep.
So how close is Inkom, Idaho to, another major city? Like if someone's like coming from out of town, like me or something, trying to get into it.
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City
is about 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So not a bad drive. Idaho Falls is 45 minutes, a smaller airport.
You can get cheap plane tickets to Salt Lake.
Yeah.
So,
Salt Lake's probably your best bet.
Yeah.
To get into there. I mean, we have a smaller port in Pocatello.
Okay.
But most times people fly to Salt Lake, then fly to Pocatello anyways.
Okay.
So,
Nice.
but yeah, 2.5 hours is about where we're at. So.
Yeah.
So when you said you were training backwards on your loop, is it still the same amount of elevation, or do you get a little bit more going backwards?
No, it's
or
the same elevation.
just like out here.
It's just more. It just goes steep. So we come out and go steep and climb and climb and climb and then drop off and run down.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, Becca ran it both ways, and she hasn't convinced us yet to switch it.
Yeah.
But she said it'd be way closer if we did that. And it
You
is
switch.
like
If we reversed it, it'd be closer, right?
Well, you could also every other year.
Yeah, they
flip flop.
swap
yeah,
it.
that's
You
actually
know?
we thought, or maybe do a couple races like you guys do here. You know, we
Yeah.
can run one way and then run one the other way.
Yeah,
So-
for the 200 here and the 100 for Big Al's, you have to go 12 hours one way, and you have to go 12 hours the other way.
Okay.
And then
Know
after
that.
that, you could kind of switch and pick which way you want to go, but you have to do both ways for at
Okay.
least 12 hours.
Gotcha.
And so,
There
to
we go.
me, and I think to a lot of people now, after the first year, there's an easy way and a hard way.
Yeah.
And to me, like, the easy way is you going this way, but you're climbing immediately.
Yeah.
But you're knocking out one of those hills right away, and you're a little bit fresh.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes a little bit of difference, but it does throw a wrinkle when you have to
Switch it up.
to go both ways. There's
That's cool.
strategy into it and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, super awesome.
so how long have you been running your race?
That was
your first
last
year?
was first year. Yep.
So
it's the
TJ
second year.
won, so he got the golden ticket. So what did was the course record that he set for the first
94.6.
94. Wow, that's good.
Yeah. So he's totally disappointed on this one right here. He kind of is like, are you kidding me? So
is he coming back today where we could interview him, or is he?
I'll get him back
We'll-
here.
we'll get him back,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll definitely get him back here. So
Well, if you want to kind of tell, just in case anyone goes, what happened with his race. I know he was having
right
some.
here?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can.
Yeah,
We'll get him
we,
on later to go
yeah.
into more, more detail, but
yeah, he's just started setting like we're new to the game, right?
Yeah.
So we're learning electrolytes and all this.
It's
game
always
like that,
learning, yeah.
And the humidity, I think, just was a totally different game for us. We went for break, we come out, he ran, he came back, and he started just kind of saying, man, I just kind of starting to hallucinate a little
Yeah.
bit. And so we gave him some more electrolytes and tablets and a couple more loops, and then he's like, man, I am tripping out there.
Yeah.
And story
Well,
next
his words were, "I'm tripping balls."
is like, I'm hallucinating so
I've
bad.
done
The
it
trees
before,
are moving,
yeah.
man. And I'm like, huh. So
I
he
saw
said,
the Blackhawk crash out there.
Oh, no
from
kidding.
hallucinate. Yeah, it's just a tree down.
Yeah.
But it was a full-on Blackhawk
Blackhawk
helicopter
down.
crash. Yeah,
Blackhawk down. Yeah, and he just said he was leading it again, had a shoe in his, or a rock in his shoe, got that out, took about 10 steps, and he said everything went black, hit the mud, and he said he woke up and everybody was gone.
That's
It was
correct.
like,
He got lucky because, I mean, depending where you can fall out
man.
there,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
there's roots and rocks and all that. So
yeah, I think he
And
was right
he
on the
didn't-
top of this last descent. You know,
that's
so.
Yeah.
where Machete's where I was hallucinating real bad. When I got
Okay.
it to the top, I was kind of the same, about to pass out.
Yeah.
And my electrolytes, this is my first year out here, and the electrolytes were way off.
Yeah.
And I thought I was just going to keep going off. Not even turn down widows, just keep on going. And it was like, yeah, I'm done now.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't,
Yeah.
It's
It's
time to
a-
go sleep now.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
It's a big eye opener, right?
Yeah.
And just
Yeah.
learning curve, and that's what we said. Like we're all learning, and like talking to Adam and Eric, and they're like, man, you guys just gotta have variety of foods and
Yeah.
make him eat,
Yeah.
and give his electrolytes, and he can't tell
Yeah.
you no. He's just gotta
Yeah.
stay at that
Yeah.
pace,
Yeah.
And he likes a fast pace. It's just what he
That's-
runs at home, and
Blew my mind.
yeah,
The
Yeah,
whole
if
time.
he
he
doesn't
like-
feel good if he slows down.
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
like, he
And a
just
lot of
feels
people
it.
are like that, but 13-minute loops out here. But I mean, he was holding it steady.
He was holding it-
if you kept
yeah.
up, like the electrolytes were in balance, I mean, he might still be out here still
Yeah.
knocking out 13, 40-minute loops.
Yeah,
But yeah,
we definitely learned a lot in that sense of, I mean, the racers have an important job, but your crew
crews
is
are
so
very important out here.
Yeah.
Very important out here.
Yeah, your crew is so very important.
And a course like this will come out and humble you and show every bit of weakness that you have and what you need to work on.
Yep.
And then you got a whole year if you want to come back
Yep.
to try to work on that.
We're coming back.
Yeah.
We're coming back.
The
We're excited.
addiction starts quick
It
when
does,
you
yeah.
when you come out here, because in the community, everything about it, it's
Oh,
just
There's, it's amazing. 108 people that are here to
Yeah.
help you.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And a lot of people stay and jump in. This year, not so much because a lot of people does, have a good amount of crew here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are a lot of crewless runners, that made it into like the top 15.
Wow.
Yeah.
We had a few crewless runners
Yeah.
at ours
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and then everybody,
Yep, at the
It
end.
just
they
goes
would just,
around. Yeah,
you
that's
know,
what
if
you
your
want,
if your runner was out, you just found somebody that needed a crew and went and started crewing.
Yeah.
So is there anything from this weekend that you're gonna like go take back and apply to your race? Do you think? Like, did you like kind of pick up anything? They're like, hey, that's kind of a good idea, or you're kind of just set with, how it is, or
So I'm kind of creepy, and I
No, that's what it is.
I basically stalked Becca and this race down to zooming in on videos
Yeah.
and pictures, and we mimicked
Mimicked,
this race pretty damn close.
That's awesome.
So yeah, there was a few things. We didn't have quite as big of an aid station.
Well,
probably
that's
improve that
year
with-
6
with-
right now. Like, it didn't start out like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always a
with
work
time.
in progress.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And we're finding good people to help us. Like
That's
we had our
awesome, yeah.
chiropractor that he come and taped everybody and helped.
Oh,
and
he's amazing.
He's
Oh,
amazing.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
to
so
have, yeah.
we had a kind of sports medicine chiropractor on site the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah, we've
He
never
was-
had that here.
He was great.
Yeah, he was so amazing.
Be a good
That's
thing to
why we
have
did
here.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of some massage tables.
Yep.
Yeah, he was
We had
amazing.
that,
man.
and
he would lay you down and
He's like
roll you out.
this big, fit Samoan,
Oh, nice.
and his hands are
Yeah.
massive.
That's who you want working on you.
And so he
Yeah.
would just work them over. I think a lot of them would pretend to be sore just so he'd rub
Oh,
them
I
down.
would. Yeah. Drop early just to go get a massage.
Yeah, just to go get just to go get Sly to rub you down.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely humbles you though. Like
Yeah.
you realize you can train way harder. And learning the game. That's what I like. That's
Yeah.
our goal is learning the electrolyte game and keeping our runners, me
And it varies, right? What he's going to be doing in December. Say, come out and run Tennessee Mile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That electrolyte difference is going to be massive compared to coming out here and running Mid-State.
Yeah.
It really is a learning experience.
Yeah.
I've only been running since 2021, and I'm still trying to dial in my
figure it out.
electrolytes. Yeah. Like, I cannot figure out this race. I can't figure out a June hot race where I'm having to just push
Yeah.
and get what I need.
Yeah.
Fall, winter, like, I'm good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a massive learning curve, and sweat tests are massive. Like, if you can take like an actual sweat test and see what you need, see what you're losing. Yeah, like that will actually give you a good baseline.
Okay.
And then you could kind of just tweak based off what's coming in here. But
Yeah, and this is the like TJ was saying that rained and then that fog set at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
He's like, you would hit a point and the fog was so thick, and he said it felt like a sauna. You couldn't even hardly breathe. And you get over the top and then come back out of it. He's like, I was like drenched.
it's insane how this property works because there's so many like microclimates out there, and like depending on the time of year, like for Tennessee Mile, the top of the hill up there, it's hot. Like it can be cold down here, and it's hot up there. Like you want to take off clothes, but then by the time you get down here, you're freezing again.
Freezing again.
And so the same thing in there, like you said, it's a sauna in there. It traps the heat and the humidity, and you kind of don't get a break.
Yeah, that's what he said. He wore his shirt going up. He come down, had it off, and he's like, dude, it's a sauna.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So, and then you're down here jamming him full of ice and trying to cool him off, and then he takes off again. And
It's just a rinse and repeat, and it's really hard to try to balance it all, to put in the race you need to be one of the final two.
There they go.
Yeah, right here, the final two. Yeah, so amazing.
Did y'all have any young competitors like we've had out here this weekend? Or?
Yeah, our youngest son last year was 15, and he ran 36 miles.
Wow.
28 something.
That's still
20
great.
something,
Yeah.
That's literally his first race.
Yeah, he's not a runner. He's a baseball wrestler, so.
Yeah, so we had him, and then
That was our youngest, and then we had
a couple. And then what we're trying to
Couple
do
young
too
ones.
is we have some young kids that want to do it, so we're thinking like we run ours Friday, Saturday, or Friday to whenever. It's over. We're wanting to run a kids race
Thursday
morning, and do like a 13 miler.
Yeah.
Something like that. get the kids involved because they're just excited to be there and cheer you on. And so we're wanting to do that this year. So we are doing that this year.
Yeah.
We're going to add that one in Thursday and do the dinner and everything like
nice.
Becca did here. So yeah, it's just there's a lot of learning and changing. And
So how much does it cost to get into your Last Man Standing? For anybody
Same as
interested?
Mid-State.
Same as Mid-State?
We have just copied and
copied
pasted
it,
what
yeah.
Becca and John have done.
So it's Mid-State of the West.
Yep, basically.
That's the way to put it.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of people, travel for here. So I mean, it's a good, train and run to, or if you want to go try to compete to win, definitely check out their race. So, and you said it's in August
15th.
August 15th.
Yep, this year August
So
15th.
still time to train for it. You got 2 months, so start today.
Start today.
Start today.
And you can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it.
Yeah.
It's a little bit less elevation, so
Yeah.
not as
feet
daunting,
less.
but
Exactly.
Yeah.
It still adds up quick though.
Oh man,
it adds up quick.
It's crazy. Yeah. But
And then we've reversed it too. So because the winner of our race gets a golden ticket to Mid-State, but then the winner of Mid-State gets a golden ticket.
Oh, that's
to ours.
awesome. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So whoever wins that today will get a chance to come out.
Come out, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we had so when Becca came out last year.
Yeah.
And she had 3 runners. She had Jeremy Newsom, Zach Newsom, and Phil. And Phil was TJ's assist, and that was fun.
That was fun.
It was really fun.
Yeah, super cool.
Yep.
So did y'all have how many people kind of made it to the top?
So at the break we had 8 left.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
at
out of the
at the first
34,
race.
So y'all still did exactly the 20-minute break every time too. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
20-minute break,
everything
12
was the
hours.
same.
And, we had 8 still standing at the 12-hour mark.
Okay.
We had 35 register. We had 34 start. We had 1 out for injury before the race started.
Always happens.
Yeah. Tyler Fulmer, he in a 2-year period broke his leg 3 times.
3 times.
He needs a bubble.
I know, he needs a bubble.
Sit on the couch.
He's gonna come and run.
Yeah,
this year.
he is signing up. He's running this year, so
Tough,
pretty
man.
amazing.
Hey, good job, man. Proud of you. Yeah.
Great seeing y'all.
I'll see you again soon.
Already on the live stream?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Daniel Castro's saying hey, so. 51 loops for Daniel.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
awesome.
think 11th overall.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Top 15.
Oh, you're 15th.
15. Cool.
Yeah.
Good job, man.
I can't do math, man.
Good job.
It's been been a long 2 days on.
Yeah. That's a.
Yeah. The math ain't mathin'.
Yeah.
Math ain't mathin'.
So, is there anything about your race that we didn't cover, or?
I don't think so. I mean, yeah, the climate's different. I mean, we have 90 feet of elevation difference from here, but even though it's the same 1.1, it's such a different race.
So is it just
a
like
different
a
hard.
circle loop? Or
It is a circle loop. Yeah, so we don't do a figure 8. It's just a circle loop all the way around. There's a lot of right hill slope down, so or left slope down.
Yeah, you're leaning left
Yeah,
a lot.
leaning left. So yeah, we just leave right in front of our house and loop around the hill and back up.
So there's only one hill that you need to climb for that 240?
Well,
there's
there's
a couple
rolling hills.
Rolling hills, but
Yeah.
like just one big one.
one
that
big
you-
one, yeah.
Okay.
And like we sit right in the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah.
So like our property, there's good rolling hills, but we are right at the base of a ski resort. So like we
nice.
are in the Rockies, and it's
The view's amazing.
the
Now,
view.
that's another race you can
And-
probably get in the summertime when that ski resort shuts down.
Yeah, right
Some
there.
hill repeats
Yeah.
up and down.
Yeah,
And
our
the sunsets.
Yeah.
yeah. Our ski hill is ridiculously steep.
Oh, that. Yeah.
It's brutal.
Being out there, yeah.
Yeah, they say if you can ski or board Pebble Creek, you can ski or board anywhere. So it's called the Rock.
The Rock.
The Rock.
That sounds awesome.
We've done a handful of times. I'll do that midnight walk, so I'll do sunset to sunrise on the property. And we did that a few months ago and had like 12. We had like 16 start, 8 finished.
Oh, that's awesome.
So just did that for 12 hours.
Well, and I guess that's another way that our race originated too was he just wanted to do something hard, and so he would just start walking at sunset, and he wouldn't stop walking until the sun rose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've turned it into just on our property, you know. And then there's no time limit, you know. They don't have to, you know, make it in 20 minutes. And sometimes people stop up at the top and I don't know.
Enjoy the moon.
Enjoy the moon for a minute, hallucinate a little bit.
Do some talking, right?
So you're going to try to do something like the Tennessee Mile where you have, you know, different time options where they can go out there and just bang it out.
Yeah, I didn't. I guess I really haven't paid attention to all her extra stuff. She was telling me all the stuff she does here, and I'm like, dude,
there's a lot of races
it's
here.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
like
a 5K.
4 or 5, right?
Yeah, there's a 5K in February.
Okay.
And then she'll have mid-state. She'll do sometimes in like August. She'll do, or actually, let me back up. She has Big Al's in April, and that's a 100 and 200.
Jeez.
So, and it's a small field. So there's only like 10 for each. You know, so the 200 starts on Tuesday, and then the 100 start on Thursday. I've done that the past 2 years.
That's awesome.
So love that race, but it incorporates different trails.
Okay.
So it's a 2 mile loop here.
Okay.
And y'all could, you know, go check it out.
When
too.
you're out there, you can see some Big Al. You can.
Right? Yeah.
It's a lot narrower.
Yeah, it's a single trail. You still get the same elevation. You get 3 climbs, you know, kind of depending where you're going.
Yeah.
You still have to climb Myers, but you do it on the side of Myers.
Okay.
And you're doing some switchbacks and stuff. So it's not as daunting and stuff as you're doing it.
Yeah.
And then if you go the easy way, you get to come down it.
Got it.
You still have to go climb other ways and still get the elevation, but, you know, you're not having to do that. So different, you know, 2 mile loop. They have that. Then they have Mid-State Mile. They have like a training one in August where you come out here and you pick a hill, any hill you want, and there'll be clothespins at the top, and you just hill repeats.
That's what she said, and then you count your elevation or something.
And
right?
so
Okay, cool.
she has like all the different mountains that she picked. You know, so like you'd have Stone Mountain in Georgia that's like 1,000 feet.
Gotcha.
So anyone do that, or you can do Denali and try to go for 20,000 feet, you know?
Yeah.
And so you just pick and you just go out there and just do hill repeats.
Yeah.
And everyone hangs out at the crossroads essentially.
Yeah.
And you just go off and do the thing. And then you have Tennessee Mile in December. And that's, you know, on the Murder Mile. And there's anywhere from 6 to 40 hours.
Right.
And so, yeah, you just go out there and just bang out as many as you can.
So awesome.
And it's a completely different vibe, but it's still like that, you know. It's kind of how like everyone's just hanging out. It's a party atmosphere. And then it's out there, it's even more of a party atmosphere. Everyone's just, you know, getting up with people and and it's all staggered. So if you start at the 40, you know, you're alone for the first night. And it starts at 4 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Which is different.
So you start right, and then
So you get 1 loop of daytime, and then you get 14 hours of dark.
Because it's in December.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you get 10 hours of daylight, and then another 14 hours of dark.
Wow.
But so that first, you know, night you're by yourself, and then 8 o'clock in the morning the 24 hour starts.
Okay.
And then at noon another group starts, and then at 10 o'clock at night or midnight another group. So it's like
That's
there's
super
constant new people feeding.
Yeah.
And so it's a good one for like people that are afraid for the 20-minute and they don't know how like they can handle it.
Yeah.
They can go out there and test it and knock out, some really good miles. They can try that pace for a while, and then they can come back out in the mid-state and they know what to expect.
Yeah.
And they can get a lot better and it pushes the field further and further.
Yeah. There was a handful of people I talked here that have done that.
Yeah.
And that's what they said, scared of the 20 minute.
Yeah.
But they were killing it up there and making it. And
Yeah.
No, that's why I do love about this race too, is like you guys we're meeting in the same spot every single time.
Yeah.
And people are cheering each other on.
Yeah.
And it's just not like the 100 and 200s are amazing.
Yeah.
But to get right
Every
here with
20
everybody
minutes,
coming in,
everybody's in first place
Yeah,
again.
and seeing you and just getting everybody hyped.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
The whole
it's a
atmosphere
cool,
just changes.
It does.
So do y'all do music at all?
Nope.
Like in the corral or anything too? Okay.
Nope, same rules.
Same rule. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yep,
Keep it
every
off
every
and-
single rule is
I
the
love
same.
this. This is amazing.
The live stream?
Yeah, we have so many friends and family that are
Oh
keeping
yeah,
this up.
there's so many in our area that are on here. They've been on there all 26 hours deep now.
Yeah.
Yeah, sending my wife and sister and my boy. Dude, I seen your dad. Hey, I seen your brother. Like, it's
Yeah,
just amazing.
kinda
Yeah,
fun.
this is cool to see.
So I see a question. How many loops do I think the runners have left? When it gets down to the final two, the race is just now starting.
Yes.
So they're just now beginning. So there's, I mean, it could go another 2 loops, it can go another 20, it can go another 100. Like, it really depends on that second place person who wants to actually push it.
Yep.
And where they're gonna go.
Yeah.
So
that was
yeah.
at our race. That was pretty eye-opening for us too,
Yeah.
because
you think it starts at the beginning, but
our top 3 were Jared Price, which he's an amazing, phenomenal athlete. Top 10 in the Spartans in the world for like
so
3 years in a row.
Yeah.
And when those top 3, and then when Jared fell and he timed out, we had no idea. I think we went another 20 miles more, 25 more loops.
I'm like,
and
geez.
so like the race had just started when Jared timed out.
Well, I think when Eric and Aaron battled 2 years ago, they went 15 hours just by themselves.
Just those 2.
Just them 2. So, again, the race starts, and then, if they both want it, they're both hungry enough.
Yeah.
They're going until somebody's wheels fall off.
Yeah. And that was the 132 or 3 miles?
Yeah.
137? What was that one? What's the record right now?
131.
131.
I have it right here.
133?
133.
133.
133.
Okay.
121 loops.
133
loops.
Yeah.
133 miles.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
41 hours.
It's amazing.
But again, that was 15 hours of just them
Those
2 by themselves. Just, I think with when Eric and Aaron were battling.
Yeah.
2 years ago?
2 years ago. Last year, Darren had a broken leg, so it ended quick.
Right.
They went to got to 100 miles, right?
Yeah, he's like, I'm pushing to 100, and then I can't do anything else.
Yeah, because he went quite a while with the fracture, right?
Yeah, he was in a boot for a while after.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he did damage.
Dude, that is so...
And I think he did
one
that.
more thing that proves, like, we are so much stronger than we think we are.
Yeah.
Physically, mentally, spiritually, like, we can do so much more.
If your mind's right, your body can handle
Yeah.
a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff. And that's what it takes out here. You got to have your mind right to really push. And if you're wavering at all, it's going to be a quick race for you.
Yeah.
And it's the ones that just go in clear-headed. And it's hard to do, though. I mean, you're out there for 30 miles. It's hard to get out of your head.
It is.
Especially when you keep looking at that hill.
Right?
You're like, gotta do this
I'm
again.
like, my cramp is here again. Son of...
That's what one thing TJ said last night. Sometimes, like, he sat down and was like, "How you doing?" He's like, I keep trying, but that hill keeps getting bigger. Like, it just keeps growing."
Well, you don't see the end.
No.
You never see the end until you're at the top.
Yeah, it's like a trick, and then it's like, okay, here we are. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and when you get to the chair, that's a halfway point.
Yeah.
But from the chair to a little tree is the hardest part of the climb.
It is.
Because it flats out for a second, it just shoots up. And then it just kind of curves up and over to the top. And it's like, you get there and you're already tired.
Yeah, you should put a camera there because you'd see everybody get like...
Yeah, we talked about trying to get it at the top.
Terrible. Everybody's faces.
Oh, yeah.
melting
Oh,
off.
yeah.
I was like, it'd be great.
No, it wouldn't. No one else would sign up.
I watched so many people that are like, oh.
Yeah. There's been a couple of photographers, and I'm sure Pete did it this year too. Get up at the top and just get people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the
He's
shots.
really
are,
good.
I like
yeah.
it if they're behind you.
Yeah, he's one of the
and
best.
See, like,
Yeah.
work
He
your
is.
muscles
That's
working.
Right?
You're front. No, stay away from this.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah, he did super good. That guy's all over the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be in the bushes, like he'll be off in the trees. You won't even know he's in there getting pictures.
Yeah, he's so awesome.
So everybody thinks they're hallucinating, and nope, it's just him.
Well, there's another
just being
race.
creepy in the bushes.
coming out of the bushes.
There's another race about an hour from here called Black Toe, and it's in January, and it's the worst weather. It's a great race. Like the race director, everything's great about it, but it's January in Tennessee, and it could be, below zero. It could be raining. It could just be whatever.
Ice.
Yeah, and the year I'm thinking of was all ice. Everything froze.
Jeez.
And he was off in like frozen waterfalls behind him taking pictures. And, like, you see the pictures afterwards, and like, I didn't even know he was anywhere over there.
Awesome.
Like, just hiding. But yeah.
Well, the rain here is like, when it started raining we've been in a couple rainstorms
Yeah.
here, I'm like, Dude, we don't get rain like that.
Yeah.
We don't get
It
rain
is
like
just
that.
a downpour.
And these have been nothing compared to the past couple of weeks that have been washing everything out and flooding the roads.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've had more tornado warnings in the southeast this
Oh,
year
really?
than I moved to Mississippi recently. I used to live about 45 minutes away from here, and I think what was it in April we already had 111 tornadoes.
Oh
my gosh.
Yeah, I remember one night we had 21 around us within 10 miles of us.
Jeez.
Yeah, I had storm
that's intense.
chasers across the street from the house we were living in at the time, just parked up in the parking lot. I'm
You're
like,
like, this is not good.
don't want to see
Yeah,
y'all.
this is
Yeah,
a bad sign.
yeah.
I'm watching them on YouTube.
Yeah, if I'm near you,
And then
this
I'm
isn't
watching
good.
them out my front
Oh,
window park, and I'm like,
Is my house gonna make it through the
yeah, this ain't good. This ain't good. But yeah, the rain here, and then what it just does to the course. It's a river out there.
Yeah, that's what T said. He's like, dude, you're already going through the mud, right?
Yeah.
But then he's like, now we're running through 3 rivers.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, it's literally a river.
Yeah.
He's like, don't change my shoes. They're soaked in one step.
Yeah, you can't.
So-
Yeah, you're kind of stuck with that. If you kind of have to wait till like now, and you're like, all right, are we good? All right, let's change.
Yeah, let's
when we
change.
can.
Oh yeah, both of them.
I love that they're back running together.
Yep, they are.
Super awesome.
If they will run together, we're gonna be here a while.
We're gonna be
We
here a
will
while.
be here a while.
Good job, boys.
The fact, 17 years old.
That's exactly what I
I
was gonna
know.
say. I ran with the 14-year-old kid. I can't remember his name. Stud, like 30-something miles.
Yeah.
Bentley?
Yeah, Bentley.
Yeah.
What a stud.
He had a great
Yeah.
head on his shoulders.
did.
We interviewed him, and you can tell,
Got to see
like,
his
yeah.
dad for a couple weeks. Levi, he's got
Yeah.
to see him cranking out there.
Yeah.
Well, I
He
mean,
just-
same
I mean,
thing
he
with
was
Nicholas,
top.
right? His dad's
Yeah.
out there running too.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't crank it out as long,
That's
but I
how
think last year he
noticed
did.
Nicholas last year I was running, I saw
His
the
dad,
running,
yeah.
and Nicholas was right behind me. I was like, who is this kid? They look like my son's age. I'm like looking at him like, what's
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
It kind of makes me
his
feel
third
like
year?
it's second year, I believe, right?
Nicholas is
Yeah, second year.
Second.
So last year he did 61 or 62.1 or 61.2,
And
right?
right now they just finished 79, right?
No, 80, 86.
Oh, miles. Loops.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was saying
yeah,
loops, yeah.
Dude, that's so crazy.
Yeah. And we're almost climbing Everest. So we need 10 more miles, and they will officially climb Everest from the beach.
26.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Is it 26?
29.
29.
Oh, 29,
29.
yeah.
29, yeah.
And the 200 here, we're right about 60,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those Everest climbs, there's one going on right now in Idaho. Yeah.
Yeah.
At one of the ski resorts
Yeah.
in Sun Valley?
Yeah.
Or in Haley. One or the other.
Yeah, yeah.
Bougie, really. You can just come out here.
Yeah, and
Right.
just knock it out.
Yeah.
Right,
Right?
yeah. Big time.
So true.
Those are like 2,500, 30, 5
Oh,
grand.
yeah.
Or even more now.
Yeah, I think they're $5,000.
But it
right
used to be 2,500 a couple of
Yeah.
years ago. I remember that.
now. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you can just go to your race and
Yeah,
just
just
stay
run
out
back
there
and
all
forth.
day.
Yeah, just stay out there all day.
Yeah. So if you're in Idaho, don't
I mean,
pay
these
$5
guys
grand.
are
Pay them
only-
100.
Yeah.
How many hours in it? A day and 2 hours, almost 3 hours?
Yeah.
Yep.
27 hours.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
you're getting a
that's-
lot more out of it here than you would there.
Yeah.
You know. Because they take gondola rides down.
Yep, they-
Like you're not getting into decline here.
No,
Like
yeah.
here,
Yeah.
they have 26,000 up and down.
And down.
And the down is what beats you
Oh,
up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Up is climbing's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like everyone thinks, they think of 26,000 feet of gain. It's
Yeah.
like,
The
Yeah, you go
downhill's
down,
brutal.
so it beats on you.
Here they go.
Good job, boys. Keep it up.
Good job.
Good job, Nick.
the poise that he has at that age.
17.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he has been
And
locked
then,
in.
and how old is
Jeremiah? I would assume the
I can look
20s.
it up on the ultrasound.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious because you know we've got Nicholas is 17. Obviously, age doesn't matter.
Because we had
And then
Bentley at 14.
we also this weekend we had a lot of older dudes that
Yeah.
last a long
In
time.
the 60s.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
So
Larry
impressive.
was like 54 and then,
Yeah.
I mean,
He was
he was
top-
killing it, man.
What do you see? He was not too far.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he was.
I mean, he was in the past the night. I know that.
Jeremiah.
For some reason, there's TJ. They go out for TJ?
Yeah.
29.
Yeah. Just a little
29. So Jeremiah's
Oh, no,
29. Who are we
Larry.
looking for?
I thought Larry, wasn't it?
I'm not seeing a single Larry. There's Tug.
Yeah, Tug.
Larry.
Oh, so he went at 19. I mean, that's still a really great.
That's,
Yeah.
that's still amazing.
I mean, anybody that comes out here and does a mile, it's
yeah.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah, this field went a lot deeper this year. Even in the first like 10 loops, usually you'd have about 20. So you have a lot of first timers that come out here. They really don't know what to expect with that hill.
Yeah.
Right? They see it on TV, or like if you're watching on the live stream and you're watching that second machete climb, it kind of looks flat and easy. But even that hill's, you know, it gets you.
It gets you.
It's
Yeah, you're
so-
about dying, and then you're like, here we go again.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so it's, you know, you really don't see it. Like the documentary won't do it justice. Nothing really does it justice until you're at the base of it and start climbing.
Yeah.
And so you have a lot of first timers come out here, and they might be from like Florida or
Yeah.
somewhere no elevation.
Yeah.
And then it's, you know,
I had a
what do you
bunch
do?
of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one was from Alabama, and she's like, "We got no hills in Alabama."
Nah, they got
what in the
hills.
hell are you
Northern
doing?
Alabama, they got them. Got the Pinhotties.
Yeah, Florida, Alabama. I talked to a few of those guys.
Yeah.
They're like, I got to train more hills.
I even
Yeah,
found some in
super
Mississippi already, and we're flat.
Yeah?
Like, we were
Yeah.
flat.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I already
Found some to run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got a good treadmill that, you know, will help
Climb
with
it
that.
up,
Yeah,
yeah.
the incline trainer, 40% up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that helps with it as well.
Yeah, you got to train that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, these hills are no joke.
Yeah.
Somebody in the comments said Jeremiah's 30, but registration, he's 29, right?
He might have just turned 30.
He might have
Yeah.
just had a birthday. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Awesome.
yeah, that is awesome.
Good beast.
So do you want to make your race harder at all after coming out here and seeing this hill? Find a way to go out there and carve into the
Well,
land a little bit?
If we turned it,
If we went the other
if we
way,
went the other way, it would be. It would
I
be
think
about
the
like
flipping
this.
every year would be kind of cool.
Yeah, I do too.
And you
Yeah.
can give
Yeah.
like a special award, like if you win both ways or something.
Yeah, that would
like
be cool.
I know with
Yeah.
a lot of the races, if you know, you can get a
or
double
match your,
buckle.
match your own miles or something.
You know, you
Yeah.
could, you can get like a special plaque or something
Yeah,
to get
you can
both
make it fun,
sides.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then that keeps them
And it would
coming
keep-
back.
Exactly.
And
so
that's
that
what you
would
want. Yeah.
Probably do it right. One way, one year,
Yeah.
one way the other year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you train for it.
And because it's going to be a different race every year
Yeah.
with that way too.
Yep.
You
Yeah,
know, you
'cause-
don't know what to expect
Yep.
if you're coming in, and
Yeah, the downhill is definitely beats the crap out, and that's where we
Yeah.
lost quite a few people.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they'd either hurt their knees or ankle or something would their quads would lock up.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, and then if we turned it and went the other way, it's just a climb.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting pretty much all 250. You kind of climb and then a little flat and right
that's
back up.
awesome.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
we could definitely change it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because on ours, I mean, basically a half mile is a constant climb.
Yep.
And then when you make the turn and start heading back, you have some rolling hills
And then just
That's
and
nice.
then just a down. Yeah.
One thing I'll warn you: when you get around this crowd, we like to make things harder. Even Aaliyah had a great
How
idea
can we make this more miserable?
to make a marathon up and down Myers.
Yeah.
The Myers Marathon.
Just just
that.
going up and circling.
No, just
Oh,
up and down.
Just up and down.
Just up and down.
We call those the death
That's a death loop,
But that-
just to do the circle,
then
and
I've
that's how
done
we train a
marathon
lot.
Death loops, which is hard enough.
Yeah.
So as I was doing the calculations, as I was doing the death loops, I'm like, what if
What
we
if?
just stayed on Myers and we all just marched past each other,
Oh,
like the
man.
faces of each other, you just see the misery build
Yeah.
and build.
And this is how it is. Like when Big Al's, we were doing a training run out here, just talking about it, and I was like, if you do it, I'll sign up. Like without hesitation. And I haven't ran
Done.
more than 70 miles at that point.
Yeah.
Like I don't even think I haven't had 100 at that point.
Oh.
And I'm like, I'll sign up for this.
That's
and then
awesome.
like
Well,
within
we
a
were
week or
thinking,
two, we
like-
started making the trail.
We were thinking about Big Al's. We were like, we need to come up with Becca was suggesting we need to come up with a trail that's not as intense
Yeah.
as Murder Mile.
I think it's
Something that's
tougher, by the
longer.
way.
Yeah.
It's just as bad.
It's yeah.
I'm not
My-
kidding.
like,
the
yeah.
elevation on Big Owls is like, this is misery. Like
Yeah.
equal. Like it's a different misery. There's no Myers you're gonna do, but like you're still off camera.
Off
like
camera a
crazy.
lot.
You are up, down, up. I'm like,
Yeah.
y'all are crazy.
My sister's like, you guys want to see 108 psychos? Just come to Mid-State Mile.
Yeah, and you're running in circles.
But the problem is, there's 10 to 20 of us here that this isn't hard enough.
Yeah.
Like, we want to
Right.
make this 10 times harder.
Oh, it's still
Like,
hard enough.
Yeah.
We're just sick enough.
Yeah.
Right, you're just sick in the mind.
Digging deeper.
Yeah.
Make it hurt
How can
more.
we come out here and make it horrible?
Horrible.
Yeah.
Like,
Just waller in my misery.
yeah. People are too good out here now. You're smiling at 100 in. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
yeah.
Coming in like.
We need to get you out at 50. How can we get you out at 50?
Yeah.
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 What can we do to
What
make
can we
this just
do?
a million times worse for you? And it's, yeah. But that's how, you know, a lot of these things have been born. Like the
Yeah.
hill climbing one I was telling you about.
Yeah.
That is horrible.
Yeah.
You know? She
But it's
was,
just-
she
yeah.
went for Denali. Did you get Denali on that?
No, because we had to stop
The
for
storms. Yeah, she was
Uh-huh.
out here in like lightning
It was
and
like,
tornadoes.
I thought,
Like,
a branch really come down on me
Yeah.
in Myers.
Yeah.
It was full flooding. River.
insane.
Just full flooding.
Yeah.
It's so inspiring though to be around this group of people because
Yeah.
there's not a ton of people like this
No.
want to do hard things. You
No.
know, or it's just like, dude, this is the group you want to hang with. You want to
Yeah.
do bigger, better things. So.
And you won't
yeah.
find a group that, like, you know, will push you.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if you're competing against, if you're, you know, you don't even know the people.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, everyone's going to push you to
Well,
just
who
keep
come
going.
out third? Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan.
Yeah, like Dylan, dude, all day.
Yeah.
You guys are kicking ass. Let's go. Keep going.
Yeah.
Climbing up Myers, and I'm like, dude, you're a freaking badass. And he's
Yeah.
just, let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. I'm like,
Oh, he was doing handstands and cartwheels.
Was he?
A couple. I don't know. Maybe that's what got him taken out, you know?
Settle it down.
I know. We're like,
Yeah.
stop. You're going to hurt yourself. And, like, this
If
is.
you want to have Dylan on, he wants to come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, we'd
Yeah.
love to have him on. Well,
Thanks, man.
yeah, Nate, Jen, thank
Yes,
you so much.
thank you.
Again, tell everyone one more time about your race, where they can sign up. Obviously, Ultra sign up, but anything that, yeah.
anything?
Yeah, just it's IncomLastManStanding.com.
August 15th
August 15th.
in Ingram, Idaho.
Yep, the 14th will be the kids' race if they want to sign up for
Yeah.
there. I don't. Did you set an age limit on that?
I haven't got that stuff out yet, but yeah.
So yeah, and then the 15th we'll start racing. So.
Yeah, you got 60 days. Start today.
Yeah.
Start training. It's a cheap race to go out there and really push your limits and see what you can handle. And obviously, they're great people. They're gonna get you out there and take care of you and push you really far. So definitely go sign up if you're in the area or if you just want a nice vacation out of it. It's a beautiful area.
That's why
so,
we came here. We
Yeah.
wanted a vacation
Yeah.
too. So,
You know, do some
Tennessee's
hard stuff
beautiful.
while you're doing it. Yeah.
For sure.
So
We
we
all
really
can work
appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sure she'll put out the link to the race and stuff too, and kind of promote it just because it's the golden ticket. And
Yep.
and again, next year if you want a free entry to the race, you sign up for Mid-State Mile and come out and win it, and then go win theirs.
Yeah.
So go get both of them.
That's right.
So yeah, we really appreciate it. We're
appreciate
glad
you,
you got to come check out the course.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And I think you should go check out Big Al's too before you leave.
take the loop,
and
yeah.
Take the loop and check it out because it's beautiful out there. Like Myers is beautiful, but Big Al's it's so beautiful out there. Yeah.
Very cool.
So we really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks,
Yeah.
man.
Thank
Okay,
y'all.
Thank you.
All right.
You too, brother. You're a beast, man. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we are back. We are on like a 20-second delay there, so that's right. Yeah, we are here with Dylan Ledbetter, who just got third, who also pretty much crushed his record from out here, which is a massive win. But man, you looked amazing out there today. You were smiling nonstop, cheering everybody on, being motivating, and that's what this is all about. But take everyone through your race, man, from the beginning to the end and how it was.
So I've had a much better training block leading into this, and first of all, just all glory to God. Really there. My sobriety's played a huge factor in it. Just in training, it's so much easier to train.
We feel better.
Right.
Exactly.
And so I came in with a really clear head, without really a goal, but to just continue to push,
Yeah.
right? Like, ensure you don't quit on yourself is like
Yeah.
such a big deal out here. Like, the PRs are great and the 24 hours are great or the 100 miles are great, but like, just don't quit on yourself and you're going to achieve those goals most of the time,
Yeah.
you know? So, I set A, B, and C goals. You know, A to win, B to hit 100, and then C to hit 24 hours.
Yep.
So we got the C goal, right? The 100, maybe nobody does. We don't even know yet.
Yeah.
And the A goal to win, pretty close.
Yeah.
you
I
know?
mean, dude, third. Yeah.
The race, as you guys saw, the conditions are like nobody's ever seen out here ever.
Yeah.
And myself and Brandon have run Tennessee Mile multiple times, which is in December, and the course is rugged.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
not this.
No.
At one point, there was like the monsoon. I don't know how many hours in. We were maybe 8, 10, something like that.
Yeah.
And there were 2 water crossings that were like halfway up your leg, like with how deep it was. It was fun though. Like it added something to it. And I think the great thing about that is in my head, I was like, this is anybody's race to win because these conditions are so unknown to everybody here.
Playing field, big time.
Right,
Yeah.
because you had big heads out here. You know, you had the Darren, and who knows if Eric was going to run well, but you had Nicholas, who does well, still out there. Jeremiah as well. Kale, who's put in a crazy training block. Doug Moore, who's an animal. My buddy Daniel. You have David Compton. I mean, I could name probably 25 people who could win this race.
Easily. And there's some unknowns that we don't know that could probably come up and still win it too. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Brian something from Colorado. That dude had a great race. I think he top 5'd.
Brian Baker.
Levi as well. Yeah. And then I gotta say thank you to everybody in the chat. I know everybody. I heard that there was some folks in here with a lot of support. And
they've been asking about you from the get-go, cheering you on. You know, from all over too. So, well, we know the course was rough, right? You looked amazing out there. You were at one point doing cartwheels and handstands and all that, which we were mad at you for because we didn't want you to get hurt and mess up your race. I was like, I'm gonna punch him if he gets hurt. I was like, I'm just gonna go punch him. But what took you out, man? Like, because again, you look so strong every time coming in, and then I know the last lap before you went out, you kind of slowed down a little bit. You kind of came in a little bit later than normal, but you still look great. So what happened on that last loop?
So I wouldn't even say it's the last loop. It was compounding for sure.
Obviously.
And with the handstands and stuff, like I just want to say, folks, like if you have fun out there, you're going to have a better race. Man, I've tried to race multiple races serious, and it never pans out well for me. The races I've done well at, I'm chalking it up. I'm making friends. I'm encouraging other runners, and I think like that fuels you as a runner when you're encouraging other runners.
Because you're out of your own head.
Right.
But I mean,
there's also people like Nicholas, right? Nicholas is doing his thing, right? He's locked in, zoned in. He doesn't really talk too much, and he's running his loops. So there's counter arguments to it. But for me personally, I know my best is when I have fun and encourage everybody else. As for what took me out, I don't know if it's a stress fracture or just shin splints, but it's kind of like the ankle tendon up to the shin. And it's been like that for about 6 hours. Like, I mean, it was hitting me around hour 18, 19. And the thing pushing me through is just, one, it's just pain, right? It wasn't slowing me down. And like that's something I would tell people as well is like, it's just pain. If it's not slowing you down, you really can move a lot farther than you think you can. And then secondarily is setting small goals when you have that pain, because it's like, okay, like the first one I think was like, let's get in the top 10, right? And it's like, okay, that happens, like now let's get in the top 5, and like let's get to 24 hours, and it's like that's only 6 loops away, that's only 4 loops away, right? And a lot of people tell you to lose track of the loops, and I've kind of bought into that sometimes. This year I kind of kept track, and it never bugged me because I just set these small little carrots, dude. Just like, gotta go get this, gotta go get that. And then so it got real bad actually the second to last loop, but what happened is I got top 3, which is one of those carrots, you know, and I'm like, okay, let's run a loop almost exactly how I have and see if these guys were maybe just kind of going for top 3, and if they waver a little bit, I can feel off of that, you know. And they haven't wavered. I mean, they're rock solid, and so much kudos to them. So yeah, that was it. You know, I feel my legs are good. I was climbing well. Mentally, like you said, I'm still messing around out there. Like, I did.
And you're smiling like crazy now, which is awesome because you had a good race now. Like,
it's all just so worth it, and like to come out here and do it on such a tough course, but with great people that if people didn't know, this was my first ultra marathon 2 years ago. And I put together 45 loops, which was my PR out here.
And now you're addicted.
Yeah, and it got me hooked. This community, and now I have
Same with
friends
me.
like yourself and so many people around here. And it makes it so special to show up even on Friday and you're shaking hands and like people you haven't seen for maybe
It's
a
a
year,
family
6
reunion.
months.
It
It
really
really
is.
is
Yep.
every single year.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
And everybody wants to push you and get the most out of you, you know. And we all see the work that you've been doing. So you're very active on social media, been posting all your runs and all that. And anybody that's watching can just see how your runs have been getting faster, the work you've been putting in, the sobriety, like you said, just the diet.
Yep.
Every little piece, you've actually been intentional and been trying to piece it together. So if you want to like talk about like leading up to it, what you've been doing in the training to come out here and throw down a top 3 finish while smiling the entire time.
Yeah,
I mean,
being,
that's a big
being
deal.
deliberate with your life, I think, is very important.
Yeah.
Waking up
Yes.
with goals and really being grateful just to wake up. Like the
Yes.
first, the two things I do, and a lot of people talk about this, is like when I wake up, I'm grateful for the day that's about to happen, the opportunities that are about to be given to me. Even if something terrible occurs, it is an opportunity for you to grow, a lesson to learn.
Always
you know?
do 3 grateful things in the morning.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then at night, grateful for the day I just had. You know, thank
Wins for
you
the day,
God for
too.
everything.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
I just went through. So that's a big starter. And then when you really dedicate yourself to something, a hobby like running, or I mean, I don't care what it is. I don't care if
Anything,
it's
yeah.
poetry. You
Yeah.
know, everything. You can tailor your life to it. You know, fitness is obviously one that like sobriety helps a ton, and eating helps a ton. But it's hard. Like I run so much, like I don't want to eat good, right? But
Yeah, you need the calories.
just know your
Right.
results are not going to be always, unless you're Courtney DeWalter, you know.
Both of them, by the way, Jeremiah and Nicholas, just came in together. So they are running the loops together, which is what we want. We want them to push each other and, you know, see who can just get the most out of it.
And they both slow down a ton. Right?
Yeah.
They're at 17-minute loops
Yeah.
now, and they haven't run that slow all day. I know because I was running like 17:30s, you know.
Yeah.
And I haven't really.
But they
seen them
might
much.
just be out there just talking, having a good old time. And, you know, they're so dialed in, they really don't need a lot of time. But, yeah, man. And like you said, this, you know, what you have going with fitness applies to your whole life, you know, because if you're trying to get better at something, whatever it is, you have to put in the work. You have to go take action every single day to accomplish it. And
Yeah.
so, you know, whether it be the diet, the training, the cross training, even the mental work, whatever you're doing to get ready, like you're progressing forward. And that's the great thing about this is you could actually see your results pan out.
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
know?
To go from 45 loops out here to 70, whatever, is, if you've been out here, you know what that means. Right?
Yes,
You know
yeah.
how hard that is, and even how hard 45 loops
Going
is.
from 45
you
to
know?
50 is tough.
Right.
Exactly.
yeah. I
So,
mean, that's almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
You know, of running. David Compton asked me what's next. I'm actually I'm planning, as long as recovery goes well, to go to South Dakota. My friend Hope is running an FKT, 430 miles across South Dakota.
Nice.
So I'm going to go try to do 4 days of pacing with her out there. So as you know, God willing, the recovery goes well, because that's about 5 weeks away.
Oh, you'll be good.
Yeah,
you'll be
probably.
good.
And then I'm gonna run, I think, Fort Frenzy 24-hour
Nice.
over in East Tennessee. Yeah.
When's that, in August? Or
Yes, August 16th.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's put on by East Coast Adventures, and I'm a race team member. If anybody hasn't looked at East Coast Adventures or met David and Mary and Mike and Matt, like amazing people. Like Matt showed up yesterday and just gave me an ECA duffel bag, dude. I didn't even know, you know. I'm like, dude, this is cool, you know. Great people.
Yeah, we had Mary and David on a lot last night, being able to talk. So, you know, so they gave a lot of information. They have a lot of good races to check out as well. Really good RDs. So,
Here they go.
back
He's up
at
early.
it. Yeah. There's a.
Oh, yeah,
about 20 seconds.
Corey's asking about the jersey. I think he's talking about the the wife beater. I started running in it. Like, we'll wait for them to go.
Casey went out on loop 48. Loop 48. Yeah, we might be here for a while, Charles. We really might be here. We might be here tomorrow. We really could. So.
Yeah, the wife beater, like, I just like to do things that are kind of silly, if you guys didn't notice. Like, it's just fun for me. and actually running in a wife beater is it's like really comfortable. It's just a
It's
fun
breathable,
little thing. Like,
so-
and I don't like. Let me, for the record, I hate the name. Like, I
Yeah,
wish
yeah,
it had a better name, like ribbed cotton tank top. But it doesn't. It doesn't. Everybody knows when you
Yeah.
say
Yeah,
wife
yeah, oh,
beater.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so it's a fun little thing, you know. People are like, "Why are you wearing that?" It's like, "Cause I'm just an idiot," you know. Like, that's it. So it's just like a fun little thing. At this race, you're gonna take your shirt off. Most people are gonna take their shirt off
Oh, yeah.
anyways, you know. So you
Now,
start with
one
that and have
question a
fun.
lot of people had was how many hats did you have?
3.
Just 3?
Yeah.
Because it looked like you had a lot more.
Did it? Yeah.
There was no rush. It's just been on my brain for 2 hours.
Yeah.
So.
I'll get them on it.
Yeah, I think that when you're out here, like I used to do like bucket or boonie caps.
Yep. Yeah,
But
I
I think
remember
they
that your
held a
first
little
year.
too much heat.
Yeah.
And I've been wearing like I don't even know what those are called, like the unstructured 5-panel hats
Yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever. And they're great. They're really breathable, but they hold some moisture. So you're like, and so I just cycle those on some ice water. You know,
Yeah.
get a new one every loop. It cools your head down a little bit. Plus, I guess it's fun for everybody
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the live feed to see what hat I'm wearing the next loop. I didn't change shorts or underwear once, which
Nice.
I think is risky, but it worked out.
I do the same though. If you get
Do
enough,
you?
yeah. If you get like the right shorts, I wear the ones that have compression already
Okay,
built
yeah,
in.
yeah, yeah. I would just wear compression shorts separate. Yeah.
And yeah, if you get enough, lube on there and stuff that you're not like, try not to mess with something. Same with socks and shoes. If you're not dealing with crazy conditions like this, if they're feeling good, just leave it. Because
Right.
yeah, you
No,
don't want
I
to mess with
agree.
anything at the time. So, but yeah. Are you gonna be out here next year?
I plan to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's as much as I really was thinking about this out there, like probably 20 something hours in, and you really at that point you do not want to come back, right? Because you're like, because going through this process again of what I just went through, it's grueling and it's tough, but it's why I'm here. It's why
It's a
everybody
year process
trains.
too.
Right.
It is a whole year process that you're thinking about this. It's in the back of your mind, so it is a lot to do it.
Yeah, but I plan to. Yeah, I really do. It's like I said, it was my first ultra. I haven't missed a year since then, so this is year 3 for me. John's talking about doing a 10-year one with like a top 3 finishers. I hope is what he goes with because I'm in there now. You know, and that would be really cool and unique. But yeah, I plan to be out. It's hard for me to miss. Like this is my favorite race ever. Like I don't know how it couldn't be. But I'm racing Cocodona next year, God willing. So that's about 6 weeks before this race. So that also could play a factor. But I think I'll run it anyways. Like no matter how we feel, like I will come out here and run and stay for the day or 2 days and motivate everybody. And I would recommend to anybody who goes to a backyard, if you have the time off, stay and watch what the people that are doing well are doing. Because I did that the first year. I think, that's when we met. And Eric and Aaron went like so many miles.
It's a masterclass.
I stayed here the whole time. 40 hours or 41 hours, I think it was. And I went out in 16 and I took a nap, came back, and I watched and I analyzed and even actually ended up helping Aaliyah crew Jill a little bit, which gave me extra insight on what's going on because I didn't know anything about anything. But that's how you learn, folks. Like if you just pack up and leave, and I get it, you want to go home, you're sore and everything. I promise though, it's beneficial to hang around the runners that are doing well and just observe, man. And you'll make friends too. Yeah. There's also a respect factor to it. Like these people here deserve to have a crowd. They deserve to have as many people out here as possible because they're going through it, man. Like they're throwing down.
I've had the race where there's no one at the finish before and you're just there, and it makes a big difference when you have people around. But so would there be anything, I know you're doing Cocodona, so your training is going to be more focused on that. But if you were solely focused on just mid-state next year, would there be anything you would change in your training from this past year to what you're doing now to help you go from 3 to 1?
Yeah, I think I need more vert, but at the same time, like my climbing was really good today. In Clarksville, where I'm at, the vert is pretty limited, right?
Yeah.
So I'd have, and I'm in the trail club, and I've come down here twice between Tennessee Mile and now, but I probably need to do that more often. Work on whatever can strengthen my ankles, you know, in tib and fib.
There's a wobble board.
Okay.
You can get one of those balance boards, this little circle with the ball. Just get on that and just roll your ankles every which way, because that's what I did for Big L's. And dude, I had no ankle issues, whatever.
Okay.
And I get on it 5 minutes, 10 minutes in the morning, watching TV, drinking coffee, whatever. and then get on at night
I need one.
sometimes, or get it. Yeah, $20 board.
Yeah.
And it works your.
Yeah, I'll
ankles
just hit
go-
you up
yeah,
and
yeah.
you send me a link to it and I'll grab one.
Yeah.
But,
So
yeah, that's a big deal. Like, because really all my races, when I get it injured, it's an ankle injury almost all the time. And it's not like an injury where I roll it and it snaps. Like,
Yeah.
it's just a pounding of the ankle. Like,
and everything's off camber, and you're
Mhm.
hit, and especially this weekend with all the ruts and
Right.
all the washouts, like, and at night you're not really paying attention as much where you're stepping sometimes, and
Mm-hmm.
you could easily just tweak it, get some muscles using that you're not really used to using, because that's a big deal too, and it could compound.
yeah. ECA bucket hat. I'd probably rock ECA bucket hat. I'd rather have the unstructured. The same one you wore today or yesterday, David. I like that one. Because I got one, but it's like the dad hat, and I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't wear the dad hats. I'm appreciative of the item though.
Yeah,
I really
yeah,
am.
yeah.
Will I stay with Corey at Cocodona? I don't know. I mean, it depends on what he wants to run and what I want to run. I think that if somebody's goals are higher than yours, like you don't want to push yourself that could possibly
That's
injure
a long
you.
race to
Just
try to run with somebody.
one person.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody does it, to be honest, that I can think of. At least not your top performing people.
Yeah.
I'd like to race Cocodona. Like, I mean, everything's gearing towards that. So.
I mean, even here at Big Al's 200, it's a 2-mile loop, and I ran by myself the whole time.
Right.
Like, I try to do some loops with people, but I was moving at a much quicker pace than they were, and I was like, I can't slow down because it's going to get me off my game.
Yeah.
And, they don't need to speed up because they don't need to get off their game.
Right.
And so, and that's a
you kinda
2-mile
lock
loop.
in. Yeah,
Like,
backyards, like you lock into your pace, and you gotta stay there. It's the best thing for you mentally, And out here, like the 17:30 that I stay at is a pretty popular pace. Like it really is for people that have done it before. You kind of know, like that's where I'm gonna chill at 17 to 18. So there was a lot of groups, and like I was really fortunate to hang out with quite a few people this weekend.
So speaking of pace, let's get your opinion on this, because you have thrown down some miles on this course, between Tennessee Mile, Mid-State Mile, and even training runs. TJ was coming in the entire time, 13 minutes.
Yeah.
What do you think about that pace? Now, he said he just likes to go fast, and it feels worse for him to slow down, and there's a lot of people that have done that out here. But a 13-minute pace, like...
I don't think it works.
Yeah?
I mean, you don't need that much time in the chair.
Yeah.
Like, you're not... Yeah, I don't think you're getting that much benefit out of a 7-minute rest.
Yeah.
Maybe you compare to a 2.5 or 3-minute rest, and you're putting a lot of stress, extra stress on your joints, because that means you're bombing hills, you're climbing hard, you're running hard, and like you were talking about earlier with the loose ground out here, it can't be good on everything. What took them out, anyways? Because they're running. Did they just do a distance and then cash out?
So TJ, after the intermission, like he 13 and a half minute loops every time. Came back from after intermission, went out there and started having some hallucinations. So trees were moving, dancing around, doing some things. Then he came back in, let them know. They're kind of learning as well because they're kind of new to this. So they're trying to figure out the electrolyte game and all that. So they gave him a little bit more electrolytes. He went back on another loop, came back, and was like, I'm tripping balls. So they got him some more. He went out there, got to the top of Machete, took a rock out of his shoe, and started walking, and within just a couple minutes, he blacked out and face planted in the mud.
Holy smokes.
And woke up later, and everyone was gone.
Holy
and
crap.
So, yeah, it took him out. So the electrolytes.
I never saw him. I would have picked him up.
Yeah, I mean, no one's just going to walk around a body just laying face down in the dirt.
That's wild,
like,
though.
People give up their race for that to make sure he's okay.
I did notice them running fast, you know. If that's what you want, I mean,
and there was groups early on where there's probably 20 people that were running 14 and under, or 14 and a half and under.
You don't see that very often out here.
It was a new thing, because like you said, 17 and a half is the previous years. That's kind of like the average pace.
You got some 16ers, like Eric's a 16 kind of guy, right? 16, 16, 30,
half,
right?
Like that. But not many. You'd have 5 to 10 maybe coming in that range, not 20 to 30 or 40 coming in
What's great
that
about
range.
the 17, 30, 18-minute race, and Chad talks about it on the documentary too, though, is those people from that 14-minute group, eventually they're back at you, and then I think that's what makes it tough is when they start to slow down, because inevitably you will.
Yeah.
And then you're like in the back and you're with people you've never seen before, and it kind of gets in your head, you know. And then, as you know, once you get alone out here, especially if it's nighttime, it's game over. It's game over. You got to stick with somebody at night.
So that's a great point you brought up, because we talked about that on the live stream all night. It looked like a lot of y'all were spread out overnight, and there might not be as much conversation. And then there were times where y'all group in, groups of 4 or 3 or 4. Were there a lot of conversations out there, and what were those conversations?
No, and I really think it's just because I think everybody was struggling pretty well, and as much in the beginning you're talking on the climbs because you're not going as fast.
Yeah.
When you get late like that, like I don't know if you want to waste your breath on the
I
climbs,
would.
right?
Yeah, I'm breathing.
And then in the straightaways you're not really talking, and then in the downhills you're kind of focusing on your route, So at night it got harder to have the conversations, and everybody was kind of just locked into one loop at a time. And I mean, I think the night took out quite a few.
And that part is a part of it, because like you said, you get in your head, and it can be game over quick.
Yes.
But if you do what Dylan's been talking about, and you're smiling, having fun out there, talking to other people, motivating other people, you kind of forget about your pain and what you're going through, and you start focusing on their pain and trying to get them through their stuff.
Yeah.
And then it just makes you feel better and allows you to just, continue on doing what you're doing. And that's why you'll hear Becca every year out here at the nighttime is link up with somebody,
She's
make
yelling
friends.
at us,
And she means it because it makes a world of difference.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that wouldn't have went out if they just stayed with whoever that last runner is.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, once you isolate and become the last lone runner, you got maybe 2 loops like that.
Yeah.
And we had a guy, Cody, was running with us, I think, in the final 8-ish. I don't know where Cody went out. 8-ish?
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, 8. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, and he had some loops where he was starting to fall back. And I'm like, Cody, get up here, bro. Like, come hang out with us. You know what I mean? Like, where are you from? And like, that's the kind of stuff. And he did thank me out there. He's like, Dylan, you really kept me in those loops. You and Kale and whoever was around me at the time. And it's like, dude, you have to, like, and you don't want to see anybody go out alone like that either. Because we've all been there. I've been there in the middle of the night, and I'm dropping back, and I just know it's over. What up, Gavin? How are you, brother?
And see, if you got him one more loop, that's one more, like, he's going to remember that.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to be happy about that because it's one more loop that he did that he wouldn't have done just by being out there. So it's so important to, in any race, like, not even just a last man standing. If anything, if, like, you're struggling in the middle of the night and someone's close to you, link up. Learn about them. Tell stories. Like, everybody out here has an amazing story.
Yes.
One way or
100%.
another. And so you could learn so much. Like, I've learned so many little just tips and tricks just from having conversations on trails with people. Learned about life, learned about all kinds of stuff. So it's a great thing to link up and just, like you said, have fun out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Zach asked, how have you been able to improve your crew instructions to make the most of your time in the
Great
corral
question.
from 1 to 3? Well, in year 1, I didn't even know what a crew was. Like, I was here with a cooler and a chair, And then I learned from, like I said, watching Eric and Aaron and Jill. And then this year, I've run a couple more backyards, and so I kind of figured out like what I like nutritionally and like how much I can put in at any given time.
Yeah.
And I like to go with like I start with like a gel, and then maybe like pretzel bites the next loop out here specifically, and then like a hard food like a wrap or a oatmeal or a and then back to the gel, right? Like, let's get light again, because I've been out here before where I packed in food and I got bloated and it was not a good time. So once you get your crew kind of locked into what you are looking for, like, that's all they're gonna do. They're gonna give you exactly what you ask them for. So they were really good about that. The crew was amazing. My dad, my girlfriend Molly, my sister, and then our family friend Jason. Really blessed with that. And what's crazy about that too? What's crazy about that too is like none of them are runners really. And that's pretty rare for a crew when you have somebody go deep. But I guess Darren does it really well too with his family, right? They crew him really well.
But when you know what you need, you don't
have to know how to run, really.
No, and if you communicate right with your crew, and you have your system down, I mean, it's just
And I didn't
picking
do
it off.
what I said.
Yeah.
I didn't do that every hour, like, because sometimes I don't want to
Yeah,
gel
yeah.
anymore, right? I want
I
something
get tired
different.
of eating
yeah,
and stuff too.
yeah. Once you, okay,
I get tired of chewing after
a big
a while.
thing I did this year, and the documentary from Mid-State Mile. If you guys haven't seen it, 1 Mile Out. No. Just 1 Mile.
Just 1 Mile.
On Amazon
I thought
Prime
it
and
was
Apple
1 Mile.
TV, I
Me too.
think. Yeah. And if you guys haven't watched that, they make it kind of seem like, are they both coming in?
No, just Nicholas.
What's he at? Oh, he's at 15.
Dude, I'm so pumped for this kid.
Yeah, he's crushing, dude.
I know.
Talking about crushing PRs,
I
dude.
was
He's murdering.
Kind of like joking earlier. I was like, if it was just me and him, I was like, you're not taking away anything from me because he's an amazing runner. But I'd be like, I feel a little less sad. But I'm just like, but not at the same time, But it's like,
I had like
he's
the opposite
crushing it.
feeling, dude, because like I wanted
No,
to beat him bad, dude. I wanted to beat him bad.
You
And
wanted
he
to
smoked
beat
me,
oh,
yeah. Just because like
that's what I'm
he's
saying.
the
Like
kid,
exactly.
And it's like I don't want to lose. I'm a
thought
30-year-old
you would-
man,
I thought you would have the same mindset where you're like, I can't lose to him.
Right.
I can't lose to him.
Right.
But if
he's
you did, like, you're happy.
Stoked
You're
for him.
so happy.
And he's been out
Like-
here every year that I've been out here, at least.
Second year. The
Oh,
second
the
year.
second? Okay,
Second
so
year.
he wasn't here the first year.
No.
But I remember last
He
year
did
studded
61
out.
or 62 miles, and yeah, for being at 88 right now, I mean, even if he was 20th right now, this is a massive, massive win for him.
Yeah.
To come out there and throw down 20 a marathon. He threw down a marathon for next year. You threw down 40.
Yeah.
Like that's insane.
It's a
insane
lot.
when you think about it. Out here in these
it's-
conditions too.
Yeah.
Like you didn't have a perfect weather, perfect course, and doing that.
Yeah.
Last year was a better course.
Like I said, I really think
hotter,
it was
but-
an equalizer in some ways,
Yes.
and it kind of hyped me up a little bit that anybody can win this race.
Yeah. And it really can. You see some of the best runners go out early, year after year after year.
Yeah.
And then you have people that you wouldn't think would be at the top, So every year can be so different. But Jeremiah's coming in, so
17,
plenty of time. Yeah.
So it looks like that's what he's sticking to.
Yeah.
Well, Brandon, I'm gonna get out of here, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you for
so
everything,
much,
man.
Yeah. You had a nice little fan base here cheering you on, and you crushed it.
Yeah,
like,
I
I'm so
appreciate
proud
love
of you, dude.
everybody, man.
Like,
Yeah, thank you. Thank
just
you,
the
man.
work you've been putting in, like.
Yeah.
Everyone watches it. Everyone notices it. Even
Yeah.
if people aren't saying nothing, like everybody sees the work that you're doing.
I think it's important to push the people around you, folks. Like, be a kind person. Encourage people. In a world where you can easily be discouraged and be rude, don't do it.
Go out and do
Don't
some
do
hard
it.
stuff.
Yeah.
There's great people out there doing it with you. So
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Love y'all.
Yeah,
God
thank
bless.
you. All right, we are going to take a little break while they're doing this, and we'll be back with some more interviews.
Only one guy wants to go out. Only one man's not afraid. We used to have two runners. Looks like we only got one left. Oh, there he is.
What's that over there?
All right, everybody, we are back. Jeremiah and Nicholas just both went out on loop 82. They're both looking really strong. They came in. I think both Nicholas had about 4.5 minutes of rest, and then Jeremiah came in with about 3, somewhere around there. So got some fuel in them and then moved on. But we are now joined by one of the greatest guys, and I got a lot to talk about here with him, but Joshua Brandt. So a couple things about him. Joshua Brandt ran the race today, or yesterday.
Yeah.
Forget it's still today.
Yeah.
Got 21 loops, and as soon as he got done, went to the aid station that he's volunteering and sponsored here, and has been helping nonstop up until sitting down here. And he also sponsored the arena, the pavilion that y'all have seen today, that has kept every single one of these runners completely dry this weekend, which would not have happened. Kept all their food, all their gear dry. It has been amazing, and it has stood the test this weekend. It was a great test for this. But yeah, let's if you want to tell everybody about the race and the aid station and just how your weekend's been, man.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So the course, as far as I'm concerned, there were some warnings about it not necessarily being the best, but I love some mud.
Yeah.
Right. I love a challenging course, but it's gorgeous out there, and these guys are just kicking. I hope everybody that is tuned in and watching understands the reality of what these guys are doing. It's a mile, but it's the toughest mile anybody has ever done in their life, and these guys are just it's the day after the race started. It's absolutely insane.
Yep.
A lot of you are probably on your couch, or maybe you've never even seen the actual mile, and it's just a mile. It's 20 minutes. It's nuts to get this done over and over and over as long as these guys have been. So first and foremost, second, yeah, I mean that one. This was like the weather. This time was the perfect test.
Yeah.
For the arena, and John built it basically himself.
Yep. Yeah.
Which is
They
nuts.
came in forced, and had a little bit of help here and there with making sure like the electrical and stuff's right, because did an amazing job with it. And like I said, it has held up this weekend. Provided like the shade, like it barely got any sun in there, even at the hottest part of the day, where before the sun would just be beating on you, in those canopies. You just couldn't really get out of it. And then with all the rain we had, the amount of water that would have dropped on that, canopies might have been flying. Like it could have changed the entire race, and it could have already been done from that. So I mean, that's going to come in handy so many times in the future. But so how did your race play out as you got out there and started dealing with the rough course conditions and everything else?
It felt great. When I'm out when I'm doing mid-state in particular, because Tennessee Mile's a little bit different, it's a little bit cooler, there's less pressure. I think a lot of this is just mental, like you have to be somewhere at a certain time. But it felt good. I just wanted to have fun. I wanted to run enough and feel good and have fun. And then after it started becoming work, I started like, well, I do want to push myself a little bit.
Yeah.
So then it became, how long can I go today? So I was thinking a marathon. And that would leave me enough energy to crew overnight and do this and that.
Yeah.
And so that became my goal. And then I think around lap 19, I started just getting in with like 10 seconds to go. And just grabbing a water bottle or something, a handful of something, and then just going out. And then I was like, well, maybe I don't need a break. Like I've run marathons without a break all the time. and then eventually I missed time the last hill. I was 10 seconds behind.
So did you have to like stop on the course at all, like stretch or do anything, or
No.
was it slowing down, just slowly but surely? you
Yeah,
know?
the uphills, and then eventually the downhills.
Yeah.
I know when I'm slowing down on the downhills,
It's kind of
that's when my legs are tired.
Yeah.
'Cause I like snowboarding. I like going down fast.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, of course, if you ask anybody that is just way faster and better and more athletic, they'd be like, I was zooming past them on downhills. They'd catch up to me on the uphill.
Yeah.
But downhills is where gravity works in my favor.
Yeah.
Right. But,
Yeah.
I have fun with the downhills. It's like a little kid, like just
Yeah.
zooming.
Yeah.
But it was fun. I had a blast. And even, I my whole thing was like I wanted to be hydrated, and I accomplished that. I just slowed down too much.
Yeah.
So again, kudos to everybody who's still out there.
Yeah, and like I said, like as soon as you got done, I don't even know if you changed.
No,
You know,
I haven't
So you just went straight to your tent and started running an aid station and crewing and cheering everybody on, and going straight into a whole different aspect out here.
Sure.
But same like you are there, just being motivational, helping everybody, and trying to push everybody to just get one more out there. And so that is awesome that you do this. I think you've been doing it every year. Sponsor everything out here that you can. So I know Becca and John are very grateful for you. I know everyone is. Like, you've done an awesome job out here, but what's your aid station like? What you been doing over there all night? Because I've been over here, so.
Well, for all of those who were tuned in when Chet was on, he is the absolute man.
Yes.
He has encouraged me and taught me how to run other aid stations at other races that I've, without the experience with him, nothing, like people just wouldn't have been fed, it would have been kind of a mess. So, he has a plan. He's on the ball. He has all of the equipment to do it. So it's been fun. We've just been hanging out and talking, and there's been really no lull and just making new friends. But I do want to, of course, talking about Becca and John being grateful, just plug them because, of course, they are coaches. And if I can give a personal referral, whatever you want to call it, I'm a road runner. I live in Gallatin. It's flat as a pancake, all road. And because of their coaching, I was able to complete a really tough 100 earlier this year, and they crewed me. Like, they came down, and it was like 5 days out of their life that they committed to me. So if anybody is on the stream just kind of looking at just to getting better or achieving something new, they're absolutely incredible.
They go above and beyond. Above and beyond.
Well above and beyond. Time, energy, just they're so generous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she'll work you. She will work you.
They will.
Yeah.
Yeah. You put in the work, but their plans are phenomenal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, going on with that, Becca did my whole training for Big Al's 200 out here. And that's the best I've ever felt in my life. Like, no blisters, no cramps, I probably could have ran 500 miles that weekend. Like, it was the greatest. And she didn't have me, she took in my pain conditions and all my issues that I have and tailored a plan that allowed me to still accomplish my goal without beating myself up. I was averaging 35 miles a week, right? But it was the right 35 miles a week that I was doing. It was the right stuff I was doing that allowed me to go out there and just crush it without having any issues. So, yeah, they're amazing coaches, amazing friends, amazing race directors, just amazing individuals all around. So,
sure.
Yeah, they built this community who is, just one of the greatest communities in the ultra running, space.
For sure.
I've never been to another race with a community like this.
No.
Where it just feels like everybody's family. Even people that first time here, it's like immediate as soon as you come, especially if you hang out and, visit with everybody and you stay after you get out, or, Dylan was talking about that, just watching people get a masterclass, jump in, crew, all that stuff. So yeah, definitely check them out if you're interested in any type of race, running, getting better, especially if you want to come out here or do any of their races. You're going to tailor the plan perfect for you for that, so which is really good.
Sure.
So are you having more fun at the aid station or more fun out there?
I had a lot of fun out there.
Yeah.
It was muddy, it was rainy, it was sunny, it was hot, it was kind of chilly. It was a fun experience out there. I like it when the elements are kind of weird.
Yeah.
I did a race in the Outer Banks where it was like, obviously it's flat, but the elements are
where it gets you
crazy,
Yeah.
you know, and unpredictable. And that's what it was out there. So I had a lot of fun. And then it's just a different kind of fun.
Yeah.
Right? It's of course challenging staying up all night doing that, but you know, hanging out, helping out where I can, watching these runners do superhuman things.
Yep.
Over and over again, it's ridiculous. So no, I had a blast. And
you do like the elements though, because a lot of your races, what was it? You did Fierce Dragon.
I did Fierce Dragon.
Yeah, and that's brutal. That's just brutal.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah, you've been out here for all the bunch. You've been in a lot of other brutal conditions, so.
Yeah, I like the elements. I like seeing what my body's capable of. And one last thing, I mean, for sure, like how I got started, like why I even started setting up here was because I ran in 2022, not knowing anybody. I just moved to Middle Tennessee.
Oh, nice.
And I saw Beck and John. I was like, they're the kind of people I want to make friends with them.
Yeah.
And as an adult, it's kind of weird, like, you know, asking somebody to be your friend, right? And it was easy. Like it was, and then everybody, like most of the coolest people I know now in Middle Tennessee are from here.
Yeah, same.
And they grow an insane community.
Yeah. That was the number one thing when we moved to Mississippi. It was like, we weren't going to miss anything about Nashville but this community.
Yeah.
Like, that's all we cared about, you know?
Yeah.
So it was like, dang it, you know? Leaving that behind, it's still sad, you know? Even we're only 4 hours away, but it's like, you know, it's 4 hours too far. You know, it's like, but it's a great community here.
And for context, I was here in December for their last race, and you were also here in December. So as far as moving away, you still make the hike out.
Yeah, I will never miss this. Never miss this race. Even if I'm not running, I'll be here. I'll be crewing. I'll, you know, whatever I can do to help make this place better. And I'm not the only one like that. You know, you're like that, Chet like that, Leah, Bethany. So many people are just, you know, willing to make this place better, and that's what makes it so special.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful place.
Yeah. Did you have any crazy stories out there? Did you see anything, hear anything, or even at the aid station? Anybody like hallucinating coming through?
I don't know. What was really cool, I mean, by the time that people would be hallucinating, I think their crews had it all figured out, you know? But no, nothing crazy. I mean, somebody at the property, whatever, next door, at some point, they were just shooting away, which was fun to hear.
Yeah.
Just as
I
John
didn't even
would
hear
call them.
that.
No, they were really firing away.
When was this?
Midday, maybe 1 or 2.
How do we not hear this?
Pow, 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 pow. Yeah, as you're going up the first hill, it's like, all right,
Oh,
cool.
must have been on the backside then, back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why. Okay.
Yeah, but no, nothing too crazy. And of course, I wasn't out there long enough to hallucinate myself.
Yeah.
But no, it's just been fun. It's just been fun helping and being able to get to know some new people, seeing some old faces.
Yeah,
for sure.
So what's next for you?
I'll be here for Tennessee Mile. I'm gonna do 100 of my own for sure, just around Gallatin.
Nice.
You know, I have buckles and T-shirts, and I'm like, well, how much of what I do is like for the buckle, you know? So I want to like kind of put that to the test, where it's like nobody cares, nobody's watching. I want to do that. So that's what's.
That was my first ultra. I went out to a park in Thompson Station, and I just stayed out there all day until I hit 31 miles.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was just like, I'm gonna just be out here until I get it done.
So that's badass.
Huh? It was. Yeah, and there was no one around. That Amy woman that, you know, I've seen her a lot, but like, it's the only person that was out there that day, and I'm just out there, just in the field, just trucking along, just, you know, and yeah, no one saw it, no one, you know, no congrats, no buckle, no medal, but yeah, there's something about that, just going out there and just getting it done.
You know, there's no after race photos.
Yeah.
God, this kid is incredible.
Nicholas coming in at 15 minutes. We'll say 15-minute loop.
Thank you.
So he's been on that pace for a couple loops now. Last one that he was a little bit slower on was when he was running with Jeremiah. So if anything's like on the last loop, Jeremiah's probably going to come in here in about
Jennifer,
a minute
what
and a
does
half.
the sound like?
So Nicholas is already down, feet up on the cooler, getting the ice on them, getting cooled down.
What was that?
You know, already drinking, getting some food in them. So he still has 4.5 minutes to just sit there and just,
Jennifer,
you know,
how about
rest
this
up.
on mic 2?
And he's looking strong. He's looking locked in. Got Darren Jansen over there helping now as well. So he's got a little. When you get down to the final couple of runners, you get crowds. It kind of breaks into like big teams, and it's like big support teams, and you know everyone's just kind of cheering them on, offering whatever insight. You know, running back to their stuff and getting stuff that they need. I don't know how much stuff I've given away here, from lube to electrolytes to like KT tape to all that stuff, right? It's whatever you can do to make these people keep going. Like, we're going to find a way out here. And that's one of the greatest things about this. And you don't see this at a lot of races where everybody jumps in to help. So that's one of the great things about coming out to Mid-States. Like, even if you come out here by yourself, you know, if you can make it just a little while, you know, you're going to have somebody jump in and help you and get you through till whenever you're done. So,
right. No, that's
and that's same with Tennessee Mile, right? Like, even though you're on your own and you don't need a crew there, same thing. You're going to have people encouraging you and pushing you and trying to get more out of you. So, you know, it's just a community and how everyone is.
Yeah. No, they built an incredible community. And, I mean, at this point, there's only 2 people running.
Yep.
So a reasonable person could assume that there's like nobody else here, aside from maybe their family, maybe a friend or 2. But there's a lot of people here right
50,
now.
60 people still?
Yeah. Helping, just giving everything they have.
Right on the money, right when we thought.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, here he comes. So, and it, you know, you kind of want them to link up just so they stay out of their heads, but it's also, it's a race match. Right? It's a competition. It's a competition. And so, yeah, if, you know, one's showing weakness, the other one might start pushing a little harder and doing some strategy there to, you know, to try to take the other person out.
Right.
I know in years past we've had some vocal competitors finish in the top 2 where, you know, they're going back and forth at it. And it's fun. It is fun. But it's also fun when people get locked in and they just grind it out. And you can just see, you know, they don't waver.
Great job, man.
No, they're just there. It seems like at a certain point, I've had the pleasure of seeing this year after year, and it seems like at a certain point they're worried less about the other person giving up and more about how much they want to do another lap.
Yeah.
And it's a completely different mindset of like, I hope this other guy gives up to, I'm going to do this again.
Yeah.
And again until I'm the only one.
Yeah.
And I mean, it seems different, and you can kind of tell when that shift happens. And that's when one person gets a lot stronger than the other, and they're on the clock. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, they're getting their fuel in. Jeremiah's getting some real food in.
Okay, I'm talking normally about 5 feet away from 4.
Burrito. Yeah, burrito.
He's eating a breakfast burrito. Yes. Finally.
He was eating a sausage biscuit not too long ago, a couple weeks ago too. So he's getting some food in him.
Big John took the only other
it's
breakfast
fine as long
burrito.
as
So
we don't
yeah, I
have
made
my-
4.
Yeah, we'll turn it off.
Okay, we'll turn it off.
So
Thank
this is
you.
what we'll do. We'll just.
And they're
we'll
definitely
have
working
you
on their cooling.
Get us close to it.
Like both
wherever
competitors
it's possible.
are definitely paying attention to cooling right now. It's getting hot. The humidity's picking up. So it's 80 degrees right now, which for here is not bad.
No, it's only 80?
Yeah.
My lord.
80% humidity.
Yeah.
So, and it looks like, you know, we're good on the rain until late tonight where there's just a small chance. So I think they have.
And on the course, I mean, there's going to be shady spots.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be spots where it's just brutally sunny.
Yep.
I'll let you guys get back to it. But
Yeah, well, thank you so much, man. Again, thank you
Absolutely.
for everything you do for, you know, the
Definitely.
community, the races, all that stuff. Tell people, you know, if they're around Gallatin area, Nashville area, what you do, how they can contact you, and all that good stuff.
If you are in Tennessee, I just got licensed in Mississippi
Oh,
or
nice.
Kentucky, about to be Georgia as well, then I can provide you with insurance. Home and auto, life. I'm really big into life insurance, financial products, but that's what we do. And when I had a chance to create my business from scratch, of course, everybody has their own idea of like what they would do better than somebody else. But for me, it was just about integrity and sustainability, and that's kind of the decision-making process behind everything that we do, including sponsor something like this, including affiliating ourselves with other companies. We don't sponsor many events. That tent's 5 years old. It looks brand new. Like, I'm very choosy with who I connect with and where I'm able to send put my message out to. So if you're curious, right, if you just want to learn more about financial products or life insurance, call us.
It's always good to shop around rates. You never know.
It's good to shop
So, yeah.
around. Again, the priority is I think insurance is one of the things, and I'll get off my soapbox in a minute, that we spend our money on month after month without most people having no idea what we're spending our money on.
Yeah.
Like, you have no clue until you file a claim.
Yep.
And, that's not... Why would you do that? Like, I'm not going to pay Comcast for something I don't know. So I believe in the education portion of it. That's my deal. But,
and speaking on the integrity part, I know this guy writes handwritten letters every Monday morning, right?
Yeah, every Monday.
Every Monday to all your clients, to probably other people.
Yeah.
So not a lot of people do take the time out to do things like that. You're not going to find, agents or friends or anybody that will take the time out to do things like that. So that just kind of tells you the type of guy he is and, how he take care of you. So, again, thank you so much for everything you've done.
For sure.
Yeah, you've been awesome. And, thank you so much,
Thank
man.
you again.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a little break for a minute, and then we will be back when the runners start coming in on the next loop.
Okay. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. I'm about 10 feet away. Mr. Bojangles. Yeah, my son has buddy of his. Yeah, I don't know how big the classes are.
It's a mushy salad. Unless it's like a jello salad. I don't like it.
Even the jello salad.
Hurry!
When it dries up a little bit, you gotta get me out of that damn hole. Son of a bitch, you may be going right. Yeah, I got stuck. I'm very tired.
You know, just drive where there wasn't mud. No, I didn't say anything. There's a whole other lane down there that's not covered in mud. Tear that bumper off. Tear that bumper off.
Okay, what do we have? Where's our little cheat sheet here? I knew you wouldn't like it. Give it to John. John will love it. John will one thing. It's good. I thought you said like two. You're doing good. And I said,
I can do like a.
John, how did he get him knocked out?
I think the payday was the last night.
Now I will do Reese's peanut butter cup.
I wish I had something. It's a hard event to be happy with.
So you're happy with your run?
How much you got?
48. The same as last year, I got 49.
We're gonna have to do something different. Thin air out there is no sauce.
They must they probably just got If I was going to be more of a fan, I'd be more of a fan of Landon.
clouds you like on some? Well, it's cloudy, but it's not heavy clouds.
Right.
They're high clouds.
Yeah. They're nothing. They're lazy clouds doing nothing.
Usually like
He comes in pretty early and they're trying to be smart. Cruising down these things. I don't put in the I need really all that was going down. And then our road
Okay. You had your low sandals. I mean, you had your low monk boots, then you had your monk boots, and you had the low boots. Now you're in.
Yeah, the high boots are just too hot.
All right, so I got a little over 5 minutes left in loop 83 here. We have 2 runners still left on the course, Jeremiah Cohen and Nicholas Leo. Did get corrected from earlier that this is Nicholas's 3rd year, not 2nd. Yeah, so it is his 3rd year doing this. Do y'all remember we got on the 1st year? Yeah, I think you're right. It's like 30-something, then last year was 60, he doubled, and now he's at 90. So that's the type of improvement you want year over year when you come out here, when you can just continuously push yourself, 20 and 30. I'm not a big good and plenty guy.
Oh, the Good and Plenty? Is that what we were eating last night? Yeah.
They're licorice. So.
Oh my gosh, I remember these from a long time ago. Meanwhile, Nicholas is
coming in.
So he's running, what are we running at, 15-minute loop?
He's about 30 seconds slower than he was on the last
30
one.
seconds slower, that's not significant.
But I just saw a smile when he came in, so.
Yeah. You have a little bit of a smile there. Dad's checking in on him.
Dad's giving the motivation.
Let's see what he does. Let's tell everybody what's somebody running.
So he's going straight to the chair.
Yep.
He's going to put his feet up first, and the back of them is just covered in mud.
Let me see what they give him.
Straight, cooling, putting that on the neck.
Yeah, pretty pro when your crew kind of covers up so nobody can really see what's going on there. That's master class.
He has 1, 2, 3,
there was
4.
a salad that just came out, and they presented a salad to him.
7 people around him,
Like
including Becca Jones.
It's like a fruit bowl salad, maybe.
It's got kiwi for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
So wiping his legs, he has his liquid behind. Yeah, they have a nice fruit bowl that they're just presenting him.
Not sure if I've seen him drink liquid since he sat down.
He is not.
He's got a cup down next to him.
But he might have some in his other hand. I can't see his, no. But he still has over 3 minutes.
He's got over 3 minutes, yeah, so he's consistent. Oh yeah, that's a fruit basket they're giving him.
We haven't seen him drinking though.
He did something.
There's a drink that's coming out, maybe? Nope. Nope, it's an ice pack. They got a fan in his face.
Salad.
Yeah.
And here comes Jeremiah. I think he's coming down Widows. Yeah, they're just really working on cooling Nicholas down right now.
Yeah, that's
I
really.
still have yet to see him drink anything. Oh, he's reaching for the fruit.
Good.
So get a little fruit in them.
For those watching, they can't feel it, but the humidity in the last 20-25 minutes has really spiked up.
Yeah, it's gotten hot.
We're coming right after noon. There's a lot of clouds out there, dark cloud covers that are holding in this humidity here, and the breeze is it's slight breeze, but it's on and off. When the breeze is off, the humidity, you can see it. About 30 minutes ago, we could see on the corral, you could actually see the humidity burning off of the ground. Visually see the humidity burning. So, all right, we're down to 18-minute mark, and we got Becker coming back, checking on Jeremiah, and looks like we can see him.
Yep.
So we can see him out there coming in.
But it says he slowed down about 30 seconds as well on this loop, maybe a little bit more, but he might not need a lot right now. So
this is.
I mean, they're all hurting right now. Everybody's 90 miles in, 28,000 feet of gain.
Yeah, Jeremiah took a water bottle out.
He has a
there
water bottle and a
us,
Coke.
He just drank a Coke. So
And they're giving him probably some
liquids
broth.
down. He's got some liquids.
I bet that's broth. Broth or
Yeah,
what?
definitely got some liquids, got some ice packs on them.
Yeah, same thing, just getting
wet
cool.
Towels, wet ice towels are putting on the skin, cool the skin off. Yeah, phenomenal crew over there. Both crews are just doing amazing.
Yeah.
They've got 5-6 people around them. We've got they're giving them positive vibes, reassurances, double fisting, water towels all over the extremities,
Yeah.
ice pack on the back of the head. This is
Right now, you gotta stay cool.
yeah.
Like if
This
you
is it. We're in the it's the humidity out here is just it's not going to get any better. It's only going to maintain or potentially get worse in the short term. So they've got to have this process to get through it. Nick's first up.
So just to give y'all a little bit of insight on the strategy playing out right now, Nicholas is getting up with about 30 seconds to spare and heading to the start line.
Yep.
And then he gets there and turns around.
And he's watching Jeremiah.
And he's watching Jeremiah.
Which Jeremiah's going to get up here. He's
yeah. Jeremiah stays in till
he's doing
10 seconds, which is kind of smart too, right?
Yeah.
Use every bit of that rest that you can.
Oh, yeah.
And get up. You just got to be 2 steps in front in the corral.
And he's eating and he's doing.
And so now they're back off again. But
off,
there are strategies at play right now.
Yeah.
And we don't know if Nicholas is doing that on purpose. That just could be what he's just doing. It might not be a mental strategy that he's thinking he's playing. But him getting up at 30 seconds and stuff like that, he's just doing it like clockwork. Every loop, it's just, that's what he's doing, and that's what he's sticking with.
Yeah,
so.
a couple hours ago when the last two together, they ran a couple loops kind of side by side.
Which I was happy with because, you're going to try hopefully push each other.
You can. You definitely
But then
can.
after a couple loops, they started spreading out, and then there's about a 2-minute difference coming into the corral. But again, that means nothing here.
It really doesn't.
You just have to get in the corral. You're racing the clock, even though it's 2 individuals racing each other right now. You're still racing the clock.
You could have Nicholas' strategy of Jeremiah's race is staring at the back of Nicholas and wondering why he's faster or not. You could.
Let's see if he runs up the hill.
You could actually have Jeremiah running his race, not caring what Nicholas is doing, not reeling into that strategy.
Yeah.
You don't know, and it could just be that they have a difference in the paces that they're doing right now, and that's perfectly okay.
And there are people that come out and do an hour of recovery loops and slow it down.
Sure. Yeah, we talked about this heat and this humidity. This is the time of day for you to conserve. If you can conserve and maintain hydration and electrolytes and calories, this is when you have to do it because we've got a whole day's worth of this heat out there, and when they sit down in that corral,
8 more hours of heat.
They're getting shade, they're getting air, and they're getting a little bit of sun when they start in that starting line, but then they get to run into the shade, which drops the temperature a little bit on them. But we're about to get to the time where the sun is going to start creeping and getting the corral really hot, and so when they sit out here, it's going to be pretty warm.
And again, the strategy, like I said, even though they're racing each other, they are just racing the clock. It's their goal just to be back within 20 minutes.
That's right.
There's nothing else that they have to worry about right now.
It's nothing they have to do. Any kind of strategy
Yep.
they throw in there is a little bit of a bonus.
Yep.
This is the time when you can get into your competitor's head to make them, assess where they're at and how much they have to go versus how much you have to go. And so this is a great time to do it. The heat of the day, 2 runners left, not running together. This is when you can definitely make an impact, and I think right now both racers can take the advantage off of that. Each of them equally has an opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
So it'd be great to see what the recap is at the end of the race. I'm sure we're going to get a full review.
Yeah.
Of what they were thinking. So when this thing is over, hopefully no time soon.
I mean, the heat is starting to play a factor because I'm sitting under the shade here,
we're sweating
and I'm sweating. I'm hot.
Wish we had a fan.
Yeah, wish we had a fan.
Yeah, there is plenty of cold drinks being open now.
Yeah.
Chet is on the grill making lunch now, so he was finishing up some breakfast sandwiches.
It is lunchtime.
And it's lunch, so mostly he's feeding crew at this point in time, crew and volunteers, and so
Yeah, the runners aren't really stopping at the aid station at all. They're kind of done. They have what they need at their chairs. Now they are going back, and if they want something from the aid station, they'll go over there and grab some and take it over. But pretty much every resource that's available here right now is directed towards those two runners and their crew. So it's like anything that they need, it's.
And this is great because we've got Aaron Dana here, and we've got Eric over here. We've got two master runners over
Darren
the
Jansen's been over
We're
helping.
Over the 120, over the 130 mile mark. They know exactly what this feels like, where this has been. Yeah.
Yeah, professional crews. Yeah.
And they are the ones who can help the perspective. Like, hey, I've been here plus 40 miles. Plus 40 miles out there. So this is, this is what you can feel, and here's a good strategy to get through this. So this is, I think, the time that we've got, the time of day that we're at right now. It's try to keep it all together. Be smart. Don't make mistakes. Don't make mistakes right now.
Y'all stopped at Buc-ee's. Nice. So how's Jeremiah managing the type 1 diabetes?
Ooh, don't know. Didn't know about that.
Becca.
No.
That's a good question. Do you know how Jeremiah's managing the type 1?
I don't know about that today. I mean, I know when he was with us crewing out at double GDR.
Yeah.
He had some issues, but he seems to be keeping it together
Yeah,
today.
seems to be keeping it together, so. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
Props to him on that one, because that makes it even more of a challenge for him to get to 92 miles. That's
I think he knows calories are calories, and he's just got to eat something.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Deal with the fallout later.
Somebody handed over here a box of Good and Plenty's to do a review on, and they're addictive. I'll tell you that much. Number one, because I do like licorice, so.
I'm a big licorice fan.
Yeah, some people are not.
Yeah.
Licorice, anise, not a problem.
Yeah.
Some
Screw
people,
licorice.
Yep, hate it. So, but I'm doing okay over here. I'm eating like a 4-year-old.
Yeah, Lee, you missed all the great food we had.
I was hearing the stories of the.
I did a food review earlier.
Tony's over here just putting whatever in his mouth. Don't even care.
Night, yeah, but for those of you that weren't tuned in the middle of the night, you can go back and see we did. Brandon and I did a food review of what the crews were.
Runner food review.
Yeah. Crew food review.
Well, it's more. It's not crew food. It's more the runners'
what
food
the crew
review.
was giving the runners, and
yeah, we had a half-eaten Uncrustable.
And you tasted it?
No. We had a cup full of some type of mush that we were banana, chocolate, peanut butter.
Y'all have come up on a little genius.
Mush.
This every year.
This was not something that we were positive about.
No.
We thought that this was a little bit of neglect.
Oh yeah.
We thought it was neglect, and maybe
yeah.
next year we'll come up with the top 10 neglected runners based on the crew food that they're feeding them. And we'll have like maybe.
We'll say like which one.
We'll shout out to the group out there of like.
I really
this
think
current runner needs a new crew, or some kind of a crew chef to come out there, because maybe the runner isn't eating not because of their tummy. It may be eating because you were trying to feed them something that does not look like human runner food.
No.
Diabolical.
It really looked like they were trying to jeopardize their runners and make this race end on Saturday at noon.
That's right. The number one food that we reviewed was the Pepto.
The Pepto won out. Pepto-Bismol chewables
that
right here.
That seemed to be the number one food.
10 out of 10. This is a plus.
Flavor-wise,
everything else is no.
Yeah.
This is just straight no.
You can just throw it in your shorts.
Yep.
Now
we did have a blue raz honey stick that
the blue raz honey stick did.
It was pretty good. Sting my shorts.
Supposedly 60 calories.
Yeah.
A little difficult to bite into to get out if you're not used to it, but
very light.
Very light.
Just like the Pepto. So honey and Pepto were the clear winners. Everything else was an abomination.
Yeah.
It's hard to mess up honey.
It is hard to mess up honey.
Well, we had an apple that was open from Tuesday that was sitting there and nice and brown. He did eat that. Had the plastic still on it. An apple. We had a banana that was growing bubbles. That was nice. What else do we have that was really good? There's some ginger chews, some Tic Tacs, because those are very high calories and what you need to power through the Murder Mile. So,
That's like
5 Tic Tacs.
You're having to lose. You're burning calories trying to shoot
Chew
that
it.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah, some 5 Tic Tacs, and then I think there was one other thing that. What else was it?
So we had ginger chews. We talked about that. There was 5 Tic Tacs. There was a piece of apple, a Honeycrisp apple. Somebody out here.
Oh, an
has
Oreo, mint Oreo.
Oreo.
That was okay.
Yeah.
And some chicken biscuit crackers. That was other there.
That was a good one. Yeah, that was good. It was good salt on the chicken.
So that's all that they were feeding the runners. So
at least that's what they gave up. That's
Yeah.
what they were willing to
Yeah.
show. Maybe they had some secret strategies back there for fueling their runners at 2:00 in the morning.
one of
3
us is
o'clock
hard
in
to
the
hear.
morning.
So.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Courtney.
You have to get in close.
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, thanks. It's the only thing separating us is humidity.
It is.
Oh, I
thick.
can tell you did not shower today.
Probably do stink.
Neither did I.
No.
I may have
I've
slept.
been sleeping in my car.
Oh.
So. The hour and a half a night, 2 hours a night. Got a creek we can go jump into.
Ooh, yeah, the creek is up. So for those of you who haven't been out here, across the street from the farm is the creek, and Becca has for this spring been cleaning up the banks of it, really making it look really nice. And so the creek is up and it runs pretty clear, and there's a swimming hole right across the street from her house, and so we may get an opportunity to walk on in that thing.
Kind of like a little cold plunge as well.
Oh,
you
we
know?
could take that whole thing
Yeah.
of soap over there and take a real proper bath.
And get my back.
I mean,
Yeah.
if we rub back to back, I think that may be getting the back.
I ain't even been paying attention to the camera feed here.
Yeah, it's been back and forth between the corral and
They should
and
be-
us. They're coming on at 10 minutes out.
About 11. Yeah, there goes Nicholas. I was about to say we should be getting them soon.
He's doing good. Look at that. Look at that stride. Look at the fluidity in.
He looks like he's 20 miles in.
Yeah, in his
Like-
in his form. His form's really good, and he transitioned really good
Really
there
well there,
into his
yeah.
pole. So he's doing a pole transition. He's not pausing. He's not stopping to get the poles out and doing a big push and starting to do it. He's making a fluid movement.
Taking wide
so
steps.
There's a lot to be said about where he's at right now.
He is pulling up with the poles
He's
versus
pulling, sure.
versus pushing. But I mean, it's saving a little bit of, he might just be getting in a good rhythm that way. So using some upper body right now. So him climbing up Machete right now, he should be at the top here in probably about a minute and a half, and then he'll start working his way down the last little flat section and to the last downhill, and then bringing it on in. So
Is that Ruby Ridge?
Yeah.
Technically, yeah. I don't really.
Widows.
I don't usually call that whatever its proper name is, but I feel like it is Ruby Ridge going down to Widow's Row.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah.
Say it comes down to one person. Do they still run, or is it all over? We'll let them know about that. Yeah, they run.
So if the second place stops right now, the winner has to go out and complete one more
loop.
So
In
they
20
have
minutes.
to come back within 20 minutes to finish.
Yeah.
If they both time out, there is no winner. So if both of them somehow don't come back in the 20 minutes, when no winner. So you have to be the last person standing.
So his diabetes reader they have in his arms fell off somewhere out there. So they have insulin and stuff in case it happens. So they're just trying to hit him with a little bit at a time. Make sure he's good.
So Renee, you asked about Jeremiah's type 1 diabetes. So his reader actually fell off his arm somewhere out there. So he does not know where it's at. It's probably covered in a couple of inches of mud right now, would be my guess. So he's probably not going to find that again. But they have some insulin. They've been managing it, giving him some stuff. Here he's coming through, about to climb Machete right now. So hitting the bottom about 13.
Yeah, about maybe was that about
14.
2.5 minutes after? So we're 13. 2.5
Yeah.
minutes after.
So he needs to kind of, push the pace up a little bit on the hill, and he'll kind of, push it when he gets in a little bit. But he's still moving good.
Yeah.
Still moving good.
Still, yeah, moving good.
And again, he is not using poles. You know, so they both have
Yeah.
different strategies here, where Nicholas is using them and he's not. So a lot of people, you know, like using poles, a lot don't. That's more of a personal preference than
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
I know for me, you give me an option, I'm using them.
I'm using the poles.
I'm using
Poles
them.
are my friend.
Yep.
I
They're
know how to
gonna
use them.
they're gonna save those downhills, the quads on the downhills. They're gonna be easier to climb up. So, but again, you know, if you're confident in your ability without them and you don't think you need them, and you know, with Jeremiah is carrying a water bottle, so that makes a big difference too. You know, he has to have a hand available.
Yeah.
So
Give
either
him
you can
some
take
good
one
calories.
pole or no, or you know, have to switch to a vest and carry all of his stuff that way. So there's a lot of different factors that play into this that are hard to really see when you just see two people running around.
Yeah.
You know, it's more than just getting to the 20 minutes, even though that is the ultimate goal. But there's a lot of different things they have to manage and think about and do up until that. And a lot can happen out there in 20 minutes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, a little breeze in here, so that's feeling nice. A little breeze in the corral area. Looks like we've had some clouds kind of coming towards us, you know, breaking up a little bit, so we get a little bit of relief from the sun every once in a while.
I'm getting a little hungry myself.
Chet is over there making you anything you want. It's like having your own diner grill.
Private chef.
Yeah, 100 feet away from you. Yeah, and Josh Brandt, ladies and gentlemen, State Farm agent Josh Brandt, sponsor of the Mid-State Mile, is over there making some excellent eggs and breakfast sandwiches
And
for the crew
burritos.
and volunteers. He ran earlier today, put out a great effort, great race, and has stuck around and just helping to feed everybody. And here comes Nicholas coming in. We got a visualization on him coming in.
About right. Same time.
Pretty consistent
Yeah.
on his time.
He is within 30 seconds, give or take. You know, sometimes it's a little bit quicker, sometimes a little bit slower, but
Yeah,
he still has plenty of time to do what he needs to do.
So for those of you at home, he is, you know, hiking it out the last part right there. So taking a little.
It's good. Get
taking
that
a
heart
little
rate
easy,
down a
getting
little
his heart
bit.
rate
You know.
down. Yeah, he's
No need to rush when you have 4+
checking
minutes to
in,
spare. Like,
Checking in with his dad. He's going over to the. He's walking over to his area.
looking like a grown man just walking up in there, just
Doing great.
not limping. No.
Good gait. Good walking gait. They're,
I want to know what. Let me get your training block, buddy. What you been doing? Because besides being 17, where your your body's not beat up as
Yeah.
much, but I don't know. He's putting some hurt on that body. You know, coming out here doing things and no telling what else he's doing at back at home and all that. So I would love to hear his strategy of how he's been training, because he has gotten better year over year here.
Yeah, he sure has.
And that's hard to do, y'all. That is really hard to do, because that means he's taking what he's learning and actually applying it and having the right outcome from that. And that's easier said than done, because you could come out here with a great plan and all that, and it just goes out the window within a few loops.
That's right.
So it's kind of a little quiet now. When runners start coming into the corral, it gets quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, the crew's concentrating on them. Everybody's letting them have their time.
Look, he's got water,
Yeah, he's
and
doing liquid
Jansen
champagne.
just handed him another bottle of something. So some Gatorade, a little Pedialyte maybe. I think it's Gatorade.
This is
no,
this
man,
is
that might be Pedialyte.
Really good attention.
No,
they're giving
Gatorade.
the
That's
runners
Gatorade.
right now. Really good
Yeah.
attention. It's something, the heat that they're coming in today, knowing how many hours of heat that's left, to be able to come in and get this kind of service and care from the crew. Amazing.
So he's getting, he's not eating this one, but he's getting a lot of liquid calories, and he's still working on getting cool. That is still the number one priority when they come in. Darren is offering them different things to eat.
Yep.
And he's not wanting it, which is fine, because he's drinking some Gatorade, getting some calories in that way, getting some sodium, the electrolytes that he needs. So, you don't have to eat something every loop, as long as you are just getting something in you just to continue.
Yeah, you got
So Jeremiah's rushing in.
Yep, it's coming in, gonna get close at that 19-minute mark. His crew is at the end of the corral, already got the wet, cold towels to throw on him, so that for the time that he's here, he's going to do a swap out or a change out. Maybe this was intentional. It looks like his crew, he's signaling to his crew he needs to hit the restroom.
Crew's opening the door from them, you know, like anything you can do to make their lives a little bit easier right
so he's
there.
in there using the restroom. They've got cold, wet towels for him already out there, and looks like maybe a water bottle. So,
and you'll see that a lot in this race. In previous years and this year, I was even doing it with Daniel earlier today. A lot of crew will stand at that start line, and as soon as the runner crosses that start line, they can start accepting aid. And so it allows them, since they don't have time to actually sit down in the chair and rest and things like that, it allows them to get what he needs to just try to get one more out.
he's got, he took it, looks like maybe some kind of a Fairlife, maybe that was milk, I'm not sure.
Protein shake, strawberry Fairlife protein shake, which those are amazing, by the way. Amazing protein shakes.
Performance reflects effort.
Look out, turn back. I can't get over how good Nicholas is, like how mature he has been about this.
Yeah, he's
like he's not wavering.
Yeah.
And for this type of high pressure situation, this late in a race, you know,
he's got good poise.
28, almost 29 hours. Well, 28 hours exactly, because the 2 inner breaks. 28 hours of running.
Yeah.
28,000 feet. You know, 2 more loops and they've climbed Everest. 2 more loops and they've climbed Mount Everest from sea level, and hitting 92 miles. And he's calm. He's collected.
He's looking good.
Yeah.
He's looking good.
He looks like he did on mile 10, mile 20.
You could have heard a penny drop at the starting line. Everybody, watching everything. I think Jeremiah maybe gave everybody kind of a little bit of a scare there, coming in a little bit later than he normally does, hitting the porta potty and didn't sit down, did not take a rest, and took his crew as he walked on over. Maybe that was an intentional strategy. He wanted to take a little bit more time on this one to do that. Don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know. We'll see. I think this loop is probably going to tell a lot, and we can see on the live feed here. Nicholas is coming up, running the what we call the no-run hill.
yeah.
As he has been doing. He looks like he's on his consistent pace.
And this might not be the case for Jeremiah here, because again, we do not know how he's feeling. We have not been in the pavilion, in the arena, hearing the conversations between him and his crew. So he could be more than fine right now. But in the past, when crew members start getting to that start line with your aid, it's kind of a sign that you're on, kind of the last leg. Now, we've watched people like Evan Farrell battle for 6 hours that way.
That's absolutely.
So that's not an indicator that the race is about to be over, but it kind of is an indicator that, the runner's slowing down. There might be another issue or something like that.
How the runner feels when they start changing their time. There's something, other calculus going on, usually with the runner of how they feel out there, and that could be intentional as to what they're doing out here.
But that protein shake he just had might be the one thing that just changes his race and gets him, got the calories that he needed in over the last couple loops.
Yeah.
And it might not kick in until the end of the next loop or this loop here, but it might kick in the good for him.
He looked positive. I mean, he looked steady as he has been. Steady as he has been coming in, and his stride, his walk, in the corral was the same as it has been, and so nothing visually. It looks like it's
he looks different
him.
From like 9 a.m. this morning, but it's also the heat is, that's just
on everybody,
beating down on you.
When you walk in this corral,
exactly.
Yeah. When they turn that corner and they get into the sun, they're spending about 50 seconds in the sun getting to this corral, and it makes you want to put your head down a little bit to block the sun, and the heat's on you, and it's probably the hottest place that you're going to be in the race is where you get back to your corral. So that does play a little bit of a part as to what kind of how they look like when they're walking in here.
How long did the race go last year? Let me just look, because my brain ain't braining. My brain ain't braining.
It was not into the night last
102.3 for Aaron Dana. So Darren Jansen had a fractured or broken leg last year that he ran on for like 30, 40 miles, maybe even longer. And his ultimate goal was to push to at least 100, and he did 101. So he got one more after that and had to tap out. So the race, you know, we're at 92.4 right now. So, you know, it's kind of about the same type of pace.
We're getting up in that mileage there where it all starts to wear on everybody and we start getting closer.
Yeah, so with Jeremiah feeling maybe a little rough right now, you know, if we compare it to last year, Darren Jensen had a broken leg, and he was still going to bang out 10 more miles from here.
Yeah.
Or 9 more miles, right? So that's 3 more hours of running that he did, you know, pushing and hurting and wanting to quit. So you can go a lot longer, you know, if you get your mind right in it and you get the nutrition or whatever that you need to keep on going. Yeah, Jeremiah last year got 63.8, and Nicholas got 61.6. So both of them have gone over 30 miles more than they did last year, which is amazing.
Yeah, the effort they've shown is just awesome. It's just awesome. Yeah, the growing in the race is just it's phenomenal to watch, and you know, it's interesting when you see the racers come out here and they progress year over year, as opposed to somebody who's already an elite when they walk in here, and they just throw down close to the end, and everybody wants to know like, hey, how far can they go, because their ultra sign up, you know, shows them, or their Strava shows them just doing some, you know, pretty huge feats, so they're already on a pedestal when they came in. It's really good when you see these runners, because for those of us that are observing, we can go back and historically remember how they looked, how they felt, what they were talking about, you know, years past, to kind of see, like, you know, where they are now compared to where they were then, and what did they do, you know, out there on the course. So this is always great to watch these runners, you know, to see these final runners come in here after having year over year been building on what they've done.
It is hot.
It is. The humidity, Brandon.
I just had to stop listening to you because I was so hot there for a second. You know, I'm like, I had to think about it.
Think about how hot you are, yeah. That creek is just a couple hundred feet away.
Well, I was just thinking about the air conditioning in my car. I'm like, you know what? It's going to be nice to get in a little bit and just crank that sucker up, and yeah. And I'm sure it's extremely muggy back there on the course right now.
Oh yeah, all the vegetation.
Yeah.
You know, for sure. Yeah, we've had so much rain here in Middle Tennessee over the last several months that the vegetation is just overgrown. Everything has grown, and now it's all holding moisture on there, and it's like we said, we could see the water evaporating off the ground in the corral earlier. As the sun really started ramping up, and so it's humid, no doubt. We are getting a little bit of relief with a wind, with a breeze that's coming through the corral. That's
just
that's
not
a little
that
bit
often.
uncommon. Yeah, we don't get that a whole lot. Not sure what they're feeling back there. Now, we have seen historically on the top of Myers usually gets a good breeze, just the way that it's positioned at the top of the hill with the surrounding hills around it. Machete's kind of hit or miss. Machete can be hot, what Myers can be.
The top of Myers, though, can be hot, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know? Yeah, it's like it opens up into that, you know, that trail, and it's just hot. It's way too hot.
Isn't it funny when you're going up Machete, you're kind of like hiding from the sun?
That's a good point.
As it comes up, you're like getting it
you can
fast.
The goat trails.
There's one big patch. And
That's
then,
right.
Another like small patch. So, like,
that's a good point. Is that the cut trails on Machete, and then the trail on Ruby Ridge follows the tree line where the shade is.
Yeah.
And so you can see that the runners have put themselves in the shade where they can.
Yeah.
This time of day though, it's lacking shade.
Yes.
You know, no matter where you're at.
Yeah, Machete's not going to have any.
So
They have two in stock.
Shade in this
So between Machete and Ruby Ridge, they could be getting a lot of sun until they hit.
The only shade they're getting is from the start line to the crossroads.
Yeah, that's
and then
well,
up Myers.
Myers shade.
and then a
It's
little bit
dappled.
at the
It's
top.
very dappled at the top.
Yeah,
It's not full.
It's yeah.
very doable on the top.
Yeah, but it could be like depends where the sun's at.
Yeah.
It could be
Yeah.
coming through.
Yeah.
Because like once you get past Stabbing Cabin, it kind of opens up a little bit.
Yeah.
And then coming down the big downhill's pretty shady. But yeah, the rest is pretty open. And then when they come down Widows, they have to come through the field and then all the way to the start corral, and that's just wide open. And again, if we go out and stand in the starting corral for just a minute or two, you feel it like immediately.
Even walking across there.
Yeah.
It's just the heat of that mud and wetness. Like,
How'd you sleep last night, Brandon?
I went to bed at 4:45. Got up at 6. A little after 6.
Wow, you got some good rest.
Wow. Actually, that little nap that I did have, it rained. Like
Oh,
it
that's
came,
nice.
Yeah, it came down. I had the windows down in my car, and I like woke up and saw that no water is getting in. So I just rolled right back over. I was like, I'm gonna listen to this. Got me a little bit longer. But that air mattress in there, it's a thick one. Like it's comfortable. Kind of sleep better than my own bed sometimes in it. Cause like I'm also a little bit more tired, but yeah, about 4 hours total since Friday night.
It's kind of like Big Al's for you.
Yeah, I'm good. Like that's the thing. Like why I like doing the longer races because
You can function.
I can function. My brain still functions. Math ain't, is a little harder sometimes, but you don't need to be doing math in a race anyways, So it's one of those where it's like I can stay up, but it's not really bothering me as much. But it gets worse when you're out there just pounding.
There goes Nicholas coming in at 10 minutes. 10 minutes on, so he's sped up.
Now he's climbing at 11, so he's right on. Like 10:45 probably.
what's he going up?
He's going up my machete right now.
Yeah.
His transition from running, like he's not doing the shuffle, into hiking with the poles. Just hit the story. Is like seamless, and he's just scooting up the hill. This side.
Yeah, so we had a question. Where are the two runners left from? Where are they
That's
from?
a good question. Do you know?
See if I can pull him up.
Where's Nicholas and Jeremiah from?
Up in Maine.
Jeremiah works in Maine?
Works in Maine, but originally from Atlanta.
Originally from Atlanta, but works in Maine. So
Going
there's
off
good
of-
training up there now. Depending on where he's at.
I'm not sure about Nicholas.
His ultra sign up will show you where he
I
signed up
put
from.
in Nicholas's name.
We need a
Pop
print
up.
ultra sign up.
It's
either he's
it's spelled N-I, well,
Huh?
it's, are you doing the N-I-C-H?
Nicolas.
Bear
Is
with
that-
us, y'all.
Is that even right, how we spelled it? Or is it N-I? Yep, N-I-C-H.
He is from.
He runs all over the country, though.
I'm not worried.
It doesn't say where he's hailing from. I didn't know they had like a city. What a cool name. He was running in something called the Thunder Chicken Squash.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds fun. I want to run.
What are their ages, Sarah? So,
Nick from? Where's Nick from?
all right. So, we got it from. So, Jeremiah Cohen is 29, maybe 30. I think he might have just turned 30, so 29. Excuse me. And he is currently living in Maine, working up there, but originally from Atlanta, Georgia. And then Nicholas Lee is only 17 years old. 17 years old and doing this, and he is from New Jersey. They're saying New Jersey. Jeremiah's a legend. To race with him a lot in Georgia. I mean, the beast. He's a beast. To being out here doing 92 miles, 84 loops right now, working on 85. I mean, I think he should be able to come in on 85. And over 28,000 feet of gain and loss. I mean, you got to be a beast. Got to be a beast to do that. So, thank you, Angela. Thank you, Angela. Yeah, very impressive. Very impressive. And this is Nicholas's third year out and Jeremiah's second.
Checking Nicholas's ultra sign up. So far appears to be the ultra distance. It's been the 2 previous mid states, and then this race are his ultras that he's got on ultra sign up. Somebody mentioned earlier about the Thunder Chicken Squatch. It looks like, according to Ultra sign up, he did the last Squatch standing in 2021. He did the Thunder Chicken in 2022. It was a 17-miler, and he did the Thunder Chicken Squatch 17-miler in 2024 last year. So we're looking at so Nicholas's ultra sign up ultra experience has been mid-state. So for those of you out there looking and seeing how impressive it is, it really is, because his races experiences are
This
right
is a
here.
rookie. This is an
it's
essential
an early
rookie.
Yeah, he's early
doing
on in
this.
his career.
Yes.
I'd love to be able to fast forward 5 years from
Yeah.
now and see where he's at. You know, we're talking about
Dominating.
the college years and what he
Yeah.
can do. We've seen a lot of runners come
When he
out
gets
here.
stronger too,
Yeah.
and
We've seen a lot of runners come out here, and this is their first ultra or their first big effort, and then do some amazing things years later.
Yeah.
Looks like Nicholas is coming in here.
Yeah, he's going to be banging out some 200s and some stuff like that easily in the future. So, 15-minute loop.
15-minute loop, almost
coming
right
in. He kind of ran this one in a little bit further, but again, he's going to have a
Plenty
ton
of
of
time.
rest.
Plenty
Ton
of
of
time.
rest. Very composed right now.
I think we
Yeah,
we
he looks
commented-
dry.
yeah, we
He looks
commented yesterday
fresh.
about it. Yesterday during the day he was dry. Today during the day he is dry, so he doesn't appear to be.
Maybe he's just not a heavy
he
sweater.
Doesn't
Yes.
appear to be a heavy sweater
Yes.
based off of what we saw yesterday.
He had a
and
little
today.
bit of forehead sweat.
Sure.
And I mean, not even a lot, just the front. It was crazy. That's all he had. And that was like deep in the day.
And he's getting a lot of good cool towels on him, so that's
Yeah.
going the distance.
And they are
on his
drying him
muscles,
off a
yeah.
lot when they come in. But I mean, he's walking in dry.
Yes.
So it's not a lot to dry off. And again, he's, had almost a minute already of crew working on him. I'm not sure if he's gotten any calories or fluids in yet, because
He hadn't taken anything in.
yeah, because crowds are around, but they're cooling him off, got the fans in his face, and Jeremiah's still out on the course, so the rest could be very helpful. It could be, who knows, it could go the other way, but
Looks like he's doing good.
he is getting what he needs and getting plenty of time to rest to get out there and just
that
go one
fan
more.
is helping him. He's got that ice. He's got a ice bag on his head, and he's got a fan in his
Yeah.
face. I mean, they're really cooling him off. So he's getting a good 45 minutes of some serious cooling, and that's.
I think
that's
he's
great.
getting wetter from the cooling than he
Yeah.
is from out there
Here
running in
comes
the heat.
Jeremiah. We've seen him on the camera, so he's just now
Top of
hitting
Widow's.
the top of Widow's
3
roll.
minutes to go. He's got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Plenty of time. Basically, if you need to be at the top of that downhill with about 2 minutes to go, or like coming up to it, and run at a steady pace
To
to
be
still
able
make
to-
it in.
to make the cutoff.
To make it in.
Yeah.
So if we see, him coming down that last hill, 3+ minutes, yeah, you're good. You do not need a ton of time to rest. There's a lot of people that don't need any. They like to stand around and take their aids standing up. So, as long as he could come in time, get what he needs, and go back out there for one more, he can just keep going.
That's right. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that you have to have
No.
to get out there, and it doesn't take
Yeah.
a lot of time to get it. We saw yesterday. We saw individuals with vests on go 3-4 laps with like a 8 second, with 8 seconds to spare,
Yeah.
and had all they needed.
It's
just
what we do
professional
when we're out
crew.
here in training runs.
Yeah.
You don't stop every loop coming in.
No.
You just keep going and
That's right.
grab enough for an hour or so. And
Yeah, never tested it out.
Yeah.
At the 92-mile mark, but
sorry, y'all.
it was an overly explosive whistle blow by John. out
That
there.
was a little much. Little much.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good point. So John is looking out for the runner. Yeah. For those of us around here, we all
He's
heard
just
the
right
whistle
there.
blow. And John explained that the volume of the whistle depends on where the runner's at who needs to hear it. And
We
Jeremiah
got
does not
Dylan
have
joining us on the live stream. Dylan got 3rd place for anybody that's just now watching. So crushed it with 77 loops. Doubled his previous best out here. So that is awesome to see from him, and
Wow.
very impressive race.
We've got here comes Jeremiah coming in.
Jeremiah.
Running
So a
in.
little over a minute, right at a minute,
Right at a minute,
which is a
yeah.
lot more than he had last time.
Yeah.
Doubled. So getting some quick food in them.
Gonna take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest there.
Good work, Jeremiah.
Nicholas is already getting up and moving into the starting position. So he's doing this with a little bit more time this time. And Nicholas is just trying to get fuel in. They're trying to cool him, or Jeremiah, sorry. Getting some cooling towels on him, drinking some Coke, probably drinking some broth or water. My guess would probably be broth or something like that to get some sodium in them. Getting some food in them. And standing up and getting out.
Wow.
That was impressive.
That was impressive.
That was impressive.
That was impressive.
From what he looked like coming in to getting a couple of sips of Coke, drowning whatever was in that white styrofoam cup, broth or water, and getting a couple bites of food,
Yeah,
he
that
looked
was,
like a different person.
Yeah, the crew and everybody out here did a lot of good claps to send him out on that one. That was that was a different lap than we've seen before from Jeremiah coming in. For those of you, I mean, visually it looked like it was impacting.
And he took some
him.
food with him. Like he has some good food with him to eat out there. So again, that protein shake with just a few seconds left could have really saved his race and, get him a couple more loops or a lot more loops. So that was very impressive to see the immediate change in that demeanor.
Yeah, in the 30 seconds that he sat down there, he got what he needed when he stood up. He looked like a different person when he sat down in 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything and jinx it, because when he coming in, he looked rough.
Yeah, he did.
He looked rough.
I mean, yeah, he
But yeah, leaving out.
The grimace on his face.
Yeah, it was a grimace. Yep.
Yeah.
But leaving out looked like
looked good.
20 miles ago.
Yeah.
Like
it looked really
that's
good.
kind of how I compare it.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all want to get on for a minute? They would love to hear from y'all.
I got 10 minutes.
You can fill in just this loop.
Great.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
So we are going to have the Jansens join in and tell about their amazing race that everyone's so proud of. So, do you want to come in? We can put another chair. Just scoot it over a little bit.
Hot mic.
Yeah.
Here we are.
What's up, y'all?
Right there. There's a
Okay.
20-second delay.
Okay. Well, this
Well,
is fun.
Super proud of Emmy. Let's start there.
All right.
Talk
We
about-
are here for our 4th year running the Mid-State.
Yeah.
We came 4 years ago, 2 weeks after we left Canada, and we're heading back to Canada in 2 weeks. So this is like the sweetest bookend to our adventure here. And this year was different. Last year, Darren placed second. If this is your first time watching, and there we are. That's fun. But this year, our youngest, who's 8 years old, she said, "I think I want to run this year."
Yeah, like 2 months ago.
Yeah, and so Darren messaged Becca, and she's like, "Let's do it." So, so we didn't know what to expect with her. It was she's been to the hill a couple times. She's done the kids 5K that they do in December, and she's done those within the 20-minute. So I mean,
Yeah.
her goal originally was 6.
6 and then 8. And
And
then
then
on
at
race day, it
9,
was
yeah.
10. And then she kept pushing it.
She kept pushing. She came in, was at lap 14, and she was in tears then. And that was so hard. Her stomach started to hurt at lap 9, so that was 3 hours in. And then, she just pressed on. And so she finished with lap 15. So she
went
ran
out-
5 hours.
She ran out on lap 15.
Yeah. And she feels good. Last night I said, do you want to do that again? She's like, I don't know. And then this morning I said, do you want to run 5 hours again today? She said, okay. So I think we have another endurance runner
Super sweet.
in the family. So it'll be interesting to see what she does with this. I think a fire's been lit. So how's she feeling today? She is not sore at all.
No, it's not fair.
Not a limp, not a tweak, not a twinge, nothing.
She got blisters that
That's
we
true.
didn't anticipate. So she did run in different shoes, which is never a good idea. That's my fault. But yeah, she got blisters. So in our heels.
Besides that, we've got some salty britches and tape on those, and she's good. So, is she talking about future races? At this point, she's just saying
Maybe.
maybe.
I think she will run another race.
Yeah, I would be shocked if she didn't.
Yeah.
She's
It's
just,
also like positive reinforcement from something you're good at
Yeah.
as a kid, right?
for sure.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
she
this was
got
huge.
lots of people complimented her. Everyone's so good here, so she had a great time.
That's got to be Julie.
Yeah.
Shout out to Julie.
Shout out to Julie.
Yeah.
Question for Julie: how many boxes of Kleenex did you use watching Emmy?
Yeah, so we thankful for Mid-State. This has been a very shaping thing for us. It was when we came here in 21 and we met all of these people. And Darren ran 9 hours that first year, and you thought that was
The hardest thing I've ever done.
Yeah, for sure. And it is. It's no joke. But we met the people and we thought we need to move here if we can.
Yeah.
There was a seed that was planted. At that point, we were traveling around the states looking for where might be home for us, and we always came back to this area. And so we have been super blessed to be in this community of people the last 4 years, and
Totally.
it is one of the things that is hard to leave. But thank God for planes and cars, and we may be back. We'll see.
And trains.
So we'll see. Yeah. So we are looking here. We are looking for
We're down.
Jeremiah and Nick.
I don't know where that camera is. I should. Oh, I think that's at the bottom of this second.
So we are 85 loops completed. So they are running 86 right now.
I
What's
guess
the
right-
most on this course?
Oh, Eric's 133 or 38 or something. A lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess right now, just from having run this, it rained a ton, and Tennessee weather, the sun's come out, and it's very humid, and so now it's just, crew is looking at just managing heat and trying to get these guys cooled off, and as quickly as possible, and get food, and you would know more about that than I would. I'm actually learning right now. I'm jumping
Crewing
in
for
here.
the first
I'm
time.
jumping in here where I can, and
Nate Woodcock, is he from Maine?
Nate, are you from Maine?
I'm not sure
I
who
don't know.
Nate is. Jeremiah is from Maine. I'm not sure who Nate is. Just haven't crossed paths with him. Maybe. Are you from Maine, Stacy? So I do not see any runners on the course yet at this point. Oh, is this the downhill?
No.
Is this what we're looking at?
I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's weird from this angle. This is our first time watching the live because we've always been participating
Yeah.
in the race.
Yeah, so the runners, they're out there. They run different paces, so they're just spending a lot of time by themselves with their own thoughts, which is a hard thing to do. And then they're coming in, and the crews are just responsible for cooling and getting them to eat. What I like to say is this is a eating, drinking, cooling competition where you have to hike in between. So it's that is the name of the game right now. It's just keeping calories going and fluids and salt.
Both gentlemen are still eating, both are still drinking, both are still talking. Hey, Nate,
Oh.
nice to meet you.
Oh,
Oh,
were you asking
were you
Nate
asking?
in the chat?
That's interesting.
Oh,
My bad. Yes, Jeremiah is up in Maine. He's working up in Maine. I was just learning this at the trail, right? He's working at the trail at the Words gone. Just fill it in. Thank you, Kendall. Emerson, she is a beast. She, you know what? I'm really proud of her because the second last lap she came in was very emotional for her. She was feeling bad, feeling hot. She had stayed faithful to eating, but she was having a hard time getting stuff in, and she was just hugging me and wasn't sure if she wanted to go back out. So there were tears. And when she went back out, when she chose to do that with Darren, they just walked that lap holding hands, which was just very sweet as a mama and a sweet Father's Day memory. But she came in, and it was just such like a sweet, cheering crew for her. People just celebrating.
Totally.
It's just so amazing to see what people can do and what an 8-year-old is able to do. And Nick, 17.
Oh yeah, it's
Talk
his
about
third
Nick
year.
last year. Last year we were walking the hill, and you were really kind of like at some of the runners that you were running with, because Nick was 16 last year, and people are like patting him on the back, and they were saying like, oh, it's
Oh yeah, they were
kind of
treating
like,
him
oh,
like
it's so cute that you're out here doing this.
last year was kind of
and-
like, oh yeah, way to go, buddy. Like just not. I mean, everyone's encouraging, but it's like he was 16. He's younger, and it was just like, but he's so. And this year he's absolutely crushing, and he crushed last year too. He's gotten better every year, so it was super cool. And it's like when people, you know, are trying to encourage, but it's like, you're doing great, little guy, sort of thing, as opposed to like, oh no, you're
valid competition,
Yeah,
and
you are
you're
one of the
crushing right
last
now.
two left, and it's like, this is insane. So
Yeah.
it's
He's
pretty awesome.
showing those people this
There's-
year, that's for sure.
It's been, how long has it been? Just the two of them? A while.
How long have they been running? Just the two?
A couple
Yeah,
hours,
couple
at least 2-3 hours.
Mhm.
Please tell your daughter she was impressed. Oh, Erin, it was nice. Yeah, we ran with Erin a couple weeks ago when she was out here with Amy.
Yeah, that's right.
Biggest do's and don'ts when trying to be a good crew for your runner. That's good. One thing is like to keep the questions down. Runners don't really want to answer a lot of questions, so options are good as opposed to what do you want. It's like, here's 2 things. Pick what you want. I like that one.
Yeah, especially when coming to the end here. I was just telling Jeremiah's crew, because they had a ton of food out ready for him, and I said just give him this option, which is good calories, and this option, which is good calories. You don't want to, for us, that's what's worked for us anyways, just to keep it super simple, so that there's not a lot of choice, and you have to eat one of these. What was the question exactly?
Just
Do's
a
and don'ts?
big crew of do's and don'ts.
I think 2 years ago we had a lot of people. Once it got down to once there was more room
Yeah.
underneath, we had a lot of people with their hands on.
Yeah.
And at that point you were like, it's hot, I'm tired, my brain is not on. Just having a few dedicated hands to be on and
Yeah.
helping and knowing their role versus a lot of people. When you're main crew, which I was for Darren, you just have to use your voice and say, sorry, thank you guys, we just need a little space right now if your runner needs that.
Yeah.
You got to know your runner too, and it's a lot of trial and error. So
Totally.
making sure that they're getting calories in every lap. We try to stick to 100.
150.
150 for you for your size every lap. But this is different because it's 20 minutes. We do something different when you're running and just hitting up crew stations, or when you were doing the last man standing with was that 6 miles?
Yeah.
That loop? Yeah, that one's different.
Oh, 4.167. Yeah.
Mhm.
And oh hi Anna, such an inspiration. We have at least one kid who wants to run next year, and I can guess where they got the idea from. Oh, that's nice.
That's sweet.
Nate's back. Hey guys, I figured he was
Hi, Anna.
Jeremy down Columbia there. Oh, they did. Oh, thank you. I like my shirt too. Kendall. I remember Kendall. Hi, Kendall. You sure was my pacer.
Oh, that's really sweet. That's a sweet message,
Visualize
Kendall.
so
We'll
proud.
pass that on to Emma.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks,
I'll never
Hillary.
forget your beautiful
Oh, it's so
family.
nice to meet
It's
you.
so fun to have. Oh yeah, my kids.
You're a cute baby.
I came back and my kids were holding a baby.
Oh gosh, Daniel. Will we have our horses in Canada? Let's just say yes.
There's our kids are right here, so the answer is yes. And they are
answer is yes.
smiling. All right, I've got to go.
All right, Darren is off
You
to go.
hold down the fort.
and
I will
He's
maybe
gonna
be
go
back.
crew Nick, because Nick will be running in a second here. Just watching the time. He is staying faithfully consistent as Darren's crewing Nick. Part of Darren's strategy was just maybe slow down for a little bit, Nick, and Nick tried it for a lap, maybe 2, and then he came in. He's like, that feels bad. I don't want to do that. I want to run my pace. And so, yeah, you just got to let your runner do what they want to do. So, so Nick is just running his pace. He's staying consistent to coming in between 4.5 and 5 minutes. And Jeremiah slowed down those last 2, but I was over there when they were giving him a lot of stuff just to stabilize the blood sugar. And so generally when that happens, they need to run a lap or 2 to have that hit their system. And as the guy said before we took over here, he came in looking pretty rough, and then just when he left that chair a minute later, he had a whole new face on. So he was ready to go. So Darren and Nick's crew are standing down there waiting to see him come down the hill here in a minute. And then they'll walk him in, get the ice on the head, neck, legs, chest is what they're doing. Nick is a young man who just likes to stick to his routines. So I know for us, when we try and stay cool, we try and put ice everywhere, and Darren runs with that around his neck. But Nick's never done that, and so he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't run with a hat, so he's not going to do that, even though it's pretty hot, getting spicy out here right now. Although I think some cloud cover in this minute, sort of.
In this minute, yes.
And we'll see how that goes. So we are just a few seconds away here from being 5 minutes out, and we will see. No sign of him yet. I wasn't even looking at the video of the course there, so I didn't see them at all. I'm not sure if this is maybe the final. Aaliyah, is this the final downhill, or you want to talk with me?
That's the final downhill. Oh,
Okay.
no, I'm sorry. No, that's not. That's right here at the end of the field.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they're looking at the approach. Yeah. Not done yet. God, that is full. That's full sun right there.
Hi, Ellis family. Thanks for still checking in. Just zooming in on the porta potties. All right, so we're here in the cheers, so Nick is running down. I don't see him yet on the screen, but he's a-coming. I gotta tell you though, that young man, little machine, super inspirational.
How did he just skip? Oh, it must be a lag on the.
Oh, is he in?
Yeah, he's on.
Oh,
There must be
yeah.
a lag on
So I'm
the-
looking at the
yeah,
lag,
that
yeah.
one, yeah.
That's it, 30 seconds or so. Okay. So he's coming in.
He's gesturing. He's got some things.
He's giving knuckles to people.
Yeah.
He's taking his seat.
Yep.
And I
He's
don't know
got
if he'll
some
zoom in.
energy.
He does.
He's got some bounce to his step right now. I wonder if those salt pills are starting to
Yeah.
work.
So banana is what his food choice is right now. He's gonna take a salt pill. He's got his little baby fan on him. I know.
Feet up.
Is it?
Yeah.
And he's got some ice on his head to start cooling down. And he's got, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 hands on him, helping him out, making sure he's getting the salt, the food, the liquids. They're massaging out his legs. It's just been super consistent, doing the same thing every time he comes in.
I bet that massage feels really good right now.
Do you
Like
think
that
so?
release, as long as it's not too grindy.
Yeah.
But just that release of
Yeah,
that
but he's
lactic
getting
acid.
it for
Just
so long too, though. It's not like a 2-second massage.
Right, it's not a
You're
tease.
doing,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
just a minute or two,
yeah,
and
like
you,
being
like,
just
really
to get
work
it
it,
in.
yeah.
Yeah, that's for keeping his legs loose and moving. We've got Jeremiah's crew starting to run up away from the corral.
Okay, I'm gonna look at the screen. If there's a lag. I haven't seen him come down yet.
What's the time?
Yep.
Yeah, he can. He's got.
Okay,
He's got
so-
a pace. He's got a run.
2:34. He's got 2:34. Well, less now.
Is that him? Okay, he's approaching. You can see it slightly.
Okay.
Let's see him.
He might still make it, is what they're saying. He's gonna make it.
Yeah,
He's got his crew out there yelling.
Yes.
Hi, Mom. My mom's watching.
Hey, Mom.
Faithful care. All right. You definitely heard that. That's the 2-minute whistle.
Is he on with us?
It looked like I could see. Well, the camera's not.
The camera's
on
on
now.
here now, so
It's,
hard
it's
to
here
know.
at the corral, but it looked like I saw him approaching, unless that was his crew running away that I saw. running down.
These are my. Okay, so they're shouting at him that he's got to run. He's good. They're clapping for him at the bottom there. You can see. Okay. And these might have been the 3 laps he needed to have all that food and liquid and the salt, the sugar start to get into the system.
Yeah.
So.
But the issue is, as soon as he gets here,
No rest. Yeah. And that's what's hard. Yeah, he's working to get here and then time to go again with no rest.
Sounds like he's close enough.
My adrenaline is pumping. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is like my heart.
I know how that feels to go
Just like,
through with
oh,
no
man.
minutes, so seconds to pair.
Okay.
It's so tight on time.
Oh my gosh,
1
gosh.
minute,
Okay,
and
Nicholas is
Nicholas
the
is
minute
up.
up.
All right, Nicholas!
The mental games.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
He has got a stone face, Nicholas, right now.
He is ready. So this is the game. This is gonna mess with Jeremiah. As if Jeremiah makes it in, he's gonna see that he's standing and ready to go. I don't see him.
On the camera.
Guys, this might be last lap.
Oh, okay. He's moving. He's moving. He's coming. Here he is. What's the time?
I don't know what I want to have happen here.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
He's gonna make it. He's got it. But
oh my gosh.
He's gotta go.
3, 2, 1. No. Oh!
He's there. Okay. Jeremiah. Oh my gosh.
Oh! Can you see that on the screen? Did you see that his feet passed those little markers as exactly as, oh my word.
So this is his 3rd lap that he
John's
has passed
shaking his
through
head. Oh man.
being able to stop. So it is down to the wire.
This is
and
wild.
everyone's heart rate. I don't know, listeners. Everyone's heart rate is quite elevated.
This is so crazy. So
oh my gosh,
we could have 2 more laps.
Yeah, we've seen it before with runners
Or-
who can do this for
Do you
many
remember?
laps.
It was 2 years ago. Last year,
Evan.
Yes.
6 hours of it.
Yes.
Oh,
Up
man.
and down, up and down.
Yes, Becca still talks about
Evan, if you're
and
listening,
man.
you will never be forgotten.
No,
6
we are
hours
not
of
the same.
coming in at the whistle. And that was so wildly impressive. And I feel like you just ate a lot of candy. That's my memory. You come in eating so much candy. Like I couldn't imagine. So we'll see. We are at 2 laps left,
Nicholas
or
is full,
hours more.
Full striding up the first little molehill mountain. I love it. 6 Bear. Let's go,
Let's
young
go,
blood.
blood. And I said that
He's
6 Bear.
going.
I said this is the year of the young blood. Yep, absolutely. Being inspired by the younger generation.
Yes. Do it. Yes.
Yeah, how many teenagers want to sign up next year?
Oh, that's a good point. My
That would be
daughter wants to
really,
do it.
really great.
Anna
I
just
love
said
it.
that. Anna
I
was
love
on
it.
here. Yeah.
Do it.
We got a hill at our new house that we can train on.
Oh.
Yeah. I wonder if they should do.
I wonder if
They should do like an 18 and under or something. Or
like at 8, 10 and have them, they're going to be, well, probably not, because you still, like, let them run like just a little bit.
Kendall says, Jeremiah, you're killing it.
If
Yes,
we did
he
on Friday.
is killing it. They're both hanging in there, but it's great to see Jeremiah is also, and then Nicholas, his face is very focused right now.
And you know what? Honestly, prayers for Jeremiah. He's got diabetes, and his whatever it is, the monitor fell off hours ago, so he's not able to track. And so they're just watching that, his crew, and going by feel on how that's going, and so making sure he's not getting too much sugar or not enough sugar. So it's just kind of a wild thing. So yeah, let's go. Jeremiah he's determined. That face that we just saw didn't look like a I give up face. So.
No.
Yeah, pork roll. Pork roll.
We're all feeling holy moly pork roll. We're all holy molying with you.
Yeah, I know. It's so tough. It's so tough to know who, like, at the end when it's the last.
And I feel like every year I'm always so pulled toward every run, all of these runners. There's none that I'm like, I'm all like, oh gosh, I just want so much for each of them and all their individual racing and what they've been experiencing these past 20, whatever the math is now, 28 hours.
Except last year. Last year you were like, go Darren. No, I'm joking.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah. No, even then, no. Last year, even for me, I was torn. It's so weird. As I was crewing Darren in the last two, it's just like, obviously I wanted him to, but I knew Aaron had worked so hard for it too.
Hard
It was so
are
hard.
working, yeah. All working for it.
Yeah. So the crew, they're all just taking a minute. They've gotten food and drink ready for their runners as they come in the next.
This is when the 15
12
minutes
Just so y'all
feels
know,
like forever.
When Jeremiah comes back in, we're going to cut this mic.
Okay.
Because we're going to have the other
great.
mic at the truck there.
Okay.
They're just announcing they're cutting us off in a few minutes.
Yeah, they're gonna.
We've had our
we
day in
can't
the sun.
Nothing personal
We
now.
can't sit and talk through some very important running. Yeah.
All right.
But it's interesting in the beginning of the race, these moments of 20 minutes, 15 minutes, it feels like it goes so fast, right? Oh my gosh, my runner's back. And these final, like whatever, these last couple hours or how long it'll be, it feels like an eternity.
Yeah,
like we sit and wait for them to return. How are they feeling? What are they doing now?
Right.
If you don't see the camera, what are they doing on Myers? Are they up there yet?
Yeah.
Constantly being like, it expands that
Yeah,
time.
the consequences of these laps are a lot higher.
Mm-hmm. So you're asking how old Nicholas is. He's 17. Oh, there I see Sarah answered that. If you have any questions, we've got 10 minutes left where we can...
Before we get cut off.
Before we get cut off.
Keith brought breakfast sandwiches. Nick brought them.
Hey, Lori. Yeah, Mike was amazing too. We were sharing how he was just navigating like the injuries and the stuff he was going through last week. To see him come out and more than accomplish his goal, Mike was awesome. Excited to have my maple syrup when we get home. Thank you for that, Lori.
Ooh, you got maple syrup?
I did.
Oh gosh, I love
Well,
maple
Darren
syrup.
did, but what's his is mine.
That's right.
Yeah.
You get to enjoy some too.
Yes. What's your favorite part of Mid-State Mile race experience?
That's a hard.
Community. It's not the weather.
No, it's not the weather.
But I think the community. If you have not been,
Today was
you got to put it on your bucket list.
Yeah.
Yesterday
I think
was
it's the
special?
pull to do better. Constantly the pull to do better.
Oh, my
Ron.
daughter? Oh, yeah.
As a runner, you have goals, and so the Mid-State experience is hit those goals and then want to exceed and grow and change. But it's a constant evolution of what you want to accomplish out here. And I like experiencing that and seeing other people reach for whatever they're out here to get.
If Nicholas makes it to the final lap, he should do a heel clip. Well, I'll pass on the message.
Yeah, we'll see how he feels about it. He did come in. He's been coming in very springy. Yeah, he's got a spring to his step.
Yeah, it's good.
It was that last lap. I bet he's gonna throw down.
He's gonna be like, let me see what I can do.
Mid-State is a family reunion, absolutely.
It
The family
100%
keeps
feels
growing.
That way.
Yeah,
Yes.
it grows.
Yes. Seeing the same faces, seeing Eric's girls who I haven't seen since last year, and like seeing how big the kids get, or Anna and Aaron when they come out with kids, and it's just like the same faces you guys. It's just so cool to see again.
I don't know. It depends where we end up. Yeah, I mean, Darren's talking about winning next year. Put it out there. We'll see.
Good. Yes.
I'm also like,
I can say good
Yeah.
because I'm not a crew person.
I think it takes long. I don't know. For me, it takes me longer to recover than it does for him. Have you felt that as a crew?
As a crew,
like the adrenaline.
It's exhausting, a different exhausting, but definitely.
Yeah, you've
exhausting.
played both hats.
Yeah.
You've worn both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really fun crewing Jill the year I did. And she had a great year.
Well, you're
I was
more
so-
invested in everybody's story versus as a runner, you're only worried about you.
Right.
You know, you might be worried about someone else.
And your brain's
too,
turned
but
off for the most part.
you don't have a
The
clue
crew
what's
is
going on.
behind the
Like
scenes, the
Evan,
frantic
That's
things.
6 hours of emotions that everybody in the corral went through, where the runners had no clue that was really going on.
Right.
'Cause he was coming in so late.
Yeah.
They didn't,
Yes.
you know, they were
Oh my gosh, Aaliyah versus Darren next year. No. I love that. Hey, Daniel, I love that you have that optimism about me. You know what? That kind of made my day, but yeah, no.
That would be so fun. I
It
mean,
would
this. I mean, don't
it
want to
would be
say,
really
but
fun.
this could be the year the teens win, and next
Yeah.
year, female winner.
Hey,
let's do
hey,
it.
man. Like I said, I love the optimism. I'm gonna absorb that, rub it in like lotion, let it touch my heart in special places.
I think we just call that and expect it. I would love to see that.
You would have
I'd
the
have to-
entire YouTube universe full.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
yes.
Oh my god. That was like the year that Jill was just going. It felt like a uterus unite year. We were like, girls were coming from all over, like the fallopian fans that were like,
Your alliteration is off the charts
Hey,
there.
here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, yeah. It would be very cool. Yeah. There are some possibilities for women to do some really, really, really strong high miles in this race. Jill showed that. Yeah, there's
Absolutely.
a lot of.
Phil's gonna crew you.
Yay! It's coming together. It's all coming together. Thank you, Phil. That's awesome.
Could you just do a female race here? I wonder. Would they do that?
Ooh.
I mean, you could, but is that
Yeah.
appropriate?
Yeah. Hey, anything
just
could be
be
possible.
interesting to see.
Anything could be possible.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
I didn't hear about too many injuries this year. I didn't see a ton of last year there was a lot of sickness with the heat. I didn't see that a lot this year.
I think a lot of people got
Falls.
their, but the heat was not bad this year at all. People were not. I didn't hear of any major vomiting or anything like that. Yeah, Dylan took a pretty big fall. He came in, his entire back was covered in mud. Well, I guess everyone was falling at different times, but I remember him coming in being like completely slopped.
What's that? Sorry.
I think everybody felt at least one.
Oh, yeah.
There goes
over
Nicholas.
there at, going up Machete.
Look at him.
Right on time.
Wow. There he is.
11-minute mark plus.
What a showing he
He's
has made at this
incredible.
race.
One thing that they're talking about his crew, his poles are too short. They were noticing.
They were
'Cause
feeling like it was.
He's really hunched over. His hands
Yeah.
are on top of his
I
poles,
wonder
and
if it's fatigue though too.
maybe. But he was just like, I can't have it. You know,
Yeah.
he's like, I've been
He's
doing
not
it this
gonna change
long.
it.
He's like, I'm
Yeah.
not changing
Yeah.
it now.
Well, he's not, so he's not right.
He doesn't have his hands in him.
Well, no,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
Driving.
doing this.
Yeah, he's
instead of
reaching. Yeah.
Sitting there pushing off.
So it might be.
Like, 'cause
He might be working harder with him.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
use your shoulders, and he's digging,
Yeah, yeah.
going.
Yeah.
He's just going. So it's like,
So is that something that an endurance athlete runner should learn? Is like
Yes.
proper technique for poles?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think
That will come with
saw-
more experience.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we saw
He'll
earlier
learn
that
to
his
properly
only
use his poles.
3 ultra races were here, and so
Yeah.
but that's
I don't know if he
gonna
does
change
pole and
his
training,
game.
but
If he learns how to
Once
use
he
them properly.
learns to let him propel him.
Pushing,
Yeah.
not your feet.
Yeah.
You're just gliding. It's like
Yeah.
you're cross-country skiing.
Right.
So all the work is in the poles pushing you up, and you're just going. And then coming down, we can't really see what he's doing, but if he's bracing right,
He's not bracing at all coming down. We can see him coming down on this. He's just holding him in his hand.
then say,
He
like,
takes
that's
him off.
another thing that's going to save his quads. So his climbing's going to get better, and his downhills are going to get better. And he's already doing this. You know,
Yeah.
like it's a major advantage. Learning how
Interesting.
to do them correctly.
Wow.
Because then you're all upper body.
Yeah.
Your shoulders hurt. You get
Oh
tense,
man, yeah, that's
everything.
what I'm seeing on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This, you're
It
just
will
not-
really-
You're just
yeah.
speeding up there.
Man, these next years we'll have like a massive team Nicholas following. Could you imagine? He masters some poles and like what? The sky's the limit.
There's been make sure he knows how to do them before he leaves, because regardless.
Hey,
seriously,
you just ran for however many hours. Let me show you your poles. You gotta give him a break.
You're learning, buddy. You're learning.
You're like, here, let me show you something. Let me show you something.
Give him like 30 minutes to calm down, and it's
Yep. And two, putting your hands through the loops and holding the pressure on your wrists instead of holding and driving. That also has some locomotion advantages.
Guess what Nicholas is doing tonight? You'll never guess.
Sleeping well, cramping up.
He's got tickets to see the Wiggles with his family in Nashville tonight.
Are you serious?
He may not make that.
You know what
I was like, I think he's gonna be sleeping.
I think he's gonna get a pass. His parents might let him sit this one out.
Because they've got little dudes in their crew here that drove down to support him.
If I see social
funny.
media post of him at the Wiggles, I'm gonna lose my mind. That would be amazing.
He's there like
That's
shuffling
the
around.
resilience. That's what it took.
So cute.
The Wiggles. Love it.
They're in Nashville tonight if anyone wants to get last minute tickets.
I don't know
Go
what it is, but it
congratulate
sounds
Nicholas.
fun.
You don't know the Wiggles?
No.
Oh, they're the I'm gonna say creepy adults.
the second night?
Do like little kids music, like.
Well, maybe they have the ability of wanting to stay with them, and they have to stay.
Yep. All right, we've got about a minute before they're cutting us off, and they're going to turn this mic out to the crowd as we cheer people in. So I am not. Nicholas will be statistically coming down in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, he was flying that machete, so he should be flying down this.
So Darren's ripped over there to see him come down the bottom of this hill, and everyone's getting in positions. Here we go again.
Banana ready.
Here we go again, folks. We'll see.
But they're ready to go.
This could be.
You can see Eric looking at the clock over there. He's been crewing Jeremiah for a number of hours.
Yeah.
He is a wealth of knowledge and good hands over there.
Whew, my heart's starting to race a little bit faster.
It's getting hotter over here. It's getting hot.
It's getting very hot here. So we thought this might be the year that would go well into Monday, but that rain makes things different, and last year the heat made things different. So 1 year, right? 1 year went into Monday thus far. So next year, when Aaliyah wins next year, she's going to take us to Monday
Aaliyah
at dinner.
V. Darren, V. David.
I was about to say
David.
Throwing his
Yeah.
hat in the ring.
Yeah. We'll just be running like arms linked, like just three running down.
Yeah.
There's going to be some others in there, too.
Here comes Nick. They're clapping him in. Staying super consistent. There we go. Thanks for watching, friends. Here he is.
Oh, he's good. He's good.
There he is.
He's good.
There he is.
3 minutes. That's good. You are slinging.
All right, Jeremiah!
Eric.
Hey, Jennifer, will you give me a walkie-talkie, please?
Eric.
Was that camera still right here?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, I can't see.
And you too. Okay, you can eat it. No, we can do it.
Have sound inside.
Oh, okay.
Have you
No
unmuted
sound.
number one?
Are we on?
Yeah, we're good.
They're live. They're mics on.
So Jeremiah is coming in with some seconds to spare, but he is looking better.
His pace is picking up.
His pace is picking up.
Not by a crazy
He's-
amount, but it's picking up.
We were just discussing, he went out on the last lap with some serious fuel. Oh, what happened?
It's fine.
No signal. Keep going? Okay.
Yeah.
Still heard.
Oh, okay.
Camera's coming back.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah, so he took on some fuel, ate some cookies. What else did you see him go out with? No, this last lap?
2 laps ago, he had a full
he's
breakfast
drinking.
burrito.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's like, let's eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been getting some broth in him. He took a Gatorade with him on this one.
Good.
Ate some watermelon.
Yep.
So, you know, piece by piece, he's slowly trying to put it back together, and it's slowly working.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because I mean, a couple loops ago, he came in with what 10 seconds to spare,
Yes.
if that.
Yes.
And then that was a minute.
Is this his fourth loop of not being able to sit down
Yeah.
though and take aid sitting?
No, because he sat down for a quick second.
You're right. You're right. Two laps ago he did sit.
Yeah. But it was just a quick second. But again,
he's holding steady.
You don't have to sit down and rest.
Right. Right.
You know, if you're getting the stuff you need to just keep going. I mean, some people just.
As
you know,
we say that though,
Yeah.
oh man, you don't have to sit down and rest. It's true, but oh my gosh, to even have a few seconds, to have a 40 seconds to put your feet up, to put some ice on you.
You two should hop on here as the first and second place last year.
Oh, I followed directions.
Yeah.
Talk about the first and second.
Because y'all, these moments are
Jeremiah's
y'all
going through.
that you are very familiar with.
There are moments.
That you're very familiar with. Do you want to
guys
come
can
sit
make
and
up
discuss?
on,
Yeah.
on air, live.
All I know is
I mean, you ran with
Shed a tear and hug.
I might.
We're talking about.
So we got Darren and Aaron coming in.
Here, I'll take one of those chairs.
Congratulations. Oh,
Pretty soon you're gonna be congratulating somebody else.
yeah, that's gonna be fun. Who knows who that's gonna
Be
be?
a new champ.
I guess, yeah. They're both just in, like, they just want it to be over so bad.
Oh yeah.
And so, which I did last year, which the what you want to do is change something. We were just talking about this. Is to change something to impact how the other person's feeling, right? Because you're trying to compete. And so I ended up running quicker laps, which I wasn't doing, and you just stayed steady and just execute the game plan. So more experience.
Yeah, I think they're both spending a lot of time in their head. Nicholas has more time to have input coming in when he sits there. So Jeremiah is just getting brief encouragement. So I think, you know, he's processing a lot himself.
Yeah.
You know, and he's having to figure it out himself. Obviously, Nicholas has a lot of good support, a lot of good wisdom coming in, but the battle is in between these ears.
You can see they're both able to keep. I mean, Jeremiah looked like he wasn't going to make it.
Right.
And then the next loop he came in quicker.
Right.
And so it's.
But all you need is someone to just get impatient.
Yes.
You know, and take their focus off.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
No, it's fun being in that spot. You know, like this is why they're doing the race to get to this point. Like this is the race. It really is.
100%.
It comes down to this.
100%.
Because you don't have that same level of mind games with even 3 people. You don't.
No. Not at all.
I don't think you do.
No.
Yeah.
And generally when there's 3, generally 2 will run together and 1 will drop, right? Like it's just everyone's kind of run together and then someone has to peel back, and then that's kind of debilitating to not be in the club, and it's just you get in your head, right?
Yeah.
So at least from my experience.
And it seems like for a while all the runners were running different paces, so I don't think they've really been linked up much. It sounds like it was a quiet night. There wasn't a lot of talking. And these guys have been alone, but whatever they're doing is working. You know, they're doing the things that they need to do to keep taking care of themselves, even with the quick transition. Like Eric Keenlay is over there. I mean, he got him stuff so quickly. He told me everything he gave him in that quick loop. I'm like, how did you get all that stuff inside of him?
Yeah.
It was crazy. He had it all ready to go. Salt, some caffeine, some fuel. So they're getting it nailed down.
Yep.
Because
you can get a lot done.
Yeah, Jeremiah's not able to sit down now. He's just coming in, walking the length of the corral, getting aid. So he's up against it, but I mean, you could get a second, third, fourth wind out here.
You can throw some good loops together and then get to sit down. Like if he gets in fast enough to get to sit down, mentally, I believe that would be a huge turnaround for him.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think so. And potentially for Nicholas, like if you have someone that just won't give up,
right?
Like how does that feel
It's frustrating because
it's frustrating.
You're running, what is he running, 16 and change minute loops, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like just keep on looking to see, are they coming? And they just keep coming.
They keep
right?
coming.
Yeah.
They keep showing up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's all the
But
mental aspect of it.
there's still a lot of time out here, man. I mean, I know it feels like it's close. Like I think there's a sense that it's close.
Totally.
But it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't. You never know, right?
It doesn't have to be.
That's the whole point.
Jeremiah is a strong dude. Like he's pushing on those climbs, man. And on the downhills, he's giving it all he's got. So.
What does the last loop feel like? What does the last loop feel like? Like every other one.
Yeah.
Painful.
Yeah. Can you explain what the last loop is to
So
people who may not know?
running one loop by yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The loop.
I had to just stay locked in, man, because I'm like, hey, I could still trip and fall, you know, like, because there's a sense of relief, but also I was like, I remember John was like, it's not over. I'm like, I know, like, I have to finish this loop.
Derek, could you explain, because everyone may not know that you still have to do another loop after one person drops?
So if you're the last person to take a final loop, you still have to complete that loop to be the winner.
Yes, you do one solo loop.
If
So
you
they
don't
don't
win. Yeah. So I think it makes sense to just do what you've been doing. I just did the loop the way I had been doing it. I didn't run it any faster. Why would I?
Yeah.
You know?
Did you think about your post-speech and anything like that? Like even down like widows or
Yeah, you kind of think about what you're grateful for.
Yeah.
You know, it's like gratitude. And honestly, like, as much as these guys are in their head, like, we should probably just start encouraging them, like, just be grateful for being out here.
Yeah.
Like, this moment, like, you want it to be over, but yet it's like one of the most special moments of your life. And once it's over, it's over.
Right.
Like, but like, savor it. Be grateful for everything. Be grateful for your crew. So yeah, I think it's just a lot of gratitude when you're running that last loop, for sure.
That's cool.
So
yeah, I'm just thinking, as these guys are spending so much time, like, we ran together a ton last year.
Yeah.
Like, through the first day, through the first night.
Yeah.
And then we just
we
ran together and like, that's kind of like, people dropped off, like, because we just stuck together. Our pace is quite similar. And to be running this long by yourself.
Yeah. No, that's
impressive.
It is. I think you need, working together helps extend your life, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, it was fun sharing miles together
It was a
last
great
year.
year, yeah.
You know, and like, I mean, we got to see the field start slowly fade and struggle, and the limps and the gaits changing, and we could just, I mean, I didn't know you were hurting as bad as you were. You faked it pretty well, but like, we looked strong.
Right.
And that's why I was like, it really pays to have a display of strength out here.
Yeah.
Because it does get in people's head.
It has to.
Yeah.
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 So, I mean, obviously Nicholas has the advantage right now because he looks strong, he is strong.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's blood in the water. So
for sure. As much as it's a family, everyone's a friend.
Yeah.
They're here to win.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
there becomes the strategy and tactics of, and that's where people get messed up too, is like, I'm going to change this to try and, you know, make it more difficult for them or make them think something. And it's just like, just run your race.
Yeah.
Run your
Well, I
race,
think
look
what
strong.
shows strength is the consistency.
Yeah.
Like, Nicholas has been consistent.
Yeah.
And that demonstrates sticking to the plan, like a clock.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want a clock that's fast and then a clock that's slow. It's not a dependable clock, you know. So he's been like clockwork.
Speaking of, there he
There
is.
he is. Holy cow, dude. He's moving.
11 minutes.
He's running. He was running.
He looks so strong.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I went out
big
to the
time.
crossroads a couple laps ago for a couple laps, and it was good to see. Good to see the movement, man. He was looking really good.
Yeah.
Nicholas. And Jeremiah's giving it a fight, man. We got one response from him because I went out there with Becca. And you know how Becca is, and she's cheering him on. Come on, you can do this. Give it all you got. And then we get Jeremiah. I haven't heard him say much. He's like, I'm moving. We're like, all right, some emotion,
right?
You know, because sometimes you just gotta, like, you're so in your own head. Like, sometimes you just gotta get some emotion in there.
Totally.
You know,
Yeah, they're
get
so
some
locked in, right? You're
Yeah.
just you're in your own head.
like, have some passion.
Yeah.
Get fired up. You know.
What are you eating? You got snacks?
But yeah, I don't envy being in this place right now. It's
No, it's fun on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
it's fun to
I
see.
like crewing a lot.
I haven't.
Oh, yeah, right?
Everybody does.
It's really great. I'm on ice duty. It's the coldest job. It's amazing. Everyone's like, it's hot out here. I'm like, I'm stealing ice.
Yeah. But no, this is, I mean, other than the finishes I've been a part of personally,
Yeah.
like I didn't see Chad and Luke, I didn't see Justin and Eric,
right?
Because I was like so spent,
Doing your
I
own-
was sleeping. So it's cool to be here to see another finish,
Yeah.
to see the strategy,
Everything that goes into it. Yeah, totally.
And there's
and you learn a lot too. Like, I've learned
Yeah.
a ton.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just watching.
Oh yeah, watching. Well, you get to talk to Becca and John and other
Yeah.
people, and it's just like
Yeah.
the mind, the reasons why we do certain things and why you think certain things and what maybe
Yeah.
is helpful and not helpful.
If you guys are on there, like, comment, subscribe,
look at you.
all the things on YouTube. Who do you guys think is going to pull it off?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah.
Who do you guys think? I mean, we're over here kind of giving our opinions, but I'm interested who you guys are cheering for. So Jeremiah, I was told, summited Katahdin last Saturday. So that's
no small feat.
no, and he has the 10th fastest time on that mountain.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, like so his goal is to like set the fastest known time on Katahdin in Maine.
Well, that's an important fact.
Yeah. So like last Saturday he did that. Yeah.
Okay.
So
He's got some.
he's tough. He's tough and he's
pulling out some things.
Yeah.
Just right now.
so
That's cool.
Jeremiah's got a lot of heart.
yeah.
Totally.
Jeremiah's got a lot of heart.
It's great to see.
Yeah. His mom's out here, been supporting him the whole time. I don't know if she slept at all. I didn't ask her, but yeah. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to be on this side of things. They're making it exciting.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't want it any other way.
No. It's
You
like
really
this
wouldn't.
every year, though, right? It's amazing. It's a great format.
How close are we getting to 100? Oh, they're
creeping.
they're approaching. They're approaching 100.
Okay. I gotta get my ice ready.
All right.
Someone else can jump in.
Who else wants to hop in? You want to get back in? I'll hang out for a bit. We got some Nate Woodcock saying he's rooting for his man Jeremiah. Raced with him a bunch in Georgia. He just did an FKT on a stretch of the AT in Maine like 10 days ago. He's a beast.
Okay, so it was a whole stretch then.
Yeah, must have been.
Okay, that's even more than Katahdin.
We may be
Cutting again? Okay.
I got you.
Okay.
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 Okay. Okay.
Nerves are getting high.
Yeah.
If you guys are following along on the stream, you kind of see the time and see the pace where Jeremiah is. He's got to keep fighting. There he is.
And you can tell. Oh, he's picking. No, that's downhill though. See how he starts climbing.
So he's at.
I mean, he
the
still
bottom.
can.
He's at the bottom of Machete. 5 minutes to go.
About a minute and a half to go up.
It'll be close.
Now we're delayed 20 seconds, so he's like 4 minutes. So I have about 2.5 to get from the top of Machete down.
It's exciting out here, though. It's
it's
incredible what these guys are enduring, the pain.
How long they can hang on and fight
Just
like this.
the
too.
mental fortitude is impressive. And for
the poise, 'cause
Nicholas,
both of them have just been
yeah,
calm.
Nicholas, he's not complaining. Like he's not.
He hasn't shown any emotion negative at all.
No.
This entire weekend.
No.
Like
For
I've not
someone
seen
that's
a
17
grimace or anything.
Like
No
his parents
complaining.
have to be so proud, so proud.
Because it's tough not to make a face out here.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna be tired, you're gonna be hurting, but
Let's
again,
go, Nick.
that
Look at
face
that
you
kid.
see is the face that's been on him the entire weekend.
Like
he's
most
focused.
Most composed 17-year-old I've ever met.
Yes, hands down.
He's just a silent killer out there. 'Cause
Yeah.
He's not, he's not talkative. He's just doing what he's got to do. Following the plan. Man, us old guys got to step it up. And
I know, that's a cost. We got to learn from the young one now. Got to learn his training plan and what he's been doing because he's definitely getting better and better with every single time.
Well, at some point, I don't know if we're still on, but if we are, we'll let. The mic is gonna switch. We got a mic out in the corral.
So we're gonna try to get any
audio
we can out there for y'all, so y'all can get a little bit more close up.
If anyone wants to sponsor Mr. Nicholas, get in touch with him. This kid is going places.
Yes.
This kid is going places.
Whistle warning. Whistle warning.
That was a very polite thing to do.
Come on, Jeremiah!
So crew members are starting to walk towards the start-finish line.
Can we get some lights out here?
Start to yell at them.
That's why I had to ask. I was like,
Baby, come on, 90 seconds, let's go! He's pressing, the top.
Okay.
She's 124 at the top.
Think you can make it?
No. This is the moment maybe the moment we've been waiting for, everybody. Stay tuned in. Heck of a race. Heck of a race. Show some love for Jeremiah. Show some love for Jeremiah as he makes his way into the corral.
And the race is not over yet. The race
He's fighting. He's fighting.
Moving good.
Nick's getting ready. 40 seconds. Alright, I might step away. Go out there and cheer.
We're about to switch to the audio in the corral. So, y'all stay tuned.
Yeah, he took off. Mic 2 only.
Miles, 29,900 feet.
awesome. Last year I came here and I said I was going to do this with front pulls and did some front pulls again. And I dug deeper than I've ever dug. And so did everyone else out here today. Nicholas, you're a beast. Keep up with it, you're going places, man. Wherever you are.
He made it back on time. He's still out.
It's going places. And experienced everything out there. Rain, wind, daytime, nighttime. It's freaking hot right now. But I learned a lot. I grew. And this really is a team sport. And I've had a rocky past. I had a very selfish past, and all of you guys taught me how to be a better person. So I'm always going to remember today. I'm going to take a shower now.
Why don't you have a seat?
All right. Well, we just finished up with Jeremiah's amazing last lap speech.
That finish.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Not a dry eye out here.
No.
That was an amazing effort. And so this is Nicholas's last lap.
Mm-hmm. He's out on his victory lap. He has to complete the lap still within 20 minutes.
That's right.
So, yeah, we're on the countdown. He probably will be arriving in about 6 minutes-ish. If
Roughly
he's,
should
well,
be.
we'll see if he's
See if he's
going
on.
to take his time or
That's right. Yeah.
Take his time or get awfully speedy out there.
I don't think he can take his time.
Well, take his time for him.
Yeah, he took off.
Take it. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Hey, can we get some cameras on the course to see how fast he's zipping up?
Yeah.
On this final
So
lap,
he said-
I would be curious to see how fast he's taking Machete.
Daniel Castro said that Jeremiah won the 18 and over division.
I would say he did.
That's a good one, Daniel.
Hey,
yeah.
ask Jen if we can look if we can. Oh, cool. Oh, yes. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got a little
Yeah,
bit
we'll
of a delay,
see
but we can
how
see him.
fast he's gonna zip around this final.
See where he's at
this
coming up Machete.
final hill.
He was sprinting out of here.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy for him. What an accomplishment for him, and to see his evolution. You know
Yeah.
how he every year he's come out and improved.
That's right. Sarah asked if could he keep going. No, not officially
You
in the
can
race.
only
have to,
do one lap past your assist, which is really important between
That's
the
right.
first and second person. The assist really has to work. And is he coming? Okay.
Okay.
The assist in these last man standing have a very important job too, because you can only go one more lap past second.
That's right. The last quarter determines the length of the race.
Yep.
That's it. And
Here he
then,
goes.
There. Yep. We're seeing him
Look
on the
at
camera
him.
there.
Oh,
Going
man.
up to Machete, looking strong. I believe.
Is he running?
Oh yeah, he.
Is he
you know,
running?
got-
Okay,
yeah,
wait. He's
got
starting
that
to hike now. Okay, but he was
boost
running
of
a little
adrenaline
bit.
out
Yeah.
there, but he's consistently on, if not faster than what he has
Yeah,
been doing. He
he's
knows it's his last
flying
lap,
up
so whatever
this.
he wants to give out on the course, he can give right
Yeah.
now, knowing that the chair awaits him and all the accolades and all that. Last one he gets to do by himself and just soak it all in.
Yeah, this last lap has got to be a special thing for the champion. So many emotions and things.
Oh yeah.
Right? Mark says he's got to be floating through the last lap. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Knowing it's his last one, because Jeremiah held in on there for so many, vital last seconds, before he continued on, and so that that's got to be a relief knowing that this is truly the last lap.
Jeremiah fought and fought and fought and hung in there for a very, very, very long. They were both giving it their very all.
Oh yeah. So you can see Jeremiah over there. He's
Him and his mom. Yep.
Yeah, his face
Very
is
emotional.
turned. He's got kind of had a smile on earlier. Looked a lot different once he got to actually sit down. Though that the wristband was off and he's kind of free from the race now. So that's great.
Coleman asked, does he get a cash prize? Here's what's amazing about this race. You get a high five to yourself.
Yep.
And you get to keep your wristband. That's a plastic wristband.
He gets a rubber bracelet.
Yeah, he gets a rubber bracelet. And John's mom, one of the race director's moms, makes a homemade quilt.
We're talking about Nick. We're going to talk about Nicholas.
We're talking about Nicholas. Does he? Oh, you're talking about the second place. Coleman. Yeah.
I'm not
I don't know if
sure.
you clarified who gets if second place. Well, I'll just say no one gets a cash prize. So no one gets. The prize goes to the final runner. Nicholas will get a handmade quilt, and he will not have his wristband cut off. He will be able to go home with a rubber wristband. And like I said, he's going to be able to high five himself all the way home in his car.
Yep. Okay, we're
He's
doing
coming.
these.
Yep, he's coming down. What it looks like. So this race is run for the heart of this race. No one's running this race to win anything, because you really.
This is a
don't
bragging
win.
rights kind of race.
Right. You
And
win.
you
win the feeling of I
The
won.
person who Nicholas, he's coming down, about to come
Here he
down Widows.
comes.
He gets what he got to learn more than anybody out there because he gets to do more laps.
I
than
assume
anyone.
this mic is going to be cut here shortly.
Sure.
Yeah, we're gonna go look at
change
this.
over.
We're gonna change over.
I just turned it on, Jennifer.
and gentlemen.
I gotta go run more.
This young lady watched him run, work, and she knew that her mile in. She needed to be jumped and see him come out as a battle night and looking at it. It's an incredible thing to probably do it. It's inside of us. It's a rare chance to stay on it within yourself amongst others. You don't know it's there. I think that's what she's trying to do.
Yeah, I did. I called it. I was like, I want to see Nicholas Leo like get 100 please. Like that was what I said. Happy Father's Day. What a great way.
I don't know what to say, but he works his heart out, and it's just well deserved. He does above and beyond with his training, with his family, with everything. It's just well deserved.
Well, from all of us here, Rebecca and I, a sincere thank you for everyone that comes out and supports this race. And thank you to our live stream crew that's worked tirelessly since Thursday and last week to make all that happen so people can see it. It moves us every year. It's very humbling that people continue to show up on the farm and continue to pour into this and realize that it's more than just running around, and they build off of it and it changes lives. And it's because of the people that show up. It's not what we do. It's because of you guys that come and pour your heart into it and sacrifice your bodies. So thank you once again. I guess we'll have the race again next year. For now, pack your stuff and go home. Let me get a fresco.
Great job, you guys. Incredible.
Mike's live.
When do you usually cut it?
John is going to cut that.
We usually do it like post race.
Colonel can jump in. Oh, the mic is hot. We're hot micing. Woo! I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for Fresca. Man, I wish. Whenever they're ready.
You've had Frescas the whole time?
Yeah. You not had a Fresca?
No.
Man, there's Frescas all around. All you gotta do is say, like, you need a Fresca.
Please. I'll take a Fresca to be on the...
Fresca in the cooler.
Yeah, I've been drinking... Coffee is the drink of choice that's available around here. So
You've got to alternate.
I should probably drink something other than coffee.
You got to go back and forth. You got a coffee Fresca, Fresca,
I should know this.
coffee. There's rotation. What an absolute monster.
Wow.
I don't know what I was doing at the age of 17.
No. Nothing constructive like that.
No, and just how, first of all, Nicholas started out running 13-minute miles yesterday morning.
Yeah, he did.
And, you know, he backed off and ran some 14s.
Yeah, I guess maybe he got a little tired.
Over the course of 30-some hours. But he just kept that pace, and that is what is so incredible.
Yeah.
Is he obviously has more left in the tank. And, you know, the race goes on, you get down to two people, you can see it wear on him that he is working. And I think you see not so much that he's working and it's hard, but how much he wants it.
Right. Yeah.
How much he wants that win, how much he wants to be the last man standing, and he's willing to put in that work.
He was dialed in.
Yeah, he's super focused, and just how incredible. Again, 17 years old.
17 years old, came out, you know, third mid-state, has built on every prior finish consistently. Consistent building on it, you know?
Yeah.
We checked his ultra sign up. No other ultra races out there that we can see.
Yeah.
So this is a lot of hard work and dedication, and just I mean the mental focus he put on out here, and to be able to do that with that youth athletic ability that he has. I mean, his overall fitness is just phenomenal.
Yes.
Destroyed the course. I would
Monster.
say destroyed the course.
Just, it was no match for him.
There wasn't. He's not limping at the end. He's not slowing down.
No.
There's not rust in his hips or in his knees. He is moving.
Not at all. He ran that. That's the fastest somebody's ever ran their final lap.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And to be able to do that just shows how much he has at the end. How capable he is. How resilient. How tough. I mean, get a thesaurus out.
Sure.
To begin describing.
Take a photo, put it next to all of those words.
Yeah, I think he's everything that we look for. Everything people come to mid-state wanting to put into practice.
That's right.
He was able to do it, and many others did it as well. But to be the last man standing is an incredible achievement. It's sunny out here today.
Sure is.
Which is wonderful. There's people come out and watch the race because it's something to watch and behold, and I just can't put any more words around it.
It was an excellent finish, and he led that pretty much. I mean, the whole race he was in. I mean, not necessarily number one in the lead, but I would say he was leading that race from mile one.
Certainly one of the front runners. There was one time I had to issue him a little bit of a warning to back up towards the line.
Oh yeah, he didn't like to stop.
He got a little jumpy.
Yeah,
he didn't want to stand there and wait. He wants to go.
No, let me go.
I think he'd probably still go if I let him. I don't know. We could have just kept the clock running and he wouldn't have noticed.
Can I do those final 3
Yeah.
laps to get to 100?
We had to clarify the rules out there that he had to stop.
Yeah.
And when we told him stop, plus there was an award he had to pick up.
Yeah.
He actually probably had time that he could have made that 20 minutes and gone back out, but it's over now and he's got to pack up his stuff and go home, I guess.
Not for nothing, Jeremiah's performance.
Wow.
Here in the last 2 hours to ride the line and
It's
battle.
what you want it to be, right?
Yeah. If you can't win, you certainly want to do everything in your power. And there was never a moment where I think he was resigned to second place, to resigned to the assist. He was still fighting until the bitter end and wanted to keep going. I think, in large part, he wanted to keep going for Nicholas as well.
Sure.
And you see that
plays in it
unfold and transpire over the race. And they started out when there was just two of them. They started out together in it. running step for step and side by side. And the final hour or so, Jeremiah just didn't have the time to cool like he needed to. Didn't have the rest that he needed to keep on going.
Yeah, that's the kind of, next to last finisher. That's what you want to see, is to give it all out there, and completely just left it out there, and you could just see like the relief that he had when he came in. He let it all go, and that's great to be able to get the physical relief. Mentally just allow it all to come out. Kind of been, it's got to be, during the race, bottle up a lot of that.
You got to keep a lot of it in check.
Keep it in check. Part of the strategy of the run. Just absolutely phenomenal.
Thanks, John. You guys are great. Congratulations.
Yep. See you soon, awesome race.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Yep.
Y'all be safe.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and honestly, his post-race comments and his talking to his crew, it's growth.
Sure,
It's a growth process and growing internally and doing the intangible things that make you overall a better individual that come out when you push your limits like this. When you commit yourself fully to something, it requires more of you. And that's what we see here at Mid-State. That's why we love the race. That's why we love hosting it, and I think that's why people keep coming back.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of those that just said, that's all that, not a whole lot of all, that's all I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Those knew that when they towed the line.
Yep.
I was going to do X number of laps, and I had a great time. Thank you so much. I'm now going to crew, hang out, whatever.
Yeah, we appreciate
Everybody
it.
else broke down somewhere and gave it all that they could. It was either physically or mentally or emotionally or a little bit all, and that's where they stopped.
Whether it was lap 10, lap 27,
That's right.
60, or 80 something, they do those things, and that's what's phenomenal about this venue and this environment of ultra running.
That's right.
Is you get that, and you get to see it unfold.
That's right. Yeah. To be able to
1
be a
mile at a
witness,
time.
everybody gets to also be part of that learning experience. You can see where they're at, see how they're feeling, and learn. Even if you're just a spectator, you're going to learn a whole lot here. You're going to get inspired.
Yeah.
A couple people probably made a mistake of signing up yesterday. It's probably not even up. And they're going to now be thinking about it for the next year about what am I going to do now to get there, because I'm probably going to be feeling the same way.
Yeah. And so much of that happens in traditional races out there in the wilderness, far from cameras, far from other people, and right here it's on display, and that's just a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I think that'll about do it for year 6 here at the Mid-State Mile. The registration is going to go up January 1st at noon. If you're interested in running Mid-State, it goes live January 1 at noon. The Tennessee Mile, our sister race held in December, it's the same course, is already up on Ultra Sign Up. That's the first weekend in December.
Yeah.
And then we'll probably release a podcast episode tomorrow.
Oh,
on
yeah,
the Ultra Group
you got
podcast.
to. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got so much.
We'll chop it up.
So many more things to put out. Yeah. So for those who want to do Mid-State next year, they got to wait and think about it.
They got to wait and think about it.
That means training does start now. Don't wait till January.
Yeah.
Don't wait till January. Heat training starts now.
Come out and run December.
Yeah, come
Run
out and
the
run
Tennessee
December.
Mile.
That's your training run.
If you'd
Tennessee
like a little
Mile.
taste of Mid-State.
That's right. You've heard us talk about it out here. Little different format. You can go shorter. You can go longer. A little bit different vibe that we're gonna have for sure.
More relaxed.
It's more relaxed.
There's no whistle.
No whistle. You get to hang up your own clip. There's no forced.
There's no chopping off wristbands or anything. There's no sharp knives.
Nope. You can hang out by the fire for a couple hours if you want.
Yeah.
Bring your own tent. And I would bring rain gear, and I would bring cold gear, and I would bring shorts. So
yeah, you just never know.
You may get all seasons out here, but
yeah.
Go ahead and sign up.
Probably less mud. Some mud to be sure.
Yeah.
But probably less.
You oftentimes see a lot of the mid-state racers will come out to Tennessee Mile, so that's actually a good opportunity to get some first-hand perspective and ask those questions from those who have run it if you have not been here before and think about doing it.
It's a learning ground.
Sure is.
It's a brutal one.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. We'll see you next time. Back to the studio, Bob.